Hello! Hello, guys! How are you? How are you? How are you? Hey, Bakali! How you doing? Hi. Hey, Rico! Hola, hola, hola. Hi, Grindel. How are you guys? You know, well, first of all, happy Sunday, first of all. Second, France win all the match in football, and that makes me actually really happy. And the third, I was not gonna lie to you, I was about to record the VOD again, like I did. I don't know if you are aware of that, but Tuesday, because it's really hot right now, I cannot stream every day sadly. But I record usually my roleplay and I upload them on YouTube. That's what I'm doing these days. And I was about to do that again, and today I was like, I don't know. I want to stream today. I want to share with you what's going on with Apolline. And I'm very, 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 very happy what's going on in roleplay right now. Tuesday is crazy roleplay. I love it so much. And I want to share with you that. Congrats, France! Yeah! Yes! Vive la France! Yeah, Rico! Rico, that's right. I'm happy to have you here. USA is doing well? Really? Oh my god, imagine a play France between USA. I would love to see that, actually. Allez, les bleus! That's right. Who is next? I don't remember who is the next. Maybe Morocco against France? I don't remember who is the next. But I would love to see USA against France. How are you doing, guys? I'm so happy to have you here. Oh, we are going to find Nina. She must be in Saint-Denis right now. Yes, it's Morocco. Am I wrong? Yay! I'm excited. Morocco, France has really, really good relations with Morocco, so it will be a very intriguing and interesting fight. But Paraguay yesterday, I don't know if you watched that. It was not good. I'm telling you, it was not good at all. I was role playing at the same time, and I was watching on my screen the game, the foot or soccer, whatever, and I was pissed. I was so pissed. Yes, they were very, very defensive, but it's not only the matter, they were also very aggressive. I found them very, very aggressive. The way they play, it was not fair play, you know. That's not the kind of football that I want to watch. But I mean, at the end of the day, France win. And we are bringing... They are bringing for us the third star. Also, Cape Verde was also really, really good. Oh fuck, the horse. Oh, you worked for the 4th of July? It's crazy week, I bet. I'm spent. Oh, Grindel. Have some rest. Have some rest. It's okay. Thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you for your work efforts. Happy 4th of July. I miss it. I hope you had a very, very good holiday for people who not working that day. She's at the gallery, I think. I will just sell the stuff here. And I will explain to you what happens recently. How was Apolline been staying out of trouble? So I guess, well, you know, I'm trying to upload the 5 recent VOD that I record. As I'm trying to upload them right now on YouTube, so I think people missed a lot of things. But Apolline now, well, she officially opened her business with Nina. And it's going really well. It's the art society, avant-garde art society. It's going really, really, really well. And also, at the same time, she is a nurse for the front lines. She's a nurse for the war, and she's giving her, she's giving a bit of herself during this war for the war effort. And that is really nice. It's really nice roleplay. Fuck, why am I even here? I don't know why I'm here. I'm supposed to go to the butcher. No, it's okay, Grindel. No worries, no worries. But I really want you to watch the last VOD. I will tell you it was the yesterday's VOD. I will let you know on my Discord when I can upload it. Because for some reason, I don't know why my VOD are blocked in USA. I don't know why. Some of the VODs are blocked, and I'm trying to fix that at the very same time, because it pisses me off. But I will let you know. I will pin a little message on Discord when the VOD is uploaded, because I really, really, really want you to watch that. I think it was one of the best roleplay session that I had for a long time. And I spent a very good time with Nina. And man, I was crying of laughter and everything. It was so fun. So fun. Oh, here she is. Hello, Esme. Oh, is that Esme? That is not Esme. But everything is going very well for Apolline now. She lives in a bubble of comfort and peaceful, if I may say, even though she's helping for the war. But everything is going well, really well.
Well, hello there, pretty lady.
You think I look pretty with this outfit?
You look pretty always. What do you mean?
Come on, I have blood on my shoulder.
That makes you even prettier.
Oh my god.
How are you?
Well, I'm doing fine. It was just very tense yesterday during the battle, during the war. I saw things.
Oh.
Yeah.
They're going on that line now.
It's difficult. We lost the position at Bâton Rouge, Tips landing, and then we took it back. And then they sent me on the front line between, you know, where is the waterfall between Armadio and Blackwater? They sent me there with the other doctors, and bombs everywhere. Bam, 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 everywhere. I was scared,
wow.
scared. And then they ask some doctor to go to follow all the soldiers to the very front line, and I saw dead people that day. It was intense.
Oh, that's not nice.
Are you okay?
Oh, my. It's okay. May I hug you,
Of course.
Nina?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I
no, don't
try.
apologize. It's okay. You're doing your best.
Yeah. Besides that, I'm okay. Everything is okay. And you? Any good news?
Nothing in particular. I was thinking if we're gonna have a lady working here that if she can't be behind the counter, she could be in a corner. You know, hire on a lady.
Oh, I see. Upstairs?
Yeah. I can show you.
Mm-hmm. I see that you cleaned. That's good.
I did, yeah.
I should put a poster
Nice
here.
place.
We need to have like a general poster. So I was thinking
Oh,
over
yeah.
here in
But
this
we
corner.
have a general poster.
Oh, we do. Yeah, we can
Yeah, we
use
do.
that one. Yeah.
Well, can you put
So I
her
was thinking
here?
this corner. Where you're standing?
No, like, can you put her inside? Ask her to go inside, no?
No, I don't think we can because we don't have the keys to the door.
The only problem is this door right here.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's bad. Okay.
So I was thinking
I
this
guess,
corner here.
yeah, so this corner is okay. Oh, Vinny, careful!
Oh my goodness.
It was okay. No, it was nothing. I was just trying to see if the door will budge, but it's not budging. It's a sturdy door.
It
Right.
is, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, you can ask her to stand here. I guess that would be fine.
That's a good spot.
So we don't have the keys right now and the storage?
No. Not yet, not yet. Actually, we could have a look and see.
Hey, you keep that place clean, Nina.
Yeah, of course we're keeping it clean. Well, we should hire someone to clean it later down the line.
Or should I say Josie?
Yes, Lisa.
Did you say anything to him?
No, he doesn't know.
Yeah. Same, I said nothing to nobody. But by the way, you know, I saw something yesterday. I saw the hostage. Remember when we were in Armadio in the house? Remember we saw a blue soldier?
Yeah.
I know who he is. He's the chief. He
This is good. It's really good up here.
Yeah, I think this
Yeah.
place is nice
wait.
for the other room here. Guys, what happened yesterday is crazy. Please, I really want you to watch the VOD because yesterday the girls, Nina and Apolline, they were
Apolline, over here.
illegally in the west, and they saw
Have a
things.
good look at the door.
Wait, can I open it? I don't have the business license. Do you have the business license?
No, I do not. I do not.
We buy them from the police officer, no?
I think so. Well, it depends on who will offer it to us.
Because I remember someone told me about the police officer. They took the license from them. But I don't know how accurate is it. What about this one? It's not exactly what we wanted, but that will do for
It's
now.
not. Yeah. We could. Yeah, I think this is fine. This is okay.
No, this is fine for now, but
Yeah.
it's not exactly what I wanted.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh my god, I'm so disgusting and this place is so pretty.
No, you are pretty as always. But we can go and wash up if you want.
Yes, I should. I was hunting
You got a lot
bit.
of blood. There's a lot of blood on you.
I have a lot of blood on my hands, Vinny.
Yeah.
Illegally, yes. Yes, Grindel. Illegally. They oh please. I will tell you. It was so funny yesterday. Nina and Apolline going
This
to
is a good place. I
the
like this.
west.
I like this a lot.
They tried to sell pictures, smut picture to the west, and they
photos up
faked
here, good
accent, outfits, they faked everything, and me aussi, my heart was beating. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, Aviroth. Welcome.
Oh, your poor horse. Do you need a carrot?
Go horsey, she's tired. Do I have a carrot with you?
I do. I got one.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will take your carrot. Hold on. Merci
There you
beaucoup.
go. Right, let me get my horse.
That's for you. Julie. Welcome. How are you doing, Aviroth? Welcome.
I think she needs one more. Sometimes you need two. Yeah.
Ah, d'accord. Great.
I have one more. Let me get it from the satchel.
Where do you find them? You find them in the wild?
Yes, in the wild.
Okay. Muddy bloody Apolline. I love it.
Get kicked.
Is Vinny okay? Why is he running?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, it's because he was getting the horse from the other side.
Oh, quickly.
Yeah.
I saw him yesterday. Apparently, he was taking as an hostage behind the house. Remember, he went alone.
Yeah.
Apparently, they took. I don't know exactly what was the number, but they took a lot of hostages yesterday, and the chief, the guy that we saw, is one of them. We went exactly at this place yesterday, at the front line with all the doctors and the soldiers and everything, and we took this place back apparently. So I guess we can. We are taking slowly more place. And the chief, the guy that we saw yesterday, is released. Is free. That's what they said. I've not seen him, but I saw a lot of people dead. Exactly that place. Exactly.
All right.
Yeah, my horse ran away. So.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
You want
to?
We can walk if you want. I don't mind.
Well, we can take the horses. I mean, he has space in the back of my horse. So it's okay.
Right.
Right.
That's right. You are married now. He can hold you tight.
Absolutely. What do you mean? Of course.
I need to take a bath.
Of course.
Apolline looks so different. I love that. Oh, you're walking over here.
Yeah, I'm walking over here, filling up my canteen.
Oh, I feel better.
All right.
Very
Much
good.
better.
Are we going to the clothing store?
We can.
Arrête. Can I feed her? Yeah. Take that. Take that. Good girl. Good horse. She feels good. Thank you, Nina.
Of course, you're welcome.
All right. Oh, also, I need to see someone from the newspaper. I need to sell them a poem.
Okay, yeah, of course.
I also need to see Mr. Quinn from the Times.
Oh, what is that?
What's up?
He wants to buy a nice bottle of top shelf whiskey.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Yeah, celebration.
Celebration
Very
of
good.
what?
I think he said he's gonna have it for the end of the war, you know.
Just a moment.
At the end of the war,
Sir!
we don't
Oh
even know
my
what.
god, I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
Is it so loud, right? Oh, Dina! Why is he...
What? Oh, I mean,
Oh.
I'm so sorry, sir. I did not mean. Oh God,
That was a good bump.
I didn't.
It's strong, huh?
Wow.
Yeah, where did you learn that shoulder charge?
From you, huh?
Yeah, from you.
All right.
You inspired
Good.
me the other day when you were fighting Sam.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Double
Hey, what
shit.
can I say? Positive influences and all that.
Coucou les
Eh?
petits cow-boys, ça va quoi?
Okay,
Ça
watch,
compte quoi?
watch those. Watch
out.
those.
Oh!
Oh, those like you, Apolline, is...
I'm gonna
what was
hit you.
that? Hey, how you doing? How you feeling about things? That all the grand opening went pretty good. It was a nice little turnout.
It was nice yesterday, right? But I wanted to do something better, you know, since I want to learn from my mistakes. I wanted to make the event longer.
You know what it was? The timing of it at this precise time with the war.
No, the time was okay, but we were...
No, I mean the timing of like the war, the 4th of the...
Yes. Oh.
Was...
Yes, it was not perfect, I agree. The day was not the perfect day.
But I think when the war's over and done with, and you know, people will start getting back to their free time and a bit of leisure. I mean, you know, the next one will always be better. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Yeah.
That
and
will
then
be better.
when you figure out with the storefront too, that'll be really good.
Well, there is... Vinny, you're here. There is a few little details that I want to...
Are we ready?
Oh, wait, we are on the... Nina, we are on the map! Nina!
Yes?
We are on the map! Art Society!
We
are on the map!
We are!
Yes!
Yes!
All right,
Oh, so
that's
excited.
perfect. Me too. Well, it's Art Society, so I guess it's okay, right?
It's okay, yeah, it's
Yes.
short. It's okay.
It's short, but it's perfect.
That's great. That is
Short but sweet.
that is great.
Oh, I'm
so
happy. It's so amazing. Everything is going well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's really good.
Oh, sorry, do I have anything planned?
No, we don't have anything planned. Do you have anything planned?
No, not really. No, nothing.
Okay, what would we like to do? I was thinking, because if we get a storefront, we could sell stuff like greeting cards. You know, like happy funeral, as you said.
Happy
Things
funeral.
like that.
Yes.
Happy funeral, that's right. Yup, happy funeral. It's a celebration.
Mm-hmm.
Ça va, merci. J'adore regarder les RP. Ah ouais, mais jure, je savais même pas que tu kiffais ça.
We could have like greetings from Lemoyne or greetings from,
Trop
you know,
cool.
like
Trop
different
cool
cards.
de Blégier. Je suis contente de t'avoir ici. Greetings, yes, so little cards for Like,
Or you just make cards for like Armadillo, one for Saint Denis,
oui,
one for all of
for
these little
the
spats,
towns.
postcards. Yeah, of the towns.
And we could put up the boudoir photos too.
You sure?
I mean, it's up to you if you want, but I'm just saying, it could make more money.
It's a possibility, but I think I prefer if we keep that under the jacket of the art society. I'm not ashamed of that. I'm really proud. It's also art. Body is art. But I think go to people, you know, face to face to people, say them directly, explain them what it is. I think it's better. Greeting cards is okay, you know, people can buy them and you don't have to explain. But this kind of pictures, I think it's nice to, you know, to talk to people about that.
Oh, and we could also sell stuff like cigarettes there, like just, you know, stuff that
not quite cigarettes. We do cigars. We do cigars.
Yes, cigars.
Oui, bien sûr. So cigars that you do.
I'm organizing something in the next few days with a few of my guys. Tobacco Tuesday, and we're gonna make a whole bunch of cigars. I'm anticipating a certain amount. I'm gonna give half of the cigars to Button in the saloon, and then I'm gonna give the other half to Nina and yourself in the society for the shop front. You know.
Okay. What is the name of your cigar?
Whatever you want it to be. You know what I mean? Because it's homemade. They're manufactured by us. You can name them whatever you want. Anything to do with the art society, any kind of art piece, whatever. Anything you want. You can call them fucking Vinny cigars for all I want. No, I don't want you to call them that. But you charge $1 a pop, and that's it. And you call them whatever you like.
It could be sophisticated, something like J'adore.
Yeah, j'adore. Yeah, that sounds pretty fucking good.
J'adore cigar.
J'adore cigar. There you go.
Hey, imported in straight from Le Francais, you know what I mean?
Ouais, pas mal. That's right. I think about this. But what about you sure you want to keep that French? What about if we keep that Italian, since you are both Italian now?
You can do whatever you like. You can do whatever you like with them. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. I'm manufacturing the cigars, right? But I'm giving them over to Nina, so she can do whatever she wants with them. Button's gonna do whatever the fuck he wants with them in the saloon. You guys can do whatever you like with the art society. Call them whatever you want. Call them the Mona Lisa. You know what I mean? And put them in there for fucking $1.
You're a genius, Vinny. You know that.
Yeah.
Look, I have my moments sometimes. You know what I mean?
Sometimes you have some lighting strike of genius in your brain, and
it's like a light bulb. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Light bulb, they go. I just gotta keep
really
talking,
good.
And then they come out, and it eventually comes out. Eventually, you know.
You are very good with your brain. Mona Lisa, I like the same actually. I think it's a really good name. It's like it was the name of the horse, by the way. I like it.
Yeah, me too. I hope Nadia likes the horse a lot.
She loves it. She was very happy when I gave her yesterday in Valentine.
Very good, very good.
She wanted to have a white horse like that, so I'm happy for her.
Good.
Oh, also remember Monsieur Rack? I have difficulties to say his name. Huck?
Yeah, what about him?
Oh, I saw him on the battlefront yesterday. He's fighting. He's a soldier. Yes, he is.
Oh wow.
He was very brave actually. So maybe we can also thank him for his award effort. I completely forgot to tell him about the pictures. I should tell him about. What we can do today is, if you want, we can find some ladies to take other pictures.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I think if we get more ladies, that'll be good.
I agree. Pay them $15 and have 3 pictures over, and that would be enough.
Yeah, also, Vinny said something interesting. So, you know, like, if we want to sell some pictures, through like greeting cards, things like that, through the storefront. We could glue the photos on the wall so people can look at them before they buy them.
I
Or
don't
not glue,
understand. You
but
wanted to
pin.
pin them on the wall?
Let me explain.
Oui.
It. All right, let me explain.
All
So
right.
the storefront, you're not able to preview what you're buying, right? So if there's a beautiful painting there called, I don't know, fucking A Great Afternoon, and if somebody looks at it and it's $5, they're gonna think, what the fuck is this that I'm gonna buy? But next door to the lady on the wall is gonna be about 6 posters, and one of them will be called A Great Afternoon, so they can look at it and think, oh, that's a nice fucking poster. What's this lady got here? Oh, she's got Great Afternoon right here, and she can, and they can just buy a copy of what they're seeing next door to them. It's almost like they can look at all the pictures next door and then buy them from the lady there. Because if you just have them on the lady, they're not gonna be able to see what the fuck the pictures are.
No, that's true. That's true. But we can only pin 3 pictures on the wall. So.
No, there's a bit of space. No, there's a bit more space. You could probably get about 4, 5, 6. Like there's a, you know, on
like
the on the counter.
When I put a poster on the wall, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Yes,
So like on the
you
counter.
so you and I, Apolline, we can post 6 pictures total, and then if you need help from Vinny, it'll be 9 pictures.
Puree, that's a lot. Yes. Good idea. Good idea.
And then you can interchange them each week, you know, put different pictures in, different names, you know, spice it up a little bit. And then of course, this is what you're anticipating, right? Because this is the thing. Down the line, in and around Saint Denis and all these little towns, you know, everybody's got a little apartment and they're paying their rent, right? But people are gonna want to start to buy a property soon. You know what I mean? The deeds are gonna start to be issued from some of these real estates, and these kind of photos. These kind of photos, that's when you're going to start thriving, because people are going to start putting them in their fucking houses, their businesses, their offices, their owned personal fucking spaces, because they're not going to go away. You know what I mean? Bada bing, bada boom.
Good idea. Hey, you all have a good idea. I'm happy that we all complete each other. It's good business over there.
I'm very happy.
Same. I needed to buy a lighter. I want to smoke so bad. I've not smoked since yesterday, since the battle, because wait, you know that they say lighters in the general store instead of matchbox?
Oh, really?
You can buy a lighter directly.
That's good.
I can imagine the premier cigare for Bordeaux client, le Marquis. Le Marquis is a really good name as well. I like it. Ou la Marquise. La Marquise, maybe. I need to think about this. I have the dark rum of Leo yesterday. Well, is it like a regular rum? What kind of rum is that?
Just regular rum.
Regular rum, okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't worth even $5. You can keep it. Sorry, I don't need that.
Oh, what, the rum?
Oui.
All right, okay.
Very good. What do we want to do? Do we want to travel around, see if we can find any ladies?
Oui, we can do that. Also, you know that I still have the glasses of rum and whiskey?
Oh, yes, we could put them in the front as well, actually.
Oh, to the lady?
Yeah, or what do you think?
That's a good idea. That's not a bad idea, because when you think about it, right, you could also use that space for a cigar, relaxing, smoking kind of experience too, right?
That's right. I would love to have champagne as well. Do you know if Monsieur Sam...
I have inquired for champagne, cognac, beer, wine. I've given him the fucking the works in terms of what alcohol I want to get. he said as of right now, it's a little bit tough with the machinery that he's got there, but he's gonna look to try and import some things down the line, and maybe a few wine barrels and things like that would be
thank you for
something on the agenda. But right
red.
now, we're
Thank you
making
so
the best
much.
of what
I
we got.
didn't even knew that you were streaming. Thank you so much. Welcome, guys.
Very good.
Welcome.
And it seems like
Hope you
whiskey,
had fun today.
tequila, rum is the only, and of course now newly found vodka.
Are you
is,
playing on
the topics of agenda right now?
Are you still playing on wine? All right. Because if he imports this kind of alcohol, we will need to have definitely wine.
Oh, without
champagne.
a shadow of a doubt.
Most
I
definitely,
will be all over that. Don't worry about that. And
Okay,
and
that's
I
good.
will be able to
It
then
was
get it
about-
to you
okay.
guys. And of
How are you
course,
doing?
down the line, who
It has
knows?
been a while.
Apolline, you
Thank
might
you
be
so
able
much
to
for
get
the
it
red
directly from
Kisses,
Sam himself. You know, if you just bat the eyelids a little bit and say, "Hey, I need a couple of bottles of red wine for
Hey,
this
listen.
opening."
I need my bottle of wine every day, huh? One
hey,
bottle per
all right.
day. And it keeps
right.
the doctor away. 1 bottle per day.
All right.
Right?
Okay. Yeah,
Red
something
wine.
like that. Something like that. Okay, so 16 glasses of wine a day. That's a lot of wine, Apolline. I'm starting to get a little worried for you there. You know, let's.
Come on. Trust me, it's good
No
for
wonder.
health.
Hey, no wonder why I can't understand her half the time. You know what I mean? She's drinking all these bottles and glasses of wine.
Hey, I don't
you
even
know what
have
I mean?
wine here. I'm punished. I cannot drink my glass of wine. I'm punished here.
Right. Okay.
I just have a whiskey on me. That's all.
Oh, that's
Whiskey
not too bad.
and rum.
What a shame.
What a shame.
What a shame.
I mean,
You know what
it's
mean?
a
Oh my
very
God.
good whiskey. It's vintage, and the rum is premium
of
aged.
course. What can I say? I wonder where you got that amazing alcohol from. You know what I mean?
Wondering, some random Italian in the city, I guess. No, they're not even from Saint-Denis. They're from Valentine.
You're hearing this random Italian.
Random
Hearing this.
Italian in Valentine.
Hey, listen, I was living here in Saint Denis before you was, Apolline, all right?
It won't
Can we
bad.
stop by the
Why?
telegrams?
Sure.
Perfect.
By the way, I've sent a letter for my uncle about Monsieur Sam, and I'm still waiting for his answer.
Okay, that's exciting.
Yes, it is. Jolie, come here. Ah!
Oh my God.
My God.
What
Are
was
you
that?
okay, Apolline? Apolline! Are you okay?
What?
How's she looking, Nina? How's she looking?
I don't know.
What the fuck?
Okay, she's got a big bump on the head.
All right. I know something from doctoring, okay? Hold on, let me think. If it's a soft bump, it's okay. If it's a hard bump, it's a problem. It's something like that. It's something like that. Do you remember? Do you know it?
Yeah. Soft bump.
Yeah,
soft bump is not good. Hard bump is okay.
Is that how it is?
I think so, yeah. All right. It's hard to detach. Okay.
All right. Okay. That might be okay, but that's still not good. And what we need to do is we need to get it down to the medical office.
Yeah.
Do you want me to get her on the back of your horse?
Yeah, let's do that. Let me get on my horse so you don't get
Alright.
kicked.
How that was even possible? So when you are unconscious like that, it is like
Hey,
it's
come
like
on,
5
Apolline.
minutes.
I know you've been on that front line. Have you been eating all that wall stew? All right.
Bro, I cannot even move.
All right.
Oh,
Come
he
on
can
then.
fix me. Okay, that's
All right.
good. I don't think I've ever been
Alright.
unconscious
Get
like
around
that.
to the medical office.
All right.
Grindel, thank you
take
for
your
the
horse, but be
clip.
careful.
Of
Thank you so
course.
much.
Oh, Apolline. Oh my god, not the cat!
What's going on?
Cannot hear.
Jeez. Poor girlie. Wait.
Oh my god, this is the maze.
Yeah, that's the hospital.
Vinny?
From goosebumps to horsebumps. That's so funny.
Vinny?
Hey, Javiros, do you play? Do you roleplay here in Rosalita?
Hey, Nina.
Hey. Yeah.
Anybody in there?
No, nobody's in there.
All right. Well, try and get her to a comfortable bed in there if you can. You know up, I think is it the second
this
floor?
way. This way.
All of that because of a horse. I swear.
Oh, it's locked.
Can't go in here.
No, I gotta go. I think the place is locked. Alright, let's put her down on the grass here.
Yeah, try and put it down gently.
Oh.
It's okay.
It sounds like she's waking up. Nina, talk to her.
Oh.
Apolline, I'm right here. It's gonna be
Nina.
okay. Yeah? I'm right here.
Oh, my head.
Yeah, I know. You were unlucky.
Oh, this horse. This damn horse.
It's not a trained horse, is it, right?
No.
Yeah.
All right. Can you help me to
Yeah, of course,
stand up?
of course.
Wait. Respawn.
Oh, alright, let's try again.
Oh, my head. My head.
There we
Thank
go.
you. Oh, okay. A few hours later. Is that the fucking cemetery? What? Nina? Nina? Oh, my head. My head. Oh my god. Why am I in the cemetery? I'm not a vampire. Ah, you have to apply, okay, fair enough. Yeah, Aviroth, I had the same issue. Hey, welcome! Welcome, Tay, thank you for the follow. I had exactly the same issue. I took days to record that because I was shy about this. Oh, you French, Aviroth? Wait, do I know you? Nina! Nina! Nina, where are you? What today, right, Grindel? Nina!
Yeah, but you know sometimes
Nina!
voices are intentional.
Nina!
Apolline?
I'm not a vampire, I swear. Where are you? That's my horse. Jolie.
There you are. Hey.
Oh my god. Why did you bring me in the cemetery?
What did you say?
You bring me in the cemetery.
Yeah, it was to give you some peace and quiet.
We thought it was all over, Apolline. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Vinny,
We kind of figured we would get you, fast track you to the end goal. You know what I mean?
my god. I'm not dead. I'm very much alive. Very much. Ready to
All right.
destroy everything. Hop of this damn horse.
No, I was
I
gonna
swear
say
this
I can
horse-
ride your horse for you if you want to ride on the
Alright,
back of
thank
Nina's
you.
horse or whatever. That's perfectly fine. But no, like I said, we were just getting you to the end goal, just in case, you know.
Vinny.
Vinny, I'm
Hey,
not
why
I'm
is
not
this
a
horse
vampire
not
and I'm
moving?
not dead.
Why is this horse not moving? Oh, there we go.
No, mais
we
this
go.
horse needs to be trained, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Grindel.
Let's head to the telegrams. Are you okay, Apolline?
I'm okay, my head hurts. It's,
We'll take it slow.
yeah. Thank you for helping me.
Of course, always.
Have you been talking to the vampire sheriff? Do you mean like the guy from Van Horn?
I'm whispering.
Sorry, you whispering?
Yes, I'm whispering. Do we want to tell anyone about our escapades the other night, or do we want to keep it to ourselves?
Well, we needed to say that to Queen.
Mm-hmm.
What if you said that to Vinny? I don't mind telling him, but I want you to be sure what you are doing because he might be upset.
Yeah. He might be upset, but he'll get over it.
Do you want us to try the field to see how he will react?
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh,
Okay. Be careful. Let's check telegrams.
yes. That's why I hate horses. Yeah.
They are ferocious
How are you doing,
creatures.
Zach, by the way? What's that?
They are ferocious creatures.
Oceans creatures?
Ferocious.
Ah, ferocious. Oh my god. They
Mhm.
are, even
It
though they
means
don't
fierce.
have teeth like
Mhm.
wolves.
Yeah.
Oh, I swear, you behave.
Alright. Fraser's around. Do we want to meet with him?
It's completely up to you guys.
I don't mind.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that.
Right.
He's over by Flatiron Lake.
Where's that?
It's near the fishmonger, I believe.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. I'll wait for Vinny.
Oh, still alive. That's good, Zach. That's great. Oh. The vampire sheriff, I don't remember his name, but he's really funny character.
I was daydreaming completely.
That's alright.
No,
Yeah,
you're
let's
good.
go find Fraser.
You're good. I've met another man called Fraser yesterday. He's a doctor.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
He's a young doctor.
common name. Oh.
It must be
Very
common
nice.
for Scottish people, I think.
Oh, is he Scottish?
He is.
That makes sense, yeah. So there's 2 Frasers that we know of.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Is this okay, Apolline?
Oui.
Alright, you tell me if we're going too fast.
It's okay. You know, being a nurse in the war, it opens my mind, and I think... Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
It opens my mind, and I think I will take some lessons in the hospital on my spare time.
Ooh, that would be good.
Mm-hmm. That would be nice. And
Yeah.
I will be happy if you follow me in that, but I will understand if you don't want.
To become a doctor?
No, I don't want to be a doctor, but I want to have knowledge. You know, because so I'm a nurse for the war, but I feel a bit useless sometimes because I cannot. I can stitch, I can put the bandage on the wound, but I cannot heal them. Only the doctor, they have this ability. I don't, because I have zero knowledge.
I'll think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that could be interesting.
Yeah,
Vinny,
you know.
what do you think?
I mean, it's a very commendable thing to do, right?
It is, but what would you think if your wife puts her hands on other men?
What? Working as a fucking doctor or a nurse? I wouldn't feel any type of way about that.
Oh, that's good.
In any
I mean,
other
that could be a
sense, of
good thing.
course, that could be a problem. It's gonna be a fucking problem. In any
Sure.
other sense, big fucking problem.
Oh,
But
that's
no, of
good. I
course.
thought you were not jealous.
No, not like that.
But yeah, I mean, so what? If we get the license, we would be able to help people up?
I think yes. I don't know. We need to ask to Miss Flo. She's the Valentine doctor, no?
You mean Evelyn?
No, Miss Flo.
Flo. No,
There
she's,
is
Oh, there's 2 Flo?
I don't know. Someone told me about Miss Flo, and she's a doctor in Valentine. I don't know if it's that though.
No, I think Miss Flo is over at Saint Denis. She's a
Oh.
mortician.
No. You talk about the Flo with the glasses, right?
Yes.
No. There is a Miss Flo with dark hair, and another Flo, another doctor. I think she's more with plants or something.
I see. Well, yeah, we can find out.
All right. I can't believe Apple is helping the Union dogs kill Caleb. I think it's sad because you know they are from 2 different parts of the county. Caleb on the wrong side, and Apple on the good side. You know.
To have medical skills.
And that is always important. So if something is going on in the war, or if there is something in Saint Denis, we can help people and heal them if it's needed.
Yeah.
And the doctor, there is a very good cohesion. They are very nice, very, very sweet, very nice. They include me in their doctor team very quickly, and they are very nice.
That's really nice.
It is good.
It is. What about you, Vinny? Do you want to... Why aren't you a soldier?
I do not want to be shot at the best of times. Eh?
No, I understand, but it's... You know, it's the time to give us a bit of a war effort, and what is yours?
What is my war effort?
Oui.
I am protecting Valentine from
It's
treacherous
Valentine.
people in the West. Yeah,
Vinny.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
No Valentine.
Yeah, Valentine. That's right.
Oh my
My
god.
my good friend Buttons got attacked in Valentine by some guy from the West. So
What?
Yeah.
yeah, he had a 30-minute fucking duel out on the fucking strip.
Wait.
Don't ask me how it went on for 30 minutes. You know what I mean? I don't know how many times they shot and missed each other, but it went on for a long fucking time according to Button.
No, wait. Button got shot?
He got shot at
No, where?
in Valentine a couple of days ago.
What?
Yeah, by a man from the West.
But he didn't tell me, I wasn't aware of that.
I think I might have forgotten to tell. I thought you knew. We didn't tell you?
No, not really.
Okay, I'm sorry. I actually thought you knew.
But so they
yeah.
wanted Valentine to shoot him?
There was a man that went into Valentine to inquire about information from Button, and when Button wasn't giving any information because he didn't have any, and also he wouldn't have done that anyway, he got shot at, and then they were shooting at each other.
Jesus.
Yeah, have you heard the name Spider?
That ring a bell.
Okay.
Is it from the west?
Yeah.
That's crazy, that's insane. Do you know why they wanted to... Why him?
I don't know. It was strange.
No, pour Button. I wasn't aware at all. I guess he's okay because I saw him yesterday. He's very silent.
Yeah. Wait, Vinny? Or who?
No, Button.
Yeah, I mean, it was a couple of days ago, so he's okay now, but at the time, I think he might have been grazed or something by the bullets.
Yeah, right.
Almost there. Are we close? Can you check on the map if we're near the fishmonger?
You wanted to fish?
Oh.
Oh, careful!
No, for Fraser. For Fraser.
Is it this place?
Yeah, that's where he is. Oh, down we go. There we go.
Oh.
It's okay.
Oh.
It's okay.
Thank you for the follow! Welcome, Dalgate. I don't know if I say it well. Welcome.
Hello.
Some kisses for you guys. Thank you for the follow, for the love, for the red. Kisses. Fraser! You sure it's this place? Do you want me to check inside?
Yeah.
There is a notice horse. Fraser! Hey, sir, I'm just coming inside, alright? Fraser! Fraser, are you playing hide and seek?
Fraser?
Sir, have you seen a Scottish man? Maybe not. How you doing, Dalgate? Welcome. Thank you for the follow again.
No sign.
No. Maybe he's in Valentine, who knows?
Maybe. Give me just a second. I need to think really hard in the corner.
Yes, do that. Think really hard.
I will.
Your wife is about to think really hard, Vinny.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Oh, do you want me to take back my horse, by the way? It's okay.
I mean, if you feel like you can ride your horse, you can ride your horse.
Yeah, I feel better.
All right.
Okay. You good girl. You good girl, Julien. No.
Hey, please don't get kicked again. I knew it was. Please. Apolline.
Oh.
What?
I swear to this horse, I will kill it.
We need to get this horse trained.
I will kill it.
This horse needs to get trained quick.
Oh my god, my head. Sorry, I don't want to talk to my horse today unless I will sell her.
No, I don't blame you.
How's it going?
Oh
Hey,
my
how you
god,
doing?
Fraser, hello.
Is that you just getting kicked by the horse?
That's right.
Oh, for the third time. Third time in the last, hour? In the last 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
You alright?
I can be better, but thank you. I'm okay. Fraser.
Okay.
This horse,
are we?
I swear I will kill her.
You need to get that horse trained by somebody.
Yeah, I know. How are you, fisherman?
I'm not too bad, thanks. Just doing some fishing just now.
Peace and
Although
quiet.
although I think there's something wrong with my rod, so
Oh shit.
I might need to have a quick nap.
Oh, okay. You sure it's the rod and not the bait?
No, it's definitely the rod.
Okay.
Hey, that's never good when there's something wrong with your rod. You know.
I was waiting for that, Penny. I was waiting for that. You never feel
Is that an innuendo? I'm very confused.
No, it's not. We're talking about. It's a joke amongst fishermen. You know.
Ah, because you know about the fishes, huh? You know a lot about fishes, you. Huh?
You know, look, I've been fishing a couple of times, a few more times when I was a bit younger. It's it's a nice pastime. It's peaceful.
So you know how to use a rod, I guess.
I mean, I would say I know how to catch fish. You know what I mean? That's
Big fish or small fish?
all fish, all kinds.
All kinds.
You never
fish.
know. You know what I mean? You never know. You put your bait out. It could be something big. It could be something small.
That's right. I've never fished. Oh, what's that?
I'm just going to quickly rest my head inside here.
Sure.
Hello, I'm back.
Oh, hello. I'm just going to quickly rest my head. I'll be back in a second.
All right.
Nina, I will sell this
Yes?
horse. I think she's not behaving.
She got kicked again.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
that
yeah.
hurts so bad. What is the price for training a horse?
I think it's 10,
$10.
10, 15 bucks.
Look this horse. I swear she's over there. This is the worst horse ever.
Your horse went all the way over there.
Yes. No, she's the worst.
Yeah, you gotta get a new horse.
Yes. I thought about the Breton. I saw someone with a Breton some days ago.
Ooh, those are nice.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know who sell them. I'm not sure. If he's someone in the west, in the east, no, in the west, I cannot buy it. By the way, Vinny, what do you think about the west?
What do you mean? What do I think about it?
I don't know. What do you think?
What do you think about it? I mean,
Well,
the situation.
What do you mean, like my opinion? I mean, look, I've been out to the west twice. All right, I've been to Armadillo twice in all of my time here, and I was welcomed very nicely. You know what I mean? So I can't really say that I got a bad word to say about them. So personally, whatever's going on between the two sides over here, I just hope everybody can resolve it. There's not too many casualties, and we can fucking move on with our lives, you know.
So you don't have harm feelings about them?
I mean, no, not in particular. I mean, like I said, my experience, I was always welcomed quite nicely out there. So I got given a nice tour. I spoke to quite a few people. Everyone was all right, and I came back to Saint Denis, and it was good. I mean, Nina was with me that day, and I think that was a couple of the first times that you went out there too, ain't that right?
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, so it was
Well,
nice.
Well,
I mean, should we just tell him?
Tell me what?
well, go ahead. Go ahead, Nina.
Apolline and I may have infiltrated the West yesterday.
Hey, fucking infiltrated is a strong word. All right.
Well, not infiltrated, but we entered the West.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What? Through the border?
Yeah.
And nobody said nothing to you?
Nobody saw us.
Right. And what? Did you go and speak to people out there?
Yeah.
And what? I mean, they must have known you was from Saint Denis, right?
No, so we were wearing different outfits and we were faking accent. We were from Louisiana.
Yeah.
You was from where?
Louisiana.
Louisiana.
That's them, right? But
You got that right.
was that the accent that you guys were doing over there?
Yeah. Oh,
Louisiana.
Yes, Louisiana.
Right. No, that's pretty fucking good. I'll be honest with you. That's pretty fucking good. I don't know too many people from Louisiana, but I bet they sound just like that, you know? Just exactly like that.
Yeah, so we hello Fraser, welcome back.
Hey.
Thank you.
We tried to sell smut photos there.
Right.
But we thought it was a clever business idea, but it turns out that they're all fucking poor.
They're all poor. I swear to God.
Yeah, I mean,
they don't have money.
It's the war times.
It's the war time. They spent all the money in the bullets and their money is in Blackwater. I felt actually really bad yesterday for them. Honestly bad. Because they don't have any money. I don't even know how they can keep the bullets. Maybe they're making the bullet with some garbage thing. I don't know how they do that.
So yeah.
You're not angry?
All right. I mean, I can't say that I'm too fucking, thrilled about it. Like you said, the way you put it to me there, that you infiltrated the West. I'm thinking, what the fuck did you do?
What?
No, Cash. Should have put it better.
That was a very strong catchphrase, Nina. I think it's not infiltrating. We just wanted
it was worded wrong.
Yes, we wanted to sell the smut pictures. We went to Baton Rouge, and we just walked. Actually, Baton Rouge was not holding by soldiers, so we went there and we were crawling.
Crawling?
Is that the word? Crawling.
You was crawling on your hands and knees.
Like that,
Yeah,
sneaking
around,
crunching,
yes.
Sneaking or crouching, yeah.
And we went to the West like that, and we changed outfits, accent, everything. We met people in Armadio. We talked to them. I thought they would recognize me, but apparently, our accent was very strong, so I think they did not recognize us.
Right. And what were they saying over there? What was like the agenda? What was the feel over there with the people?
They were ready for the war. They were all ready. a lot of horses, a lot of people in Armadio getting ready for the war. But they are all poor. There is nothing to sell over there. They keep their money for the bullets. So technically, we went there for actually nothing because nobody buy anything from us.
Right. I mean, okay. Look, I mean, look. I'm very surprised that you would do something like that, like the pair of you, because that's very dangerous. You know what I mean? Especially with what's going on right now. Of course, I'm glad that you guys managed to get through it, and you guys are here in one piece. Of course, you know, in hindsight, it's a wonderful thing. It is wartime. Nobody's got any fucking money, let alone money to buy fucking pictures. So, you know, you had to go out and find that out for yourselves. So now you know. But I don't want to hear that anything like that going on again. You know what I mean? That's that. It was a pretty reckless idea, but look, I know you guys are smart, and I know you guys would have got away with it. I want to hear your accents again. Actually, I want to hear how you was talking. So look, imagine me and Fraser here, right? We two guys out in the west, all right. And I want you to come up to us like you was talking to the people out there.
Hey, Josie. Hey, Josie.
Yes, Lisa?
Hey, Josie, do you have those smart pictures?
Yes, I do. I got them smart photos.
Hey, sir, do you want some smart photos?
Do I want some smart photos?
That's right. That's damn right.
No, I don't think I do. What kind of smart photos we talking here?
We talk about flesh ladies.
Pretty ladies, that's
Pretty
right.
ladies. That's damn right.
Darn tootin' right.
I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. I know a lot of people from Louisiana, and they sound exactly like that. That's pretty fucking good. All right, that's pretty fucking good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, kind sir.
But yeah. So they were very poor. We also saw a hostage.
Oh, about
did?
that, yes. So we went to McFarlane Ranch. We wanted to sell them the smoke pictures there, and we saw a bunch of people. I don't know, like maybe 6, 8 people. And behind a horse, we saw a man wearing a blue uniform from the Union. He was blonde guy, right? Blonde guy, and
Yeah.
I think he was on a stage. And they went behind the house, maybe to get killed or beat up. So we left that right time because we got afraid, and we went back to Blackwater and everything. But later, I went at this place in the front line with the doctors, and we had a war there. And at exactly this place, we saw a bunch of dead body. Maybe they killed the hostages. I don't know. I don't have any information. But apparently, the hostage that we saw yesterday with Nina was got released. So it was really crazy yesterday. Crazy.
I also got a photo in the West, so I'm going to sell that.
Was there
that's
right
good.
another was it like, you know, active gunfire going on over there?
No.
No, not the time we
quiet.
went. No, yes, it was quiet. But they were not rude, but they didn't. They were. What was that tension in the air, Nina? There is something there in Armadio.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't trust us. They were asking where we were from, and we just had to sort of lie about it.
Well, even though, you know, they seems all wild, you know. Rude in a way. Oh, and they were insinuating. They said something about someone in Saint Denis. Remember Dr. Holiday?
Yeah. So one
Very
guy
weird.
wanted a photo of Dr. Holiday.
That is very strange.
Is that Salvi's friend?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I know the guy.
Why he wants a picture of Holiday is just a doctor?
No idea.
Something happened to Holiday, right? Maybe he got shot or something. The doctor were really worried for him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm. Well, anyway, that's it. That's what happened yesterday.
Well, I mean, hey, look, it was
You missed
reckless,
that,
but I'm
Zach.
glad that like I
that's
said,
an
It was so
understatement.
funny.
I'm glad that you guys are all right. That's the main thing. Of course, I don't think it was smart. I don't think that it was something that you should have done. But look, I know that you guys are smart, and if you're gonna do something, you're gonna be sure that you're gonna get through it together. So look, you're here in one piece. You've seen what you need to see. Let's not go out to the west while this war is still ongoing now.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
We were a bit too greedy and thinking about the money, but they are all poor, so...
Yeah. You would think they would have money for it, but...
Not in the west. I mean, look, they barely got, they barely got the means to carry this war on for much longer. There's a battle of attrition right now, and it's understandable that they ain't got much.
I mean, from what I hear, we've pretty much cut off all their supplies.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, friends, what do we want to do?
I don't know. We can check around if there is any ladies interested for some split pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And I must need to see a doctor. Urus, stop.
Okay.
If you want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we do need to take you to a doctor. Maybe we can go and check Valentine. Miss Dr. Vale might be present.
Oh my God, the Valentine again.
Oh, you've been there already today?
I went to there today to trying to find you.
Well, yeah, you've been there more than I have. Like I said, I live in Saint Denis. Saint Denis is the town.
Right, Vinny. I let someone attack this horse. I don't want to see her anymore.
Right, I'll take it. Right.
Oh, I can take your horse and you take her.
Well, I don't think that'll be my horse now, so yeah, you can have...
Oh, whose horse is that?
Oh,
I'm telling you, this horse.
Oh.
That horse.
Oh no.
I can't. Oh my God. Oh.
Not again.
I swear. There is multiple shows. Either I kill this horse, I train her, or I sell her.
Right. Nina, do me a favor and do it very carefully, please. Can you get that fucking horse out of here, please?
Yeah.
Right.
Jesus Christ!
All right. Hey, what was it? Hey, Apolline, you know this. You're a nurse. You know with these bumps, is it the hard bump is a good bump or the soft bump is a good bump? Which one is the one you want to feel?
What bump is that? Check.
I think is it the soft bump is the good bump or is it the hard bump is the good? I think the hard bump is good. Okay, let me see what we got here.
No, it's hard. It's definitely hard. I'm telling you.
Oh, well, is that all right? Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure it's a hard bump.
All right. Okay. We need to get him to a doctor. So where the fuck are we?
Valentine?
Flatiron fucking Lake. We might as well head up to Valentine. All right. Let me get him on the horse.
All right.
So we only have. Where's the other horse?
Jolie? I will not attack her.
Is the horse gone?
Well, put him on my horse, on this horse that I have.
No. Where is the other horse? We had another horse here.
Jolie,
It's all
but
the way over there.
no, Jolie, I don't want her to come with us.
Okay. All right. Okay. We'll leave her out in the
All
wild.
right.
Okay.
Yes, she can die. I don't care.
Whoa. All right.
We should sell that.
What you said? Thank you for the clip, Grindel. Thank you again. What did you say? Sorry.
No, that
Nina, you needed to speak up. I cannot hear you.
horse needs to get trained.
No, I know. The crazy thing that she's my war horse. She needs to be brave, but she's just an asshole.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Hey, I think it's just misunderstood. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? Do you want me to communicate with my horse?
No, not communicate with your fucking horse, but teach the horse better. You know what I mean?
No, it's her temperament. Even if I train her, she's a crazy horse. I've never seen a horse like that.
But like, at least you know she's got quite a kick. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure she does.
Yeah, you know it firsthand.
She knows how to kick. Exactly the place. And she kick everyone. Her mother, her friends, she doesn't care. Everybody. Kick for everybody.
Apolline, this is the first time you have a man on your horse.
Jesus, it is unconscious, so it doesn't count. It doesn't count.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's unconscious.
That makes sense.
I thought about that, but I said nothing. I think it's okay.
It's okay. I mean, he's unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
It's all right. We're getting back to the medical center. Now get some of that nice whiskey out. You know what I mean? Give me a little lick of whiskey. That'll wake him up.
Hello, is there a doctor here? Any doctor? Can I hit you? No. Oh, Vigna, we need your help. Oh my god.
Oh, watch out.
Oh yeah, I'll get him off.
I have a PTSD from horses now.
Alright.
De medical officer. Yeah.
Oh, Christ!
Well.
Well, they got a few things here.
Oh my god, they got cannabis.
Oh, I have cannabis in my pocket if you want.
Yes.
I've seen they sell asthma cigarette. She's so nice.
She is.
Oh, the bondage, the price is high again.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be 50 cents.
Alright, we should probably help Fraser instead of getting distracted.
Okay, you took a laudanum?
Wait, I have a little bit of whiskey here. That'll wake him up. Step aside. Give the guy some air.
Yeah.
Right, I got the vintage good stuff.
Can you take laudanum? Fuck. I don't have money. Hey, do you have $1 on you? May I borrow?
I do? Yes. There you go.
Thank you.
They are Fraser, wake up. Yeah, that's right. It's the good stuff. It's the vintage.
Oh, jeez, what happened?
There's some more. All right. That's good.
Oh,
All right. See, I told you, the vintage. It always works.
oh,
It
Yeah.
works.
It works.
Feeling better?
feel like I've been kicked by a horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Mhm.
Jesus, what happened?
You got kicked by a fucking horse.
Yeah.
Oh,
Your
right,
horse.
well, my horse, all right. Right, well, that's it going to the glue factory then.
You okay?
Yeah.
Do you need something stronger, laudanum or something?
Oh, I'm sure I'll be all right.
Okay. Sorry about that. It was not my horse, but I feel sorry.
That's all right. Nothing to apologise for. Could have happened to anyone. I should have known better, considering you'd said you'd been kicked by your horse already.
It's right. It's rule number 1: never stand behind a horse.
I thought it was around the side of it.
Yeah, you know
It heals,
when they sense
yeah.
danger, they start to back it up. You know what I mean? And you gotta keep your wits about you, otherwise they're gonna start kicking out. And I mean, poor Apple over here found out firsthand. Where's your glasses, Apple? I'm surprised you can see.
But I have them on my pocket.
Oh wait, no, they're in your pocket.
I'm
That's
happy.
good.
Oh, there we are. All right, okay, there you are. I was just wondering there because I was looking at you when you did not look like yourself. I'll be honest with you. You know when people
Thank
take
you.
off their glasses and their eyes get all bigger.
Yes, it's
that's
like
what it looked like.
you
That's-
have a completely different face when you don't have glasses on.
Yeah,
That's right.
I thought your face changed because you got kicked by the horse, but no, you're all right.
Right.
Well, let's go outside then.
I guess so. Some fresh air will do me good.
Yeah.
Alright. Need to buy a lighter because I just bought cannabis.
Oh, I got a lighter. I got a lighter here.
Oh,
The lighter you can buy it
Well,
in
I'm
the
not-
general store. Here.
how much does it
Actually,
cost?
I actually got
Not
the
too
one
much.
that it's $5.
$5?
It's $5.
Yes.
Yeah, $5. I actually got the one that Rika gave me for.
Hello, Mr. Button.
Oh,
Hello,
Oh,
Button.
hey, Button, how you
Button.
doing?
good. How y'all doing?
Yeah, doing all right.
Right,
Oh, by the way, Nina, I do
be
owe
right
you
back.
this
Oh.
$20.
Oh, thank you.
Is everything all right, Mr. Button?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I
Yeah?
think so.
Okay, that's good to hear. Is your wife around?
No, she's still sleeping.
Okay. She's very sweet, this woman. You are lucky.
Oh, yeah, fantastic. I really got lucky.
I agree, she's adorable.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
The poor Fraser. Oh, also Fraser, you know that remind me something? I've met a man called Fraser yesterday, just like you.
Ah, you did you?
Mm-hmm. He's a doctor.
Was he also Scottish? Aye.
He is also Scottish.
lad, aye. I know him.
You know him?
I have met him a couple of times now. Where did you meet
a
him?
young man, right? He's young. He's from Saint-Denis, I
Where did you
think.
meet him?
Oh, that's nice. Two Scottish people named Fraser. That must be very common.
Well, Fraser's his surname.
Is it a surname?
Aye. That's his surname. Aye.
Ah, yes.
Where did you see him?
In the war yesterday, front lines.
You're kidding.
No, why is that? I saw him yesterday. He was helping the wounded people.
All right.
He's a good friend of yours.
No, I've only met him a couple of times, but he seems a good kid.
Nice. It's very nice. You took your lighter. Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Nina, I thought you stopped smoking.
Well, this is cannabis, my friend.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Cannabis. Smoking is good for health, but you must know that.
Oh yeah, I'm a big advocate.
I smoke a pack of cigarettes every day.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's real good for you. I do a couple.
You do 2 packets? My God.
Yeah. You got to catch up.
I can't. I'm
I don't think I've
asthmatic.
had a single cigarette since I came here.
By the way, smoking, guys, don't
one of the
smoke,
simplest
guys.
pleasures we
It's
have, my
bad.
friend.
It's bad.
Aye. Excuse me a second. I need to sit down.
Sure.
How you doing, bud? And everything good?
Yeah, everything's good. Pretty quiet this morning so far. That's all right. I scraped up the money and got some things done. So now we just need the people.
Oh, speaking of people, they're all rushing out of here. Hey,
Oh,
how you doing,
Vinny.
sir? You okay?
Oh, goodness.
It looks like them two was going to fight or something.
That's what I thought.
I did hear from some military fellas that the Union got all the way to the ramp. That's how much they've progressed in Armadillo. Just got to go in and kill them, they said.
We went to McFarlane Ranch yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It was very difficult, but we made it. At a very strong price, though. A lot of people died that day.
I just hope it's all over with soon, you know. That's all I want. People to go back to their daily lives again, you know.
I want you all to go back to Saint-Denis. Why you don't fight to the line button? Why you don't go to the war?
Why don't I go to the war? Because it ain't my war.
It's our war. What do you mean? Don't you live in the east? In the east?
I do live in the East, but these people, this is political this is a political war. These are arrogant men trying to kill other arrogant men and bring a lot of innocent people into it instead of just handling it easy. Like, that's what I think. And I will defend Valentine and I will defend this town and the people who live in it if the war comes here. But I ain't going to kill some other man's father or brother or sister or son for a fight that ain't mine.
This fight is yours, and it's mine, and it's everybody's.
Oh, that's propaganda.
No, that's reality, you know. I'm not even from this country, but I feel like I needed to fight for you. This country, I owe a lot.
Yeah, people got to eat too, and people got to drink. And not everyone has to rush to the front lines. It's not how armies work. That's not how wars work. But everyone wants to run to the action, and that's fine. They can do that. They can pay with their lives. I got plans after this war is over. Like I said, if the front would have come this far, then I would have got involved, but it did not. Therefore, there was no reason for me to do so.
I understand that. I guess you are fighting in your way by feeding people and give them drink.
Yeah, but I food and drink anyone. People in the West got to eat and drink too. And all of them people that live out there are criminals and assholes and rebels. Some of them are just good, hardworking people that just happen to live in the wrong place and be there at the wrong time.
I understand. It's the same for the doctors. Yesterday, I saw a bunch of doctors going to the West just to help Westernians instead of the East.
Yeah, people is people after all.
No, that's right. That's right.
That's right.
This war is going to be over, and y'all going to be talking to them like nothing happened. You're going to be trading with them and doing business, and everything's going to go back to normal. So that means, what was all this fucking for? So yeah, I didn't feel like giving my life up for some dumb shit that someday ain't going to fucking matter anyway.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand that.
Shit, even the Valentine sheriff stayed away from the war. They said they weren't welcome and they weren't treated right. So as of yesterday, they stopped participating. So maybe it ain't always about right and wrong. Maybe it is really about greed and power.
Yeah. I hope the war ends soon, though. I miss my friends. I also have friends in the West.
Yeah, me too. Well, I did anyway, if they're still alive.
I'm sure they will be okay. The Westernians, they seem ready. I'm sure they are okay. Hey, Blob. How you doing? Yeah, I think the war is over soon.
Once the war is over, I can take some landscape photos for postcards, Apolline.
Yes. When the war is over.
Yeah. It have like a postcard that says "Greetings from the West."
Mm-hmm. Greetings from the West. Greetings from Armadillo, from Tumbleweed or whatever weed. Happy funeral, happy anniversary, whatever. Will you come back to Saint Denis when the war is over? Also you, Button?
Oh, not me. I own the saloon now. My home is Valentine. I ain't got no reason to be in Saint Denis.
Hey, Mike! How you doing? Just a big talker. He's too scared to fight. How you doing? I'm happy to see you here. That's damn right.
I mean, yeah, I'll be in and around Saint Denis. Nina's got a business there. I want to show a presence around for that too. And then, of course, I'll be frequenting Valentine quite a bit also.
Oh, yeah, I'll go to the city, but I ain't moving back to the city. I thought you was asking if, like, I was going to be around Saint Denis like I'm around Valentine. Now, the answer to that is no.
Oh, what's that? He hates Saint-Denis, what the fuck? Go off work at 5 a.m.? Jesus Christ, Mike. Jesus Christ.
Be one of them quiet days, I guess.
I'm doing fine. Thank you. I'm happy. I'm happy to have you all here.
Yeah, maybe for now.
Sharing that with you.
Maybe a little bit later on, it might pick up, you know? I think there might be a few sore heads this morning, not only from the war, but from, you know, the 4th of July, a few people having a nice drink. It could be a couple of sore heads.
The Bastille Day is in 10 days. I want an event for the Bastille Day.
What is the Bastille Day?
France Revolution.
Ooh, we could have French art.
Or we can protest in the street. We can protest in the street, ask for croissant. Oh, I want croissant.
Ooh.
I want to
that's
import
good.
croissant.
Yeah, that's
Ooh.
good.
Can you imagine if we could sell croissants?
I want a croissant recipe. Oh my god. Or
Hey,
baguette.
and you know,
Yes.
and you definitely know fucking Gaston will back you on that too. You can bring him on the protest. You know what I mean?
Gaston. There is also another French in Saint-Denis,
Hey,
Monsieur Jacques.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Gaston is sweet.
Yeah.
He got shot. Have you heard that? He got shot during the war.
No.
He was apparently taken as hostage also during the war. He was a prisoner for the war.
That must have been very recent because I saw him no more than maybe this time last night.
So you saw him yesterday? He got hostages the day before.
Oh.
Prisoner of war.
Is he okay? Is he okay? Or is he still held? No.
I don't know. He seems a bit... I don't know. He seems a bit weird yesterday. He didn't talk a lot. He didn't say much.
Hey, well, let's hope he's okay.
I hope so. So many people died yesterday. That's actually insane. A lot of prisoners. Crazy. I'm happy that we can help them a bit with the pictures.
Yeah, me too.
Mike, you can say that twice. That's right. The soldier of Saint-Denis. A barricade? What's that, block? Barricade building? Barricade building? Isn't that for the war?
I'm looking forward to Rika and Nadia getting a hold of that store down there. That is gonna be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic.
Oh, Nina, by the way, if we see Veil today, we need to talk with her.
Yes, I agree.
And the war arc, I love it, guys. I have a lot of fun right now. What I do usually, I was not streaming that.
Mountain is so quiet.
But what I do usually is I roleplay Apolline as a civilian during the day, and at night she's the nurse. You should watch the video they have uploads on YouTube because everything is explained there.
Is pretty quiet right now.
True.
Every time I go to Saint Denis, it's like a fucking ghost town.
Mm-hmm.
Saint Denis is a ghost town, you think?
I mean, right now it is.
I mean, every time I've been there in the last, 3-4 days, I haven't seen a single Rus.
It's because of the war. Because of the war.
Everybody's locked down. Everybody's inside their homes.
Everybody's in their homes, or there is a lot of people going to Blackwater and help for the war. So you know, when everything is done, I'm sure it will get better. You know, how was the event of Monsieur Joe yesterday? The battle event, boxing.
I mean, I think it was very quiet. You know, the day that it was, in light of what's going on, we had a few people turn out. Everybody had a little scrap. You know, it wasn't exactly too much of an event, I wouldn't say, but it was more of a get together about some fighting enthusiasts.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. No, that's why I'm telling you, after the war, everything will be perfect.
Yeah.
I might find a husband after the war. I hope my father will agree on that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, who's got your eye on?
Well, yesterday Nina introduced me to Monsieur Sam. That's his name, right?
Oh yeah, Mr. Sam Shepard.
That's him. So I've sent a letter yesterday to my father if he's agreed, if we can pursue anything with him. So I'm still waiting.
Huh.
How you feeling, Fraser? You all right? Say that again.
Oh,
I'll be fine.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, right, Mike? Like this arc in the server is so good. Like for
Yeah, it's not
real,
nice. I remember the
I've
first
played
time I
on
got
Wild
kicked by a
for
horse.
2 years and I've never had something
felt
like that.
Somebody hit me with a fucking shotgun.
Aye.
Dark
Quite something,
Pauline!
is it?
God, I'm safe. I can't. It's hilarious. Oh, Rouken, mais non, ça faisait longtemps. Comment tu vas? My God, ça fait depuis... Ça fait depuis un bail que je t'ai pas revu ici.
I'll be back in a second.
Tu bosses pas en ce moment? J'ai des vacances à payer. Ah, tu bosses pas
So,
mal,
Miss
pardon.
Apolline, why
J'ai
don't
très
you
mal
care to
lu.
tell Button what you got up to last night, eh?
You sure?
He'll be fine with it. Of course he will.
Just first of all, what do you think about the Westernians? I guess you don't. You have good feelings for them.
For who?
The Westernians, people from the West.
I mean, I don't really have it. Depends on who they are, I guess. I don't really have a feeling on the people of the West as a collective. It's more about what they do.
All right. Well, yesterday it happens that Nina and I went on the West. We were trying to sell some smut pictures. And for some reason, we were really, really snaky, but we went through the line and everything. We were hiding and we went to Armadillo. And we succeeded. We were faking an accent. We changed the outfit and everything. Nobody recognized us. It went pretty well, I would say. We saw a lot of blood that day. Remember, Nina? Blood everywhere.
Yeah, brain matter. It was terrible.
We saw Union boots. We saw a lot of terrible things, and people in the West seems very wild, you know.
Damn, that sounds dangerous.
But you know what the good thing is, Button, let's not forget though, obviously to do something like that, you gotta go under a great disguise.
Yeah.
All right. And now these two, they showed me the accents.
Oh my God.
They said they was from Louisiana. And if you've ever met anybody from Louisiana, oh my God, they sound just like these two. Why don't you guys show button your Louisianan accents?
Oh, I don't think he needs to hear that.
Yeah,
You don't want.
I think he has to know what kind of disguise that you was going under out there, just to gauge how it would have been,
Oh, well, Nina.
Howdy there, partner. How are you doing?
Howdy there, sir.
Howdy there, sir.
Yeah.
Would you be interested in some smut photos?
That's them right.
I would have never known.
Hey, you met a lot of Louisianans before. I mean, come on. You know what I mean?
We're from Louisiana. Have you heard about this?
That's right.
That's them right.
Damn, that's good. Yeah, it's almost. You got it down for sure. For sure.
Thank you kindly, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you kindly.
I'm surprised they did not enlist you guys on the front line over there because my God.
And we went to Armadillo. People were very nice with us. That's the worst accent ever, guys. That's the worst. I can't. We were actually talking like that yesterday.
That's right. We went to Armadillo.
Well, that's a good one. Y'all did a good job.
Thank you kindly, sir.
And everybody's broke over there, but nobody's got no money.
All broke.
Yeah.
Spending their money in the bullets, they don't have anything. Insane. They're all poor over there. I felt bad, real bad for them. Attends. Non, j'ai changé de serveur. Attends, peut-être tu m'as pas vu sur Rosalita. Mais oui, j'ai changé de serveur. Tu te rappelles, je jouais sur Wild avant. Et maintenant, je joue sur Rosalita, un nouveau personnage. Et vraiment, je crois que c'est un des meilleurs replays que j'ai eu là. Je m'amuse vraiment trop avec ce personnage. Yeah, Mike, sometimes I stream on Kick. Don't hesitate to follow.
Might be a good day for a nap.
You think so?
If it stays like this, yeah.
It's quiet. I guess people must be around maybe Blackwater. If you want, we can go there.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's what we could do. We could get some supplies together, but we can head out to the front and see if they need some refreshments, some food.
You want to go to the front, you said?
Yeah, I don't know.
Not the front, but Blackwater.
Oh,
I mean Blackwater.
okay.
You know
Yes,
what I mean?
sure.
Out there.
Yeah, maybe. I know Artemis down there. She's been real nice. She's running the Silver Skillet, and then I met the lady from the saloon. I don't know. I kind of feel bad. Like I'd feel like I'd be pissed if I was sitting here and they showed up and started trying to sell their food in front of my store. You know what I mean?
Hey, yeah, you got a point.
I understand that. Well, I don't know what you wanted to do then.
I mean, we can go to Blackwater and see if we can find some people there. You want to try and sell some photos?
We need to find ladies.
Yeah, we do.
Find ladies. There you go.
Or gentlemen.
Do you think they will agree on doing that?
I mean, I'm sure there are some gentlemen out there, surely.
Okay. Well, let's go then.
All right.
Okay. Need to wash up.
Same Disgusting mud everywhere, mud. May I hop on you? No.
You can hop on my horse. I'm gonna stable her real quick.
Okay. What's that?
You can hop on if you want, or actually, I'll stable her first. Oh, yes, or that.
Is this Vinny coming with us?
Yeah, I think so. Or do you prefer just us two?
No, I don't care either way. I don't mind.
All right. Hop off, please.
All soldiers are fighting to protect you. But he's not. He doesn't feel like he must be involved in this war. But Apolline has a very strong opinion about this war.
Well, let's get some food from the saloon before we go.
All right. Yeah.
Hop on. Hello.
Hello.
Button.
Oh. Hey.
Hi. Yeah.
Do you have some food in the saloon for us to take with us?
To eat?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, Nina, I just noticed that I have a burger.
Oh, you have burgers?
I do have 10 burger. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
10.
Wait, let me tell Button.
10-7. How do you say?
Button, it's no worries. Apolline has food. Don't worry about
10.
it.
Okay, all right.
17.
Thank you,
17.
10-7, so 17?
17.
Oh, very good.
Where is Vinny?
Stables, I think.
Okay. I will not ride my horse until she's fully trained and behaving.
Okay. Oh, can I have some burgers now?
Ah oui, bien sûr. Hold on. Do you want two burgers as well, Fraser?
Fraser, do you want some burgers?
No, I'm alright, thanks.
All right. Thank you, Apolline.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Let's go find some ladies.
Gentlemen.
Or gentlemen. Fraser, you coming with us?
No, I think I'll stay here.
You sure?
I think I'm feeling a little lightheaded. I might go and have a lie down.
All right.
All right. I'll telegram if you need anything, okay?
I will do.
Check something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I love the free cam. I love it.
Good night. I'll speak to you later.
You take care.
See you later.
Sleep tight. Don't let
Hey,
the bed
take it
bugs
easy.
bite.
All right. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Nadia,
Oh,
how
How
you
are
doing?
you?
Oh, look at you.
Oh, look at the new horse.
Oh, it's so
She
nice.
is beautiful.
That is so
Mhm.
nice. Look at that horse.
Let me just
Wow.
brush her a little bit.
She suits you, huh?
I know.
Mhm.
Mona
I'll look
Lisa,
at
a
her
piece
now.
of art
Nice.
just like you. The Princess Lady of Valentine.
Ah, she is. She is.
Princess of Valentine.
That's her.
Ah, yes,
Mhm.
yes. All right, I'm gonna go to check my telegrams, and if you need me, I'll be around.
All right.
Okay.
Mhm, mhm.
Did you hear back
So-
from Mr. Primrose?
This is what I'm going to check, right?
All right,
I just woke up.
All right,
Nina,
go
we
do it,
should
go
tell
do
her
it. All
about
right, good luck,
the
Nadia,
pictures.
all right?
Maybe she must be
Ooh, yes.
interested.
Nadia,
Nadia, wait.
we have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Are you interested into pictures? Do you like photographies?
I can try.
Do you mind to be taking in the picture?
I don't. It's
In a very
fine.
demure way?
Yeah, like boudoir way.
Oh, yeah, I think I know the way. I think Rika showed me.
Oh,
Yeah.
alright. What do you think about this?
You live one life. Why not?
Oh,
Okay.
that's the best answer.
So, would you be comfortable if we paid you $15 for 3 photos, and then we would retain the rights so that we can sell those photos?
Mm-hmm.
No problem.
Oh, okay, good.
Perfect.
Well, you can send
right.
your telegram and we wait for you, right?
All right,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go check these telegrams and
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'll see you in a
Yay!
moment.
Yes.
Smart pictures,
Hey, well
guys! Incoming.
Thank you. It was Apolline's idea.
Yeah, well done, very well done.
Oh, well done. No, I'm happy that she was open to this idea. Because me, I will not be happy to hear this if someone asks me.
That's fair.
I think it's all about the approach. You know what I mean? If it's coming from you guys, it's a good approach.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If I'm walking up to
Vinny.
him and I'm saying, "Hey, how you doing, gal? You want to take some photos? You want to get behind the camera? You know, bada bing, bada boom. 3 photos, $15. What you think?"
Mm-hmm. Hey,
know what I mean?
Vinny,
It's-
do you know what is our catchphrase for the gentleman to set the pictures?
What is the catchphrase?
Go ahead, Nina, tell him.
Like what we ask?
Yes.
All right, Vinny, do you like ladies?
I do, of course.
Do you like pretty ladies?
Absolutely, I am married to one.
Are you romantically interested into ladies?
Into certain ladies, yes. In particular, my beautiful wife. But why? What are you getting at?
We have smart pictures for you, sir. Very lucky. It's your lucky day. Only
it's my lucky
$5
day.
the picture. Oh, that's right.
So it's only $5 now. I thought you was
Only
going around
$5.
with 15. I thought it was 15.
That's right,
Well,
sir. We used to sell them for
after the
50.
war- Yeah, after the war, maybe 15.
For you, we made a cut.
Oh, war discounts. That's good. That's very good.
Yes,
All right. All right. Okay, carry on the pitch.
Yeah, so you get a picture and a poem, and it'll keep you warm at night.
Oh, I bet it will. I bet it will. And
Some
who's the poem?
literature. There is a. Who's the poem?
Yeah, no. See, look, when you're selling something, you gotta let the person buying something ask the questions. You know what I mean? Yeah. Who's the poem wrote by?
Miss Apolline.
Oh,
This,
it's your poem.
it's mine.
And the photos. And who are the photos?
Is Miss Nina here?
Whoa. All right. Okay. Well, hey, look. In that case, how many you got? How many you got?
We got four
Right,
different
sold
pictures.
Sold that. Take them all. Sold that. Take
Yes,
them all. All right. And
all
every negative
of-
copy and all of them. Give me all of the fucking photos. All
Oh,
right.
you will you keep your warm for the night. Huh? Keep read the literature is very important for the mind.
Oh, of course. Absolutely. You know, it stimulates the mind real good.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
The war effort.
That's a pretty good model you got there. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's a pretty good model.
No, you know, Vinny, it's actually really good, Moody. We made what more than $70, I think, each of us.
$70 each. Not bad.
think in total, yes.
I think so.
Maybe something
Yeah.
like that.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
No, it's a good business, a good business side.
Now, are you thinking about getting all these like individual pieces and putting them into a book or what?
Oh, we could do that.
Like the boudoir book, Vina?
Yes,
yeah, but not the boudoir book because you're selling them all individually. Like you got them. Like you know what you should have done. You should have numbered them all, right? 1 to 50 or whatever,
Oh.
right? So then there's like almost a certain amount that there are, so people would then be encouraged to buy them to get the collection. But then you can also put a certain amount of those photos into a book and have like the 1 to 20 collection here, the 20 to 40 collection there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good sense. Oh, you like your tomato soup,
he was
huh?
hungry. Yeah, he was hungry.
Yes,
yeah.
it was good. I was very hungry.
And I'm back.
Alright,
Welcome
my
back.
dear. Well, if what you can do right now, if you are ready, we can you can go to the clothing store, pick any outfit you want, and we go to somewhere to take the pictures.
Is there any specific way you want me to dress? Or?
It's completely up to you. We want you to be comfortable. You can wear whatever you want. If you want to wear a corset and that's all, or an apron, or whatever you want.
Okay, okay. So it's up to me. I understand.
Whatever makes you feel comfortable.
I can do that.
Oh, let me get the money as well so you get paid.
And if coming to Primrose, Mr. Primrose, he written back to me.
So how much
funny.
is 15 split in 2? That is 7.5, right?
Yes.
All right, just so we know, so we can both have 7. Yeah. Because
So are you going to try like an alternative?
I still will try to get in touch with him. He told me that he might find himself...
I will. I don't have money here, so I will give it to
It's okay.
you.
Yeah, in Saint Denis, yeah.
I don't have
No
where
problem.
that's in the book.
Oh, soon we'll have storage, Apolline.
Really?
Yeah, soon,
but
like
we don't
when we
know.
get the business.
But we don't have the business, so that's the problem.
Yeah, but soon.
Well, the last time I met him, he told me he has a fiance and he doesn't really take much.
Oh, yeah.
You never know your luck, and you know what that old saying is, Nadia, you don't ask, you don't get. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You have the 15 with you?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Oh, let me get out the way.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go in the clothing store. I'm gonna pick something nice.
All
Okay.
right.
Very exciting.
Exciting. Outrageous.
Ooh.
Scandalous.
Scandalous. Yes.
Scandalous. If
The
my
only thing
father knows that.
One thing, I do have one thing, of course. You girls do need to maybe accompany her in that tailoring store, because if she don't come out with something that, let's just say, for example, it might not, because you're looking to sell here, you know what I mean? You're looking to sell, you're looking for a certain type of product here. And if she comes out with an outfit that might not fit that criteria, you got to be there to help her. And I think you should do this for all the ladies, you know what I mean? Guide them through,
you
show
want
them a
us
few
to tell
tips.
her?
Not tell her, like guide her through a couple of things, like let her do her own thing, see what she comes up with, and then maybe give her a few pointers on how to make it how you guys need it to be too, It's that creative, what's the word I'm looking for here? I can't.
No. I see what you mean. We need to tell her what she... help her for the outfit. I get it.
Yeah.
Look at you, Vinny, the advisor.
Look, I just come up with ideas, all right? I'm more than happy to help where I can, but I'm an ideas kind of guy. If something comes into my head, I'm gonna let you know,
All right.
It's just for future. You guys, of course, get very familiar with the tailoring. I mean, you're always in there getting your new outfits here and there, so you're familiar with the aisles here and there, so you can just point a few people in the right direction. Especially people that are coming out here that might not be too familiar with those the ways that some of these tailors work in different
It's
towns.
okay. I will help her. I will help her. Alright, my dear. This corset is good. Do you have any idea of what you wanted to wear for
I
this?
have an idea.
Yes?
I'm gonna go a little bit of feminine look, but also a little bit aggressive one, since I am not really, a soft woman.
Okay.
All right.
So I'm just looking.
Yeah, of course.
Hopefully I find something fitting this corset. So far, I'm not really lucky.
Hold on, guys. I'm hiding. I'm hiding her.
Oh, you could try the other corset. Hold on, go back.
Too much titties.
Which one?
Go back.
This one? Or
Yes.
this one?
No, the white one.
The white one.
See what you get with that. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Oh, this one is nice.
Yeah.
I have to fidget with this a little bit, but
Yeah, of course.
What about an apron with that?
Ooh,
And
that could be
nothing,
good.
nothing else. I don't know. I'm
Yes.
telling ideas, but if you have an idea, please tell us. Also, by the way, if you want, we can call you other than Nadia. You can have a stage name if you want.
okay.
Since all the muse in the pictures they are anonymous.
Okay. Oh, I actually like it that I can be anonymous.
Sure.
That's actually fun.
No, we don't tell to the people who is in the picture. We want to let them to think, imagine, who it can be.
Okay. No, I like it really.
That's cool. That's cool.
Very good.
And you can wear a mask if you want, whatever you want.
So what I was thinking of is go with like some of these dresses, see what I can find, and just have something with this corset.
All right.
I do have this outfit I could pack for you, Nadia, if you want to wear something like a dress.
Oh, it's very nice. You know what I would like to have today? It's more smut. You know what I mean? More intense.
Yeah.
Today I want it more intense.
More intense.
I agree.
All right. So like more, I call it skimmish. Or
not sure what's that.
How do I call it? Like
How do
more
you mean?
skin?
More skin. Yes.
More skin.
Okay. Okay, I get it. Okay, well, just give me a moment. Maybe the corset then is not going to be a good fit. Maybe I could try. Let's see with this.
Look, I hide it with my baguette, okay? My baguette hides her. Look.
I will be experimenting a lot today. It seems like it.
No, that's good. Please try, experiment. All we want is you to be comfortable of what you are doing. I'm really happy that you are open-minded. Minded.
Yes, open-minded.
Open-minded.
For a good corset, you want it from the vest section, by the way.
oh, in vest. Okay.
Yeah, in vests.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's right. We can see her ankles. No.
Oh, okay. I see it. Okay.
Outrageous.
Okay, I see it. Yeah, that looks way better.
It's nice, but
What if I, rather than skirts, I could
something with flesh. We want to see flesh.
Yes, I'm trying to do that. If coming to dresses, actually no, dresses not, but skirts. There's this one that shows a little bit of skin. This one, I think. Do you think? Something like that?
Sorry, you're making
I'm
me
just
laugh.
trying to
You're making me laugh.
brainstorm this.
Bare ankles for free.
Like that?
All of that for free?
It's just about changing colors.
I like it. No, I like it. It's really good.
Okay.
It's a good outfit. Perfect. You look delicious.
It is a way of saying that. Thank you. Okay, how about I'm gonna have this. And now we're gonna have a little bit of fun with the aggressive tone of it. Okay.
What do we think of this? Look at this, ladies. Apolline.
I like it, your outfit like that, Nina. It's very thin.
I mean, this one is very scandalous.
It is really, really much. We can see your ankles. My God.
I know.
Yeah, I'm still thinking. Because you can see like a lot of like stuff in here.
No, yes, we see a lot of stuff. This outfit is nice. Very, very much. And your ankles. Nice fits, by the way. Apolline dropping that.
Okay, I think I have an idea.
Ooh, what do we think of this, Apolline?
It's nice. You look like you are ready to cook. But it's you that were cooking on the table, Nina. That's right.
Exactly.
We're cooking on the table.
Oh.
Outrageous.
Oh my god, I'm having so much fun. Oh my god, now when I see this dress, I could make something like Sissika outfit with this. Like you have white and black, and you're having like a woman's version of Sissika.
Oh, that's smart. Hey!
See?
That is actually smart. What if you are the prisoner? Today you play the prisoner, like a prisoner of war. You are a prisoner of war.
I actually love it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so let's do that. We are selling that to the soldier anyway, so...
Okay, we're doing this,
Yes, so we are definitely doing this.
So, okay, so with the corset, I'm gonna have white and black. So this is going to be 15, and this is going to be like this. Look at that. We have a Sissika lady over here. Actually, I could try a different corset just to see if I find anything. Oh, this maybe. Okay, let's see this one. If we do this. No, it's not gonna work.
Oh, fuck. Wait, I don't have cigarettes? Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry, hold on. That's weird. I cannot smoke my cigarette. Can I? Why is she holding the knife?
I think I'm going somewhere.
No, please try everything you want. There is no rush.
what do you think? With the pajama pants or with the skirt?
You need to speak up.
With the pajama pants or with the skirt?
I like it like that. But the pyjama pants was actually better.
All right, let's do that.
I think we're good,
I'm
right?
just looking for more skirts just to see.
Okay, but you made me sad, honey.
Oh, this is not too bad.
Well, you're a quiet one, aren't you?
There we go.
All I need to know is who do I give my money to? Grendel, you give your money to Apolline. Apolline, give her everything. She deserves that.
Yeah, this is scandalous. This could be good.
Outrageous.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Nadia, I'm gonna pack this out for you.
Yes, keep this one. Maybe add a neck. Oh,
Yeah.
you have a necklace, so that is good.
I do, yes.
Right, I like it.
All right.
You don't want to sleep alone now.
Okay, hear me out. I'm also cooking something.
No, you're doing great. Cook,
I'm gonna
my
ask Vin if he's
lady.
okay with it.
All right, maybe later then.
Oh, Blob.
Grundle609 gifted a tier 1 sub to Blob_Roarman.
Wait,
They have
Grindel,
given
you...
28 gift subs in the channel.
Wow, Grindel, that's crazy. Thank you so much for the gift sub.
I believe
For
we'll
Blob.
need more poems, I
Thank
think.
you so much. No, we need, but I cannot override them. I will write more tomorrow.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Vin if he's okay with it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you again. Give this money to Blob to pay for the smut. Thank you very much, Sir, for your dedication. I appreciate you, my dear. What's that, Nadia?
Like that. How do you like something like that?
No, it's good. It's good, but there is...
I know, on the back. On the back.
Yes.
I will work this out. I have an idea how to cover it.
Mm-hmm. It's very much appreciated. Apolline, thanks you.
Oh, all right.
Oh, he's back. Button.
Howdy.
Oh my god, why am I lagging? I'm lagging.
He's in here, just so you know.
What's that? He said yes?
Yeah, Vinny can have a look at me. Yes.
Is it me lagging? What's going on?
There we go.
All right. Okay, that's good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I like it.
Thank you for the train, guys, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you,
That's
Grindel.
nice.
Again.
The question is, do I let's see here. Do I feel like something's missing for this outfit. Oh, I need something to cover my face.
Clothes? Oh, yes.
Like a mask or something.
Morning.
I like
What
it,
is
but there
this?
is... Oh, it's a veil.
You're in my mirror, Apolline.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
And hey, does that mean that you're gonna need somebody to take the photos?
Probably, yes.
Oh, well, there we are. There's my role. That's where I can help.
Wait.
You know what I mean? Apolline, I always find a way to help. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, so you can take the pictures, but...
Yeah.
Wait, you wanted to be in the picture, Nina?
I was thinking about it. Well, what do you think, Apolline?
No, I think it's good. But don't forget that we sell that to the people. You sure they might recognize you?
Well, let's see here. Boom.
Unrecognizable. Who are you?
Oh my
Who is
God,
this
who is
precious
that?
lady? Who is that?
Well,
Where
I
is your
have
wife?
no
Yeah,
idea.
I
Where's
just
your
need to
wife?
change my hair.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you can do it if Vinny agrees on that.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, or I just have this outfit packed for Nadia.
Yeah.
It's also a possibility.
Yeah, I'll have the outfit packed for you. Yeah.
I need to help with the vest. I need something to match this dress so I can look like an actual
But that's
Suzuka
much.
escapee.
I mean, it is matching.
Slightly, but I don't like the pattern mismatch.
But keep
Just put
keep
it in black.
mind.
All
Yeah,
black, you say?
Yes,
yeah,
full
all
black.
black. Yeah.
Okay, I can try that. No problem.
Yes,
Like
it's
that?
perfect.
Keep in mind the photos will be in black and white as well.
Okay. Okay, so the idea is also to have like a gun belt and a gun. I have them both, so I can look like an escapee.
Pixel!
You want me to pictures?
How are you?
I have an idea.
Okay.
Pixel, I've not seen you for
Hit
a
me with the
while.
idea.
We need to
Where
buy
were
a
you?
lasso.
Oh, a gun. No, she's a prisoner. She must be in a cell. We need... I know exactly where to go. I know exactly where to go.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, I'm terrified, but I'm also excited.
Oh
Nina.
my God.
Hey, did you say a lasso?
Oh.
Somebody need a
Yeah,
lasso.
lasso, yeah. But we need. I want a photo. Okay, I think I want a photo of like Nadia tied up, and then like a picture but somebody is like holding a lasso while Nadia's tied up. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What do you think?
Oh, that's a good idea. I like it. I really like
but
it.
we need another person for that.
Okay, do you want me to have an eye patch or?
Yeah, you can have
Actually,
an
yes, you
iPad
can.
if
I'm
you
quite-
want, but it might be identifying.
Yeah, I am quite recognizable.
Yes, that's right.
Have the in neckwear. There's a mask.
Okay. Oh, like this?
Yeah, the black mask. Yeah.
Okay. Can I put both of these actually? Thinking of it? No, I cannot.
Oh, Ship, how you doing? Hey, guys. How are you?
Oh, this is a good outfit.
What is going on here? Smut pictures, you know?
Actually, yeah, it is. Oh, I know what I can
I like it like that. You look like a prisoner, but I will take off the boots if I was
I'll
you.
get changed.
Yeah. Okay. I can take off the boots, no problem.
What I can do if you want, I don't want to be recognizable, but I can be the sheriff pointing the gun at her.
Okay, you'd have to be change your clothes then.
Yes, I will also change my hair. Can you give me $3 if you have?
Yes.
It's rather. Okay,
Right.
I have an idea.
I'll be outside, okay?
Sure, thank you.
I can rather have this mask, or I can do this. Just let me find it.
I couldn't believe it.
Oh, there we go.
Wait, can I?
Have the bandana on.
All right.
Ooh,
I'll see you later, all right?
See you later, Vinny.
All right, buddy. Sounds good.
I'm so scared Button's gonna see me. Oh my god.
Wait, is it a new outfit?
Oh my god, now thinking of it. Oh my god, please just hide me. Okay, actually thinking of it. It doesn't look half bad if I go with the bandana. Do you think bandana's better or the the mask?
I like the bandana. I prefer the bandana.
Okay, so the bandana it is.
You looking for a good time?
I thought we had a spats.
Okay.
No, is it?
There we go.
Make it pitch black, the bandana?
Yeah, that's the plan. Like that.
Oh, we could have had so much fun. You'd be screaming at the
I will
rafters.
also do something with my hair, so don't you worry about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you think? Yeah.
What the sheriff looks like?
Well,
with chaps. Oh my god, Apolline. Oh my god.
I don't want it to be recognizable.
You won't be. So, okay, do you want me to explain the angle?
Yeah?
Like, the angle that I have in mind? So, like, Nadia's on the floor, and then I'm going to take a photo from, like, behind you, Apolline, while you're holding a lasso. So you see the lasso, but you see half your lower body. Do you know what I mean?
Alright.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
I also was thinking of getting myself like oh my god, like a satchel. So it's like I roped the
Yes, and you can take the satchel off later if needed.
I can. I mean, I can take my horse's satchel, to be honest, thinking of it now.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. We
wait,
can do that.
there is a wristband. Oh my god, wait. I have the bindings.
Oh.
Wow, guys, hold
I have
on.
the ankle bindings as well.
Hold on, bear with me, bear with me.
Use those. Maybe not use those just in case.
Okay. So wrist bindings, maybe?
No, because we'll have a lasso to tie you up with. So.
Okay.
Nina,
so
there
we
is
need
a
to buy
problem.
2 lassos. Yes, what is that, Apolline?
I cannot wear the chaps.
You need to wear pants first and then chaps.
Ah, the pants? But what pants?
Wear light pants. Go through the pants.
Alright.
I'll tell you when. Keep going. You could try. I think you went too far ahead. Can you go from the start again?
Alright.
Okay, slowly. No. Yes, those. Go back.
This one?
Those, but make them black. Check the different variants.
I think I am ready. What do you think about it?
I like it very much.
Yeah, there you go. Please.
I was also thinking about a loadout, at least one.
Mm-hmm.
So I can look very scary. Or maybe like this.
Oh, do I have holes?
Yeah, you have holes.
It's okay. If I wear boots.
Okay.
Highs.
Yeah. It's gonna hide some things. I'm abandoning the necklace idea. Okay, I think I'm finished. No boots.
Perfect.
Okay, I like it.
Oh, cowboy boots, Apolline.
That's cowboy, right?
Mm-hmm, that's cowboy.
Oh, shit. Wait. I cannot wear the chaps.
Try a different pair of chaps.
Oh no, what happened? Oh wait, I'm having troubles now.
Try to load your clothes again.
I don't know what chaps you want me to wear, Nina.
No.
Try to put on the outfit again in the outfit store.
What's that?
No, to Nadia to put on the outfit.
I think I need to make it again. I mean, at least the dress.
Shit. Oh, the light chaps were good. Yeah, those are good. I mean, let me look at the behind.
Don't look too much, huh?
Yeah, no, it's got holes. The fuzzy ones, though.
There is a fuzzy here?
Yeah, those are good.
Alright, if I wear white, it's light enough, no, for the... The pictures.
Yeah, it should be good.
Wait, what's white?
Okay, now it's all black for some reason. Huh.
Alright. They're gonna be rich. How you doing, Sheep and Pixel? How you doing, guys? Sorry, I'm a bit focused on the RP. And a hat, like a cowboy hat.
Yes.
The sheriff, they looks like a cowboy, no?
Yeah, they do.
This
Ooh,
is a
that
cowboy
was
hat,
good.
no?
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's it. I will
Yes,
change my hair
perfect.
anyway. I needed
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
Oh, I needed to wear her glasses, but.
Yeah, but you won't. I won't see your face anyway, like in the picture. So.
Ah, alright, so that's good. I will wear other
Yeah.
glasses. I will wear her black glasses like that.
So where are we taking her? I can go buy a lasso too.
Alright.
I'll be right back.
I think I look like sheriff. Hey, look, I have a badge. I have the badge. That's crazy. This is crazy. So funny. Where are the gloves? Yeah. What?
Okay, I think I got it.
I'm almost done.
Okay. I think I got it.
Yes. Oh hi.
Oh, what is the black? Ah, this is black. Okay. It's good. This is good. I mean, I don't know how a sheriff can. I think they look like that, something like that. What do you think?
Oh.
I like it.
Ooh, it's good.
I'm gonna go do something over here. I'll be back.
There is a coyote outside.
Yeah.
Well, I think this house is
Coyotes.
good enough.
It is.
Yeah, it's good. Make sure to pack it.
I need to pack my normal outfit as well.
Yeah, pack your normal outfit as well.
Got it.
Same.
Okay. All right. All right, where are we gonna go?
I know exactly, but I will take your horse. Do you mind?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead. Vinny, you coming with us?
I know.
You should wash your face.
Alright. I mean, to be honest, a prisoner should be dirty, but that's fine.
You can be dirty.
Okay.
She has a really good idea. Hello.
Good day.
Oh my god.
She's just gonna fix her hair. Apolline, do you want to use the barber?
Oui. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, sorry.
Should we ask that lady?
What's that?
Should we ask that lady that I just saw?
Oh, we can ask her, yes. I don't know who is that girl. Ah, RP en anglais? Ben ouais. Skip. À ce qui paraît. Ça va ou quoi? C'est un nightmare? Yeah, Ship, sorry, I've not streamed for a while because it's really hot right now in France. In Europe in general, we are living a heat wave for over months. And it's really, really hot, and it's difficult for me to stream at the same time because I have the AC at the same time. And it's really noisy, you know. And sometimes I don't feel in the best condition to stream. Can you sit, girly? No? Come on, sit. Voilà. Le niveau semble mieux Ouais, le niveau est mieux en anglais, pardon, ouais. Mais carrément. Bienvenue, d'ailleurs, Nightmare. Je crois que je t'avais jamais vu ici. Tu viens d'où?
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
C'est assez mignon, j'aime bien. Oh! Ah, yes. Well, that's good. Perfect. Yeah, look, Pixel. Look, there is earrings also. Look what I can do. I will do that very quickly for you. For you? Look. Ouais. Sorry. Earrings. There is a collar. Glasses. No brain. She does not have a brain. But at least she has earrings and glasses and everything. Empty hand proven. It's crazy. Ah, tu viens du Québec, ok. Ben, hésite pas à te faire whitelist sur ce serveur. Le serveur, c'est Rosalita. Et c'est un très très bon serveur. Le niveau est très bon en anglais. I'm doing great. I'm doing fine. And you, Vinny, how are you?
Yeah, I'm alright. Not too bad.
Are you joining us for the pictures?
Yeah, of course.
Good.
I would not be there. I would not be there when the photos are being taken. Of course, out of respect to my beautiful wife. But of course, I'll be there.
No, oui?
Can we move these photos? Primrose is around in a Van Horn. I'm gonna go meet him. He's gonna be out within an hour, so I have to get
right.
quick.
No reason.
Okay.
Sure. We can do that anytime you want.
I mean, if you want, you can come with me to Van Horn, and then we can go from there.
Yes,
yeah,
sure.
do that.
Is it? Are you meeting him? Like, is it a short meeting? What is your plan down there?
I'm gonna meet him over there.
Oh, okay.
With Mr. Primrose.
Yeah. I mean, we can go all together,
He
right?
told me, yeah, we can.
All right, that's great. Let's do that.
Apolline, do you mind riding?
I don't mind. Right.
All right, can we pass by the telegrams before we leave?
Sure.
Thank you. Oh, I'm excited, Apolline.
New horse. No, I had this horse a little while.
New incomes, Nina.
Not bad,
New
right?
incomes.
Not bad. Bright red. I like it.
Yeah, I
know.
like it too.
Yeah.
Ready
Not bad.
money.
It's not bad at all.
Mm-hmm.
And it's quite tall.
Good money
thoroughbred.
for us.
It's a big fucking horse, and it's quick too. This one's got a spring in its step.
Just a moment.
Sure, take your time. Oops.
Oh, it's okay.
Maybe I should get myself a horse like that as well. Or a similar one.
Hey, thoroughbreds, I think they're quite common out here.
Oh, Pixel, hey, are you
you could pick
coming
yourself
here
up
in
one.
the
I got
server?
mine
You
from,
should.
Dewberry
Oh my
Creek.
god, girl. Please come join us. Come join the server. It's a really, really good server.
He didn't say that. Why don't you telegram him and tell him we're heading to Van Horn?
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I will also telegram him.
Joe's awake.
Ah, good. That's nice.
Mm-hmm. I'm so excited, Apolline.
Sorry?
I'm so excited.
Me too. Me too. Is really... Oh, do you said anything to the other lady?
Yeah, she wasn't interested.
However, no, I
understand. She said she's going to head down to the west, or not west, but she said that you know, she suggested that I go with her to take photographs of the people for their war efforts.
Oh,
so I think that could be good.
That is also very good. Is she a newspaper journalist?
I have no idea. She didn't give me her name, but she was going to telegram me. So.
Oh, that's good. That is very good.
So yeah. So where were you thinking we're going after Van Horn to take pictures, Apolline?
So the place is next to Valentine. There is a prison. There is a cells who got burned.
Oh, really?
We can go there and
we could also go to Annisburg Sheriff's Office. I've never seen anybody in there.
That is right.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea.
Look, all of you, smart people. Oh, sorry. Oh. All right.
Oh goodness.
Hey, how you doing?
Everyone okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I just had to shoot to, you know, not keep her looking behind.
T'as des origines allemandes pour prononcer ton anglais ainsi, c'est-à-dire non, je le prononce avec mon accent français. Pourquoi? J'ai pas d'origine allemande, je suis française-espagnole. Ma façon de prononcer elle est pas bonne du tout, c'est pour ça. Hein. Après, j'ai un bon niveau d'anglais, donc c'est bon. C'est suffisant, tu vois. Ouais, ah, d'accord. Charlotte will be dead? No! No! What do you mean? There is rude people in this server.
I'm gonna get to meet Primrose and he will get me in.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be great.
It would. It would. This is why I'm, you know, taking this opportunity.
You still play on ranch?
Oh no, absolutely. We
It'll be good.
bring that life.
Wait, did you say something about a wagon?
Did I say something about the wagon?
Or sorry, maybe I misheard.
Oh, you got wagons on the mind.
No.
She wants a bit big wagon.
A bit casual.
Casual?
No, it is not casual.
Let's all be honest. Nina just wants to be a passenger princess.
Oh, hold on.
That is true.
Hold on.
Everything good, Apolline?
No, sorry.
Great.
You know, Vinny, you should buy her a wagon, huh?
Oh,
That's what she wants.
We already have a wagon. Don't you worry about that, all right?
Who bought that? I did.
All right. Yeah, nobody said that. Nobody said we already have a wagon. It's fine.
Well, you might already have a wagon, but it's not a wagon from you.
Exactly.
I can buy a $50 wagon.
Oh, okay, Pixel, I got you.
come on.
You know that the RP on range is still really, really good. I think it's a very good server also.
That's my bankroll, is $50.
Tu trouves l'action particulière? Oh. Genre tu disais sur... Oups. On prononçait beaucoup les dernières lettres, on a dit l'allemand c'était mignon. Ah ok, non. Des fois j'ai l'impression que c'est un accent italien, tu sais.
Like $50. I do have them, but
mais non
guess
du
what?
tout. Je suis française-espagnole.
So now, I'm broke. With just $30 from Rika to run the store.
Oh my god, coyotes.
Yes, there is a coyote following us, so just be careful, okay?
Of course. Actually, I have a question. Who's Coyote?
Oh, sorry?
A coyote? Do you know what a coyote is?
It's a small wolf.
Oh. I thought a coyote is a person.
No.
What? You think a coyote is a werewolf? Is that what you think?
No. What I think of is, you know, people sometimes give themselves nicknames, right?
Ah.
So I thought that Coyote is a person that is just following us and we don't like him.
Coyote is you now, is your nickname for the photography.
What?
Oh. Coyote.
Okay, I
That's
like
you.
it. I like it.
I can't. I think
You
the...
go by this man over there.
Yes. Ah, you know the way. You know the way, Nadia. I follow you.
It's a little bit quicker through the mountain over here.
Ah, alright. Is it dangerous?
If you keep yourself relatively close to me, I don't think it's going to be dangerous.
Okay. You protect us, huh?
Well, I can. Look, I have this.
You have a bow.
And this.
Oh, right. Good.
So you are going to be well protected. Actually, thinking of it, we should be actually going a little bit this way, but we're fine.
Oh. Ah. Ah ouais? Ah, c'est trop intéressant, Nightmare. J'adore. C'est trop intéressant. Je savais pas du tout. J'adore. Coyote. How is your horse so far, Nadia? Do you like her?
Oh, I like her.
She's good, right?
Although she really gets dirty very quickly.
Yes, that's true.
It seems like she really loves the Valentine's mud.
Maybe she likes to be dirty.
Maybe.
Aye!
Oh,
What
the
is
coyote.
it?
What?
The coyote.
Careful, the coyote is around us. Oh, there is also my coyote! My coyote is barking. I swear, what the fuck? They're like answering each other.
Vinny,
He's behind.
did you telegram Joe tell him we're in Van Horn?
I told him we're gonna go to Van Horn and then head on to Saint Denis afterwards.
Good.
Alright.
Do you have anything planned in Saint Denis? Or
I thought we were heading to Annesburg for the sheriff's office.
Oh, is it Annesburg you're going to? I thought you were heading to Saint Denis.
It's Annesburg.
Oh, all right. Let me go back. We'll go to the telegram in Van Horn and I'll tell Joe.
and we are here.
But I'm sure there is still there.
A little bit of the road, but faster.
That's right.
Alright, now, do you know where is the gun store? Because I've never been here.
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
By the community board over there to the left, you go down a set of stairs, and it's a nice little room in the bottom down there.
Alright.
Over there.
They'll take you to it. I'll go to it.
On a entendu des renards, mais pas des coyotes jusque-là.
I'm gonna check
J'avoue.
fires.
Okay.
Les renards, ils font des cris affreux, je trouve, dans la vraie vie. Je trouve qu'ils font vraiment peur. Oh.
Yeah, I think you cannot really wash your face in there.
No.
That's fine.
Maybe there is another one.
I don't know. Alright, so where's the gunster?
The gunster is just right here, over there. Look, you see upstairs, downstairs. Sorry, there is someone. It's just inside here.
Alright. So over there.
Mm-hmm. I will just wait for Nina here. Qu'est-ce que des femmes bien éduquées font à Van Horn? Elles vont rencontrer des gens et après elles vont faire les photos avec la fille. Là. C'est surtout pour des rendez-vous de business. Tu fais du RP aussi? Je sais pas si tu l'avais dit, Nightmare, si tu faisais du roleplay aussi. I think there is people inside the salon. She must be inside the gun store.
Alright.
I don't know if we can join her or... I think she's in a meeting.
No, you're Mr.
That's alright.
Broussard. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello, Sheriff Broussard.
Hello, ladies.
How are
How are
you?
you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Doing good, looking good as
Yeah.
always, Sheriff. You look dandy, huh?
Thank you. You do quite well yourself.
Thank you. Quite well, I appreciate you. I think you
I
are
heard-
the most good-looking person for miles away.
You flatter me,
Mhm.
truly. I heard some good things about you, ladies.
All right. What is it?
From the front lines. Apparently, you're doing good work out there.
Or what has I said about this?
Well, I heard you're quite the poet.
That's right, Sarah. I do the poem, and Nina here, she takes the pictures.
Right. I can't remember who it was, but somebody said you are opening some form of gallery. I believe it was maybe Tuttle told me, or Reggie.
Yes,
Indeed.
we have an art gallery in Saint Denis.
Oh.
We had the grand opening yesterday, actually.
You missed it, sadly. It was at 3 p.m. yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I believe, yes, I was preoccupied. Well, how did it go?
Fair enough. It went really well, actually. People came. We had singers. We had paintings. We made a raffle yesterday, and the lady here, Nadia, she won the horse behind you for the raffle. No, everything goes well.
Mm-hmm.
I had to stop by. I do love art.
Oh, really? Are you an artist yourself?
More of a maybe writer, but not so much of
Oh, that is
painter as
art. No.
That
We
is
still we expose any kind of art. Could be anything.
All right.
You write books?
No, I write It's hard to describe. It's more of a you had to read it to know what it is.
Do
But
you
nothing
have a
lengthy.
sample with you?
No. Although maybe I'll write something up and see what you think.
Alright, yes. I would love to read something from you.
Yes, and I'd love to see your gallery.
Well, technically you can come over anytime you want, but in the future we plan to make more events about art, auctions, art auction, any kind of things, you know. And if you wanted to have your, your writing books or whatever, we can expose your art.
Mm-hmm.
Very well.
You can earn money.
Oh, I don't think I do it for money.
Fair enough. But it's
Leave that to
always
the
nice to
gallery.
have a little income.
Yes. So we're doing well here in Van Horn, so gave the money to maybe
You're sure about that?
back to the gallery. What do you mean am I sure about that?
Where is the pavement?
Well, you're standing on it. It's more of a boardwalk than a...
Wood.
There's plenty of lumber around here.
Yeah.
It's a port town. You know, we don't need pavements. We need boats and pier.
I guess you're right. Do you also participate for the war effort? Are you going au war?
We.
Oh, okay. Maybe you don't understand me.
No, I do not.
All right. Nina, do you want to translate?
Are you also partaking in the war?
I
Doing
did.
anything? Mm-hmm.
I just returned from
Thank you,
line.
Nina. Oh, you returned.
Yes.
Maybe you
I
should
fought
translate.
there,
Nina.
2 days ago.
I see.
Yes. We led a cavalry charge. My undersheriff fought in the Civil War. He wanted to go back and fight one last time. And I couldn't let him go out there and die. Not without me being beside him, so... Some of us from Van Horn led a cavalry charge.
I understand. Thank you for your war effort then. Thank you for what you are doing. It will not get forgotten. Oh, you translate, Nina.
Thank the people still out there. We just did what we could. Yes. And I appreciate you for explaining what you said. There's a lot of gunfire and whatnot. I'm still coming to terms with the quiet.
That's right.
So, your friend wants to apprentice here.
She does.
And, well, how is she? Who is she?
Her name is Nadia. Her family were big in guns, I believe.
Ah, ouais, le niveau il est très bas en français, clairement.
Or they had experience with guns.
Si
So
t'as un bon
she
niveau, n'hésite pas à
wants to
jouer
be
dans
an
les serveurs
apprentice.
anglais.
And I've been told she wants to open a shop in Valentine.
That's correct.
Non, c'est la guerre des frontières en fait. On est en train de gagner
Place could
des
probably
terres.
do with a gunsmith.
La sélection n'existait
Most
pas
definitely.
sur ce serveur.
Oh, actually, I was told some news.
Is it?
Your old friend is dead.
What? Sorry?
Mario.
Oh. Oh, yes. Yes, we know about this.
Yes.
I wasn't told of the circumstances, but I did hear he was died. So please accept my condolences.
Thank you.
It's really kind. Is there a tension? I feel like there is a tension between them and him. I feel like I don't know, like, am I wrong? I feel like there is something going on with the sheriff and them. Nina and Vinny. So I think something's happened between them.
Well,
there is a weird tension.
I'm going to do the rounds of the town. If you need anything, you can come find me.
Oh, sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, what's going on with you?
The sheriffs of Armadillo don't seem to like him. Or the law of Armadillo. Call him the, they were talking about how he's a vampire or something like that.
I was just about to say, how is he out in the daytime if he's a vampire?
Because he's not a vampire. Is it because he looks so good?
Mm-hmm.
That's all. I look good. I must be a vampire.
I thought he did look a bit vampirish, if I do say so myself. But how can he be if he's out here in the sunlight? So, you know, the point that the myth is busted there.
Maybe the new source of vampire. The nice one. But is there anything between him? I feel like you had a tension.
Who, me?
No.
No? Okay. So you, Vinny, and Nina? I thought you had something against him.
Oh no, I have no opinion of of that guy. Like I said, I just heard he was a vampire. I've met him twice. You know, he's a very interesting kind of guy.
No, he is.
And is it Broussard or Brussels?
Broussard.
Broussard. All right. I nearly called him Brussels.
I don't know what to say.
Broussard. Okay.
I like him. He seems nice.
He is quite nice, yeah. Don't know why he's so disliked.
I don't know.
I'm gonna check telegrams. I'll be back.
You said Monsieur Joe to come over Van Horn?
Yeah, I said we was coming to Van Horn and then heading our way up to Annesburg.
Ah oui, ok. Salut Lap, bienvenue. Ah oui, il accepte les frais sur les serveurs. Oui, bah ouais. Il y a des serveurs américains où tu peux... n'importe ta nationalité, évidemment, il faut juste que tu parles anglais. The sheriff is very eccentric, but I like outstanding character like him. I love that. I think it's a lot of fun.
So outside of Saint Denis, Apple, where's the place that you like to go outside of Saint Denis? Where would you say is acceptable? Blackwater?
Blackwater, that must be all. Valentine? No. Armadillo? No. Probably Strawberry.
I mean, Strawberry still got the schmud, right?
There is the schmud, but there is something in Strawberry Rustic.
All right.
Oh!
So I need to go to Saint Denis, get my like first things to assemble a double action. He's gonna teach me how to do it. I need about.
Okay.
Any of you folks seen where the sheriff ran to?
Yeah, he's doing the rounds. I just saw him. He went around to the docks. I think he's out over this way somewhere.
Yeah, he's over there.
I understand. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, no problem.
Of course.
Yeah, I will be assembling a weapon, so I'm sorry. We can do these photos anyway, but job comes first.
It is okay.
If you all want a gunsmith in Valentine, you have to trust me over here.
Oh no, of course. course, absolutely. No. We completely understand. This comes first. It's a small window of opportunity. You know?
Yes. All right. Just let me write the things he said. So just give me a moment.
All right.
Okay, here's my notebook. Just write it down. What I need. He told me it's going to cost me about $30. So it might be less, but I need materials. There's a guy in Saint Denis that sells them. I need to go and find him. He's in the docks, he said.
Do you need
Ouais,
exactement.
Putain, là, je faisais du franglais.
90 on me.
23.90.
Là, pas exactement. Tous les Français qu'on a là actuellement, ils sont vraiment le plus souvent à Saint-Denis.
Yes.
All right.
Here.
Ça fait vraiment beaucoup de sens.
I have 13. I always carry 15 with me.
Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm gonna think a little bit. I need to write these down, and then I'm going to be ready to go.
Alright, no worries.
Okay.
All right.
Oh wait, what are we doing? Are we heading to Annisbury after, or what are we doing?
We could wait. Of course, we can go to Annisburg now.
Si tu comprends l'anglais mais que tu le parles mal,
Yeah.
il suffit de l'acclamatoire répète s'il a joué à quand il a des pour chaud.
All right.
Thank you for help anyway.
For sure.
And I will write to you back once I finish, because for now he told me double action is going to be like my first lesson. I need to be like extra careful because the last person that was he was an apprentice here, he literally stole his shit and ran away to Valentine, so he's skeptical.
He ran away to Valentine?
Yes.
What was his name?
I don't know, I'll have to ask him.
Yeah, find out that name for me.
But apparently he was supposed to work here as an apprentice because he was out. Right? He like his brother died, so he had to go and do his stuff. And he was supposed to run over here, and the sheriff told him that he was, from time to time. And after that, he took the things and ran away.
Jesus Christ, no.
But I assured him with me, he has like full loyalty because I really want this gun store. Even if it, even if it's going to be me working here for the Van Horn for a while, you have to learn somehow.
But that's not fair. I'm sorry for that.
It's fine. People love me anyway. I'm very likable.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
I'll be fine. I know this water is dirty, but I'm thirsty.
Oh, yeah, best of luck with that.
Hey, don't drink good water here, huh?
I'm sure there's a spigot somewhere around here. Maybe you might have to ask somebody.
Is it? Unless someone has water that I can.
No, I have some. I have coffee.
Okay, coffee is good. I can do coffee.
Never mind. I lied. I thought I had coffee, but here you can borrow my water canteen. Here you go.
Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna have
for sure.
No, of course.
Okay. Okay, thank you a lot, Nina.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Okay, I'm gonna sit here.
All right.
And I'm gonna write this thing down.
Sure.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. We're heading to Annisburg.
Of course, I'll find you.
All right.
Be safe.
See you soon. I gotta grab my.
I guess I should do. Ah yes. Oh. Thank you, Nina.
Of course. You were saying, Apolline?
No, sorry, no, nothing.
Okay.
I mean, if we haven't, did Joe respond back to the telegram?
No, I didn't see anything, but
right.
we could take a look anyway, scope out the area. Oh!
Alright, okay, my bad, sorry. This horse is pretty big, you know what I mean? It's not a nimble horse, this one.
Is your horse okay? Your horse looks like a parrot, you know? Oh, it's the most colorful horse I've ever seen. Look at the orange hooves. That's
right.
Yeah.
What's wrong with my horse?
Did you paint it?
No, I did not paint it. You think I got time to paint my horse's hooves?
Oh yes, you put colors on your horse.
Yeah. Hey, maybe I do, maybe I don't. You know what I mean?
I know that you wanted to look good, huh?
Oh, of course, always.
I mean, we could still take pictures.
Ah, c'est pas le sang, ça. Regarde, c'est rouge.
Outfit.
Il est complètement rouge. Il est rouge et orange.
See, there's anywhere nice in over here. There is a little house actually, in Annisburg, near Annisburg. But let's check out the sheriff's office first.
Listen, I don't know Annisburg. I think I went to there once time.
That's fair.
Colorful as a circus clown. Exactly. No, it's red and orange look. It's funny. Oh, the hair here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Let's see. Look at that.
Oh, this is
there
not
is no
bad.
cell.
That's true.
Oh, you
No,
can't go in. All right.
No, that's
Damn
not
it.
good. This is I want to sell. How do you say stripes? You know?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
but
yeah.
like the stripes, metal stripes. You know?
Yeah. The jail.
Gel. I want a gel.
Mm-hmm.
I want.
Fair.
So that's why I said at Valentine there is a town. The town got burned and there is a cell. What are you doing, Vinny?
Vinny, what are you doing?
What are you doing? Are you sheriff or something?
No, I am not. What do you mean? I'm just looking through some of this paperwork here. That's all.
How?
You're going through the
don't do
paperwork,
that.
don't?
No, I'm just looking through. I was looking through the paperwork. There's nothing here. You know, I'm just being nosy. There's nothing. There's nothing
All
here.
right. Let's not get ourselves into trouble.
Sorry, sheriff.
Hey.
Huh? Sorry.
Sorry, Sheriff.
I was just being nosy. Don't call me that. You know what I mean?
All right, Sheriff.
All
Yeah,
right.
don't call me that. I am not.
Are you on duty, sheriff? Huh? All right.
That's right. I'm on duty. That's right.
Is that your best impression of sheriff? Huh?
No, it's not. That's just my impression of somebody that would be.
Fair enough.
Where should we meet him?
It was in Annisburg, but I'm thinking if we're gonna take photos, there's this little cabin. Maybe we can go inside there.
Mm-hmm.
If it's open. Oh god, did you see that?
What's that?
We jumped.
We jumped.
Yeah, we did. Here's the house that I was thinking about. I don't think anybody lives here.
It's isolated.
It is.
Oh.
Oh, maybe somebody does live here.
Maybe so. But this could be a good place.
It's full of spider web.
True, but it's a fireplace. I mean, I could like be here by the fireplace reading a book.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the new spot in Lacon that you could do these photos too, right?
Oh,
But
we've already taken photos in the corn.
Yeah, which room though?
In the room that I have.
In the new room.
Not gonna lie to you, I don't like this place. I think it's disgusting.
Which place? In
This
here?
place here is disgusting.
Oh yeah, no, it's
Okay,
yeah. Look at all the
let's find a
webs.
different place. Isn't there like a house in the swamps with a bunch of candles?
I don't know. I don't know the place around. I mean, this place doesn't add any charm. There is nothing charming in this place.
But it is in nature, so you know.
It is, but if you really want to do nature photos, just take a cabin, a little cabin, but not something like that. I think.
All right.
Oh, you
Let's
can
look
cook
at a
here.
map.
All right.
Someone put a campfire.
There is another cabin nearby. We could go to that instead. Let's see.
Let's see.
Squirrel.
Squirrel.
Squirrel. I will admit this area is beautiful.
It is. Sorry,
What's wrong?
horse. Bear.
Where's the bear?
I thought I heard a bear.
Up above.
You saw it?
No, I hear it.
Okay. Down here. Yeah, I heard the bear.
Yeah, I heard it. It roared real fucking loud.
Yeah. Here. I don't know.
I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I don't know about this one either.
I mean, it
Not
says
too bad
keep out.
inside.
To be honest, I have difficulties to have the vision of this place. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, if the fire was lit, it might be a different story. You know, sitting in the
Yeah.
chair, that would be different. But
There is better houses than this kind of house.
yeah, there is.
Yeah, let's keep looking. There's another place near Brandywine that's very beautiful. We could go there.
Yeah, Grindel, it looks like where you're from, huh?
Let's see here.
It's exactly where you're
It is all
from.
the way up to Brandywine. I'm gonna have to shoot near my horse's face.
Okay, yeah.
This is beautiful.
It really is. The nature
Yeah,
is
it's nice.
really pretty here.
Until we see a cougar.
Mon
Until we see a
Dieu!
cougar.
Mon Dieu, Vinny, don't jeopardize things.
Don't jinx it.
Yes.
Don't worry, I'm just saying, I'm just fully aware of it, and I have my gun ready, so you're all right.
It's okay. Vinny will shoot it.
Yes.
You'll
We
protect
believe in
us.
you. You protect us. That is what you do for us.
Yeah, there tends to be a cougar around this area, so keep your eyes open.
Of
Right.
course.
Over here, these houses. This is pretty. Ooh, with the flowers.
I like it.
This is nice.
It's really pretty. I agree.
A little garden.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's cute.
This is nice.
No, this is cute.
This is cute. We found it, I think.
Oh, this is much better. Oh yeah, they got it. All right, okay, not bad.
All right, there's a bedroom here.
Another bedroom here.
Sound.
Oh, they got it.
Ooh. Oh, that's so
That's
good.
good. That's a really good
What's that?
mirror too.
Oh,
a
wow.
mirror. Yeah.
Ooh, why is the mirror in front of the bed?
Hey, wise guy.
Hey,
Hey, wise
Vinny.
guy. Hey, who's this wise guy?
Hey,
Who's this
who's
wise
that? On the
guy?
mirror.
Ooh.
Ooh.
All right.
Tough guy, huh? Italian.
All right. Vinny, I'm gonna give you the camera.
Oh. And this is nice.
All right.
Oh, you
This
want
could be
to
a
take
good
the picture
place.
now?
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, you got some light too.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? There's some good
Yeah.
light.
All right, I'm just gonna get changed. So if you guys
Sure.
can go out.
Yeah,
Oh,
go
yes,
on
sorry.
out. Yeah,
Sorry. Hey, no, you too, Vinny. You go out.
No, I'm
No,
all right.
no.
I'm fine. I'm the cameraman.
She said
and,
outside.
Orchestrator. All right, it's fine.
Outside.
It's okay. It's fine. You
It's
just
fine.
stand right there. All right, you just stay right there. Apple,
Sure.
all right? Can't have you getting any ideas.
Who you think I am? Come on. And I think I know your wife
Right
more
into the
than you do.
corner. Hey, right over there to the corner. Yeah, that's right.
I know your wife better than you do.
All right, that would be very debatable, but okay, that's okay. That's fine.
All right, I'm ready.
All
What do
right,
we think?
yeah, great. I like it. I like it a lot.
All right, let me go wash up. There should be a water
You look
spigot here.
amazing. It's
Thank
okay
you.
if you are a bit dirty, I think.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think there's a water spigot here though.
mhm.
Otherwise, I can run down to the river real quick.
I go with you.
Vinny, we're just gonna go down to the river.
All right, no
Girls'
problem.
best friend.
I'll prepare the camera.
All right.
It's really pretty. There is a flower everywhere. Oh, look.
Yeah, we can take photos amongst the flowers.
That's a tomb. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's a nice place.
Mm-hmm.
You can also take pictures at the waterfall. Look, so big.
Ooh, that's a good idea. I like that idea.
Oh, there is a deer.
It's okay. It feels nice to walk on grass barefoot.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah.
tickles your feet?
It does.
Hey, Gwendol, look! It's your home!
But. Much better.
I feel fresh.
Me too. Do my legs look a little funny? But I think it should be fine in black and
No,
white.
it's fine. Yes.
Yeah.
I think Vinny really liked this outfit, huh?
Yeah, I think so too. I wonder why.
Yes. And since he's a man, I'm sure he will take a very nice pictures because he has a man point of view. So that would be nice.
Yeah.
Grindel.
And the good thing is we won't have to pay anyone because I'm modeling, so.
And he owes you already a lot of money, so.
He's paid me back now.
He's paying back, okay.
He's worked for it.
Good.
I'm proud of him.
All right. How we doing? Everything looking good?
Hey.
Yes, everything's good.
Of course.
All right, let's see here. I kind
Camera's
of
all
want to
good.
lie in one of the beds to see what positions I can get.
After you, Vinny.
Now, I was looking at which room because, of course, lighting is going to be very important. Now, this room is not getting the light anymore, but this
No, but the mirror is nice.
Is, look,
What if they take a picture through the mirror? I like the idea.
I see that. This one could be nice. Maybe here. I'm standing in front of the. Actually, hold on. Let me see.
Maybe if you lean against the mirror or the bed.
Ooh, wait. Give me a second. What about this?
Oh, that's pretty good. But at the right angle. Yeah, hold on.
Strike a pose with the fuck with the camera, that's funny. He's taking the picture.
Apolline and Vinny, do you mind also stepping out of the room for a moment? I want to try something.
Sure.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm interrupting something. Put the blame on me. Oh?
It's alright, Apolline. You can come back.
Oh, hi, it's
Should I try a different pose?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is good though. This is really good.
Okay.
Maybe you should lean against the bed.
Ooh.
All right, now we're talking. All right. Let me get over here a little bit more.
I still have the outfit, you know, the cowboy outfit. Maybe. Oh, you're right.
Oh, are you okay? Everything all right?
Yeah, I can't be excellent, so I need to get on the horse for a second.
Oh, okay, no worries.
Hold on.
But what I can do is also I can wear the outfit and take a strike a pose with her.
Yeah, why not?
I'm sure
Don't
you
worry.
are a good photographer. Huh?
Hey, of course, absolutely. You want to see some of the ones that I might be getting here? You know that angle here with the
Sure.
with the window right here. That is very good. Very good.
I'm excited to see that.
All good. All good. I'll lean over the bed now.
Welcome back.
Thank you. All right, let me try.
I imagine people coming
But
to the
this.
live and be like, "What's going on?" Or this is perfect. This is perfect. Pleasure, Forest. I love it. That's really funny.
Wait, Apolline, do me a favor. I want to try from this angle over here.
Sure. Let me move.
All right. I actually need to move over here though.
Oh, Vinny, may I borrow your gun?
Yeah, of course you can. Hold on. Which one do you want? Do you want the long arm or the revolver?
The revolver. Thank you.
Be careful with it.
It's a bit absurd. I just hope nothing will come nobody will come. I can take a picture where I hold her.
Let's see if I can do this, actually. Can I get
do what?
On the bed? Like, if I can sit on the bed or something.
Oui. Is there a bullet in your revolver?
I think there is, so be careful, eh?
Okay. Can I go in the... no, I can't
Okay, so what are we thinking?
Bend the knee, and me, I point the gun at you.
Okay.
Like that.
Ooh,
I be careful, I be careful, alright?
Yeah.
Yeah, be careful, be very careful.
Try to not to take my head in the picture, Vinny. Okay. Oh, can you... I don't know if you can bend the knee.
I'll try that. Let's see this.
Yes. Right.
All right. Hey, careful there.
Be careful.
Right, so we want to get it at a particular angle here, so it's not showing your face, right?
Yeah, so don't show my face.
Right, stand back a little bit so you're not too close.
Like that again? But explaining if someone walks into this, right? Squirrel, it's not what you think! Squirrel, I swear it's not what you think. It's exactly not what you think. If you think about something, it's the opposite, okay? US Marshal, what's going on? I'm off to get the police. I see. You know, it's art. This is art. We call this art. Oh my god, this is so funny. It's definitely not a smart photo. Alright.
I think.
Very good.
Another.
From what I believe, I'm gonna have to print these up. But from what I can see through the lens, they are looking very good, very damn good. Ooh, it's hot. All right, it's hot.
Alright, this is actually. Today I wanted to have a more intense pictures for the soldiers, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
You're okay, Vinny?
Yeah, no, I'm good. You know, it's just getting a little hot in this room, you know, it's a small room, you know.
Alright. Do you want to another picture with me, or is it good? Or another picture?
I'm thinking. Let me see what I can do here.
You know the one in the bed, the girl, well, when Lola was standing up, you know? And you had like an angle from the, like that, you know? It was really, really good picture.
Yeah, I really like that one too. See what I can get.
I think you might like some of these ones, Apple, once we get them published.
Was that? Sorry?
I said, I think you might like some of these ones once we get them published, you know, from what I can see through the lens, they're pretty good.
Since you are a man, you need to tell us what is your favorite, okay?
Yeah, of course.
That's Nina! Can
What do
you
you
go? It's perfect. Just go a bit here. You are too close to the edge.
Yes.
But that's perfect, actually. You are so smart.
Thank you.
Right.
You just be careful with that gun in your hand, all right?
I give it to you back.
All right, okay. Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Oh
wait.
no, okay. Yeah, hold on.
Oh, I can't change. Fuck. What's going on?
Nina had a heavy night of vintage whiskey and she was sleeping sideways.
It's not what you think, guys.
Alright, let's see here. Like this, maybe? Actually, no. It should be this. Let's see.
You are a Union soldier. She's not a soldier. She's a nurse. It's okay.
All
right.
Perfect.
Yeah, that is actually perfect. Okay, let me see what I got here.
Thank you for the clip, Grendel. No, Squirrel. It's not what you think. It is not what you think. If you think about something, it's the opposite. Don't forget that, okay? This corset really suits you, huh?
Thank you. I think it's a very nice corset.
Oh wait, hold on. Right, me and you need to back up or
sure.
come over this side. Come over this side, Apple.
Oui, oui.
Let's stand right here for a second.
D'accord. It's exactly what we think, and it's fine.
This looks good.
I'm fucking dying. I'm dying. I swear. Everything
Hey,
goes
we just need
perfectly
the sun to go away a little bit, you know?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Too much sun.
Just a little bit.
Sun, go away. Oh, sorry. The free cam is crazy. The free cam is crazy right now. I think it's the best use of the free cam. Can I hide? I just want to hide. This is the only way to test the substance of this shit. Oh my god. Hey, look, Vinny, the sun is coming back.
I know. I needed to go away a little bit.
She looks like an angel. Mm-mm. Also, there is a problem is that I forgot to take another outfit. So,
let's see. I mean, we are very close to Annesburg, so you can change there.
Yes, because I feel actually naked right now.
That's fair.
This uncle is crazy.
All right. Okay. Those last ones, yeah. They look really good. If the sun, I mean, it's okay with the sun. They're not bad. They're not bad with the sun. I'll be honest. I don't think. We'll just see how the contrast will come out when we publish them. You know.
Yeah. It'll be good. All right. Are
Yeah,
we
it's
all
okay.
done then?
Yes, I guess we are. If you are.
Yeah, I don't mind.
All right.
Oh, perfect.
All right. Perfect. I'm gonna get changed because I did bring a pair of change clothes. So.
Okay, Apple, you got some change of clothes.
I don't have anything else.
You don't have nothing else?
Actually,
oh my god! You're going down the street
do one with
naked,
the mirror.
Apple.
Actually, Vinny, we could do one with the mirror. I think we should make use of the mirror. Have me lean over.
Let me stand over here.
Oh, and you take the picture from the mirror, right? Like in this angle?
Mm-hmm.
No?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Like this.
The only problem is you're not really like looking directly at the mirror, if you know what I mean. It's kind of off.
No, I think no.
Let me see. Right, I think we need to be out. We need to be on this side.
Oh, can you take a picture if you're here?
I when I'm doing, I'm bouncing the reflection around, you know. Don't question Apple, all right? Don't bust my balls.
Alright.
Don't bust my
Okay,
fucking
sorry.
balls, all right? That must-
Oh, Iwan. This is not what you think. If you think about something, it's not what you think. But yeah, no, completely. It's completely a photo shot for the soldier, completely. Money. Think about the money. Think about the income. Mike! Mike, no. Please, mods, delete Mike's message. It's not what you think. It's not what you think. But I like the picture. I like the picture through the mirror, though. I think it's a good idea.
All right, I think they're not bad too.
Yeah.
No. I censored. I censored you.
Okay,
Sorry,
we're done.
Mike.
All right.
Time to get changed.
Good. How can I change?
Yeah, how can you get changed, Apple? It's like you're walking around naked right now. I don't even want. I can't
feel
even
I'm
look
more
at you
naked
as
than
I'm
your
talking to
wife.
you. I know. I can't even talk to you.
No, don't look at me, Vinny.
Don't look at her.
I am
Thank
that.
you.
I am that. I am that. Out
Horrible.
of respect, of course. Come on.
Come on. Oh no.
Come on.
Oh, I'm okay.
Ah.
Oh, bear! Oh, it's a black bear. It's a black
Oh,
bear.
yeah.
It's fine.
All right.
It's a black bear.
You sure?
Yes, it's a black bear. It's very small. It's
I
harmless.
can see it. I can see
Okay,
it
yeah.
running away.
Don't shoot us.
No, I'm not. Don't worry about it. I'm.
I
well in
would be
control.
more scared of the cougar, you know?
Oh, absolutely. I'll be ready for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think we head to Saint Denis.
Annisburg.
Yes.
No, Annisburg.
Annisburg. I need to change.
First. Of course, Annisburg
Yeah.
first for Apple to get changed, and then we'll go to Saint Denis
Yeah.
to get these photos printed
Oui.
up
Mm-hmm.
or published, I say.
Printed, yeah.
Printed, published.
Developed.
Same thing. Same thing.
Printing.
Mm-hmm. Scandalous.
Outrageous. My god, if my father knows. If he knows that. Oh my god. I cannot even imagine.
He will never know.
No, I will not tell him. If you don't tell him, I will keep it.
No, of course not. Of course
But
not.
if
This is a secret.
It is a
Don't
secret.
worry, ladies. Your secret is safe with me. All right.
Thank you, Vinny.
Mm-hmm.
It's just if my uncle knows, he might say that to my father, and that I will be a very deep shit.
Sure. I mean,
No,
I
no.
told you, I did get one of you guys when without your face showing, Apple, but then I
Okay,
got
good.
one kind of for you guys, and it did include your face. But it's you can choose if you want to keep that one for yourself. You know what I mean?
Okay, thank you, Vinny.
Thank you. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, thank you. It was really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I can
Thank you
show you the
so.
picture. Hold on. Can I show you the
Very
picture?
scandalous.
It is, but it was fun.
Hey, some of them I think are gonna come out really good.
Mm-hmm. I think so too.
Look, guys. Wait, I'll show you. Hold on. This is the pictures I took.
All right.
I think this one is really nice. It's for the soldiers. Think about the soldiers.
Over here in this house, in the room to the right. Apolline.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
To the right? Oh, here.
In the house, yes. The door to the right.
I'm finally myself. Is there a barber?
Not here.
It's okay.
We'll have to go
Can
to
go to
Saint
Saint-Denis.
Denis. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just look at that horse.
No, man, it's too funny.
I really think we should make our own book.
What book?
Boudoir book.
We can do that.
Mm-hmm.
But we needed to not keep the cashless pictures.
Yeah, no, because we have photos of me now, of Rika, of Lola. Just need to ask if they... I mean, we have the rights for Rika's photos, and we're gonna have them for Nadia's too.
We needed to ask Lola, I mean, you know,
Yeah.
Vale.
Yeah. Vinny knows.
Ah, okay, good.
Yeah.
We needed to ask her for the full rights on the pictures. How she will agree. I cannot continue to split the
Yeah,
the
it's
money.
not working.
No.
No, you need to set out that plan from the get-go. You know, his 15 bucks will pay you for 3 photos,
Yes,
and that's it. We have the exclusive rights over those photos. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the best way.
Snap a couple of extras if they're up for it. You know what I mean? See about that
No,
goes.
because we tried to split for everybody, and it was a pain in the ass to.
No split, no more
Yes,
splits. What
yes.
I'm saying is, pay them up front, 15 bucks, and that's it. That's their only payment that they get. You know what I mean?
15 bucks, 3 pictures.
Yeah.
And we
It's
keep
$5
all
per
the
photo.
rights for the pictures.
Yeah.
In theory, it could be as many photos as you want. You know what I mean? That's it's a relative how many you do. Like you could just propose 3, but if they're willing to do 5, like don't pay them for the 5. Just keep paying them the 15
Well, we
bucks.
need to be realistic. I don't think we can sell 5 pictures of the lady. You know, I mean, I don't know about
different
that.
ones, right? They're resellables. You know what I mean? Especially with the poems that you put it on them.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think we should do the boudoir book. I don't know. I mean, it's up to you, Apolline. If you want to keep it under wraps still with the book and not sell it through the society, we can do that. But otherwise,
you could make copies and
we
put it
can
in
make
your
our-
art society. You could put 10
that's what I was
copies in
thinking,
there,
yeah.
20 bucks a pop.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of selling that in the art society. I think it's more.
fair.
It's not that proper, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's only a suggestion. If you don't like it, we don't have to.
In my opinion, I prefer to meet people and see them face to face and give them the pictures like that or the book.
Yeah.
Or even
But we
create
should
another
definitely print
telegram
our-
for that.
We could, yeah.
And the people can buy it from us. They reach out to us from the other telegram, and they know that this very specific telegram is for under jacket works, like these sweat pictures or whatever.
Yeah.
I
call
don't
it
know.
boudoir. Perfect.
A boudoir,
Boudoir,
or
yeah.
I'm also thinking about having maybe stolen painting.
That's a good idea. Hello.
You know, if we have stolen paintings, it's possible people can find them, or I don't know, and they want us to sell it, and they reach out to us from the other under jacket telegram.
That's a good idea.
Hey, you telling me you're gonna be dealing in stolen paintings, Apolline?
I mean, it's money.
It is money.
All right.
It's
I
money,
did
and
not
it's
know
very
you,
good
but
money.
I did not know you partook in that. All right.
What you're talking about? It's not.
Hey,
It's
talking
okay.
It's art.
You know, it's art. I'm not talking about dead people. You know, it's art at the end of the day.
Hey, it's okay. I'm just breaking your balls. It's all right.
I don't have balls. So stop
It's
breaking.
all right. It's all right.
Breaking my metaphorical balls.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Barbers. Yes?
Yes, please.
He's to the left here? No.
Next street
wrong.
over.
Yes.
Next street, yeah.
Can I free come on the horse?
Is it here to the left?
Oh!
It is.
Wait!
No, that's where the gallery is.
Oh no, it is. It's the street over from here. Sorry, it's the street
Yeah,
over from
whoops.
I can free come on the horse. Wait, no, I can't. Wait.
Yeah, here to the right.
here. Yeah, same thing.
There we go.
It's a maze.
To the right again.
No, it's not working.
There we go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I need to pad it. Oh, go ahead.
What was her? I don't remember what was her hair. I think that was this one. Yeah. Nina? Where is Nina?
Oh, she just went to powder her nose.
Alright, alright.
Hey, you're looking more like yourself now, Apolline.
I feel like I'm me again.
You know, you got that trademark blue on again. You know what I mean?
My trademark?
Yeah, trademark blue. You always wear that blue.
I'm blue.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah,
also,
that's you.
where is Monsieur Joe? You were supposed to join him, no?
I have no idea. I sent a telegram to him. I told him that we was going to Van Horn, then on to Annesburg, and not heard from him since.
Fair enough. Who's that?
But Joe's a good guy. I like Joe. He's a funny guy.
He seems decent.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello, miss.
Yes.
How's things?
Oh, she's so shy.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Why am I standing on this? Why am I sitting on this horse? I feel totally rude.
Because you like to be taller once.
Hey, stop it. I'm taller than you. You just taller than me when you wearing your 7-foot heels.
What if you wear heels? You should.
I don't want to wear heels.
Apolline is making fun of him being smaller. Oh god.
This horse is gonna kick me right in the face, isn't it? I know it. Come here.
Uh-oh.
Come here.
Uh-oh.
Come here. Come
if
here.
it's me?
Come here.
You know that is exactly why I don't like horses. They are unpredictable.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome, Karen. Welcome, welcome. Thank you again. How are you doing? Oops. I'm doing good, thank you. Welcome. Everything's fine. Happy Sunday, guys, by the way. Vinny, you are a bit too close to me.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I had no idea.
No, you're good.
Is that better?
Good. That is better, thank you.
Yeah, this is a good space. I like this area for the art gallery over the road. It's nice.
Is it?
And who the fuck is this guy?
Salerno? Salerno?
Hey, is it just me? Now, you know you call me really small, right? Now, does that guy on that horse down the end of the street look really small on that horse, or is that just me?
He looks small. The horse is bigger.
He looks really fucking small on that horse.
Yeah, the horse is really big.
Yeah, that does not do him any favors. That does not help him out.
No. And Nina, when she had this taller horse, it was exactly the same.
Oh yeah, that Shire, yeah. Fucking terrible horse that was.
Wait, this is open? What the fuck? Wait, hold on. I just noticed something. Oh, sorry, sir. May I? Do you mind? What? Vinny! Vinny, come over here! Vinny! Vinny, look at that!
What? Oh, this is nice.
Hey, it can be perfect for you if you wanted to sell the cigar.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Oh, she went... Hey, Nina! She was here.
Yeah, I think she's alright.
Yeah, that is the perfect place. You can sell your cigarettes here.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
I like it.
Yeah, not a bad... Oh my god, are you kidding me? You have got to be kidding me. No, Apolline, no. Please get up. Please stand up. Apolline, please. Not again, Apolline. Come on.
Oh
my god. Oh my god. Are you okay?
What's wrong with horses?
I don't know what's going on today. It's you need to stop walking behind horses, alright?
I mean, I walk where I want. It's the horse, the problem. Look at your horse. It's him, the problem. If it's not the problem, what is he?
No, she's a good horse.
Oh, she's
a very
a female?
good horse. Yeah. And she don't kick nobody.
You sure?
Now
Why she kicked me?
Well, I think you're just a magnet for horses today, all right? That's what I think it is. Now I gotta approach this very, very
No,
closely,
I will
right?
tell you, Vinny. I will tell you what's going on.
Oh my god,
horses,
no.
They talk to each other.
Get away.
What?
Yeah, they do. And it's probably saying to kick in the face right now.
Yes, sir.
Oh my god, it's stuck between the fucking... Oh my god. Calm down now, eh?
I'm telling you, they talk to each other and they are all saying, okay, kick Apolline. I know that.
You could be right.
Thank you for the clip, Grindel. I swear, I think I've never had so many kicks on the head at the same time.
Hey, I was gonna say, what is that? They wouldn't be communicating in Morse code. They'd be communicating in horse code. Is that right?
Yes, you know, they tap their hoofs on the floor like that, and then they say, "Woo, Apolline!"
Yeah. What is that? What is that? What was that? Was that a horse?
The horse scream.
The scream of the horse goes, "Woo, Apolline!"
Woo,
Right?
Apolline!
That's
the apartment.
Oh, there's apartments here.
Yes, apparently. Close.
Oh my god, what? Oh, I can't walk up those stairs. What?
Where, sorry, what's that?
I can't come up this flight. Oh, there we go. On my right.
Oh. Oh, it's romantic here, huh?
Yeah, it's nice. Is any of these rooms open? I want to see what they look like.
I think they're all closed, but I can rent them.
Yeah, look at
Oh,
this.
and the Art Society is just here.
And that's pretty good.
Mm.
Hey, how you doing, miss?
I swear it's fucking personal. At this point, it's definitely is. Three different horses kicking her? Come on. So pretty here.
Yeah, this is not bad. Look at that flower over there. Where is that from?
Pink country? Some pink country, I don't know.
Oh,
Sad.
a pink country. All right. Yeah, maybe something like that.
No, it comes somewhere.
Yeah. It's probably somewhere hot. Somewhere fucking hot. What does it smell like?
Good. Cocaine.
Smells good. Smells like cocaine. And you know what cocaine smells like?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
I saw once. Wait, how do you say? I saw once one day.
You saw a cocaine plant one day. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I saw the powder one day.
Oh. All right.
I've never tried.
No, do not try. I mean, it's meant to be good medical-wise.
Yes, it's medical.
And you smoked it when you went to one of these places?
No, the doctor had this. I never tried. They just showing me.
Did they get it? Don't they get it in like a gum or like a paste or something? I'm not too sure.
A paste?
Yeah, like cocaine paste or something. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure what is the name.
Or cocaine. What is it? Gum? Is it gum?
Gum?
No, gum. You know, like something that you chew on.
Ah, yes. They do. They put that in the. How do you call that? Water. Drinks. They put that in drinks. You can drink that, or you can use that as a paste. You can chew on that.
Right.
There is different medical use of it.
Oh, that's not bad.
But here, apparently they have opium here. All the medication here is kind of made of opium.
Oh, right. Okay. I don't really know too much about opium, if I'm honest with you.
No, me neither. I don't even know how they made opium. Like, is it a plant?
I think it's a plant. I think it is a plant.
Yes, but so you know the cocaine, it's leaves, but opium. What is opium? Is it with?
Oh no, I think that's an official plant. I think.
Like a flower?
Yeah, I think it's if I'm honest with you, I'm not 100% on it, but I think it's something to do with like I think you get like opium. Is it poppy seeds or opium seeds or something like this? I'm not too sure. They get like buds. They come to like buds or something like that. I'm not too sure.
Yes, maybe. Welcome back.
What are we talking about? Thank you.
Opium.
Opium.
What about it?
Is it a plant? What kind of plant is the opium?
Is it a plant, flower? Like I know it's like something to do with like buds. You know, like you get like opium buds and.
How we doing today?
Hello,
yeah, doing pretty good.
Oh, Miss Nina and Miss Apolline.
Bonsoir.
Oh, you can talk if you want.
Oh,
it sounds like you want to say hi. Go ahead.
I don't want to intrude.
No, you're not intruding. It's absolutely fine.
You're good.
All right, how can we help you?
Oh.
What?
How can you help us?
How can we help you?
You can't.
How can we help you?
Yeah, I don't
How
think we
can you help
each other.
us?
Do you want me to help you?
I don't know. I'm not really sure what's going on right now.
I don't know. How can
We're
we?
just saying hi in the street.
Hello. Fuck.
Well,
Yeah,
perhaps
Diego, I was
perhaps
just thinking,
Apolline and I can
no.
help you.
Oh, perfect.
Maybe.
How can you help me?
Maybe we can. Can I ask you a question, both of you?
Absolutely.
Do you like ladies?
Yeah, sure.
Right.
A second.
Do you like
Wait, is there
ladies?
an and after that?
Oh, ladies.
Pretty ladies.
Romantically.
Yeah.
Okay. Where's this going?
So you said
Well,
yes?
Yes, yeah, sure.
All right.
Yes.
Go ahead, Nina.
Well, Apolline and I have poetry and pictures of pretty ladies.
You have poetry and pictures.
Of pretty ladies.
Is the pictures written based off the poems, or the poems written off the pictures?
No,
not really.
They are not. They are to provoke the poems are there to provoke the mind, if you will, and the pictures are there as well to accompany.
Okay. So the pictures are just unrelated to what the poems are, but they're there to enhance the
Yes.
experience.
Indeed.
That's right.
You guys from the art societies?
We are.
Indeed, we are.
Right. Avant-garde, I believe, right?
Exactly, indubitably.
I see. Oh, that reminds me, in fact, sorry. I saw, I think it was, no, never mind. I might have mistaken the memory, but...
How related is your thought based on what they're talking about?
Yeah. Wait, sorry, Diego, was this what you were talking about earlier?
We're trying to buy some smut here.
Correct. It's $5 the picture.
How long are the poems? Like a scale of, 1 page, 2 page?
One page.
Like a full page, or just like
Full
a couple
page.
paragraphs?
Full page.
Can we get a sample? Just a little sample.
No, I think it's worth it. Trust me. It's only $5 at the end of the day.
I can read you the first paragraph of one.
Okay.
How about that?
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, sure.
All right. This one is called Between Two Silences, okay? Love arrives without a warning, like a scent caught in the morning. It burns so soft, it burns so bright, and proves the sleepers wrong at night.
That's the beginning of the poem.
Okay. So, it's only $5, right?
It's only $5. And it's worth it. I made the poem, and Nina here, she took the pictures of the muse.
Ooh.
If you gentlemen like, I can describe the 4 different types of photos we have.
All right. Describe.
All right, we have one of a lady by a river in a corset. One of a lady in a bathtub washing her hair. One of a lady sleeping. You can see her silhouette. And one of a lady held at knife point.
Okay, that last one's a little bit different, doesn't it?
It's my favorite so far.
But it's your favorite.
Correct.
I'm not going to ask why, but if you do want to tell, go ahead.
I like the point of view of the camera of this one. It's really, really interesting, trust me. It's really avant-garde.
But if I start carrying around a picture of a woman at knife point...
But you cannot see the knife very well.
No.
It's more subtle.
When you say subtle, you mean suggestive or...
Yeah, pretty much.
Suggestive,
but,
yeah.
It's only $5, as I said. It's not a lot.
I mean, if that's the one you would recommend the most...
Yes. In my opinion, but they're all good.
No?
There is one, the one she's laying on the bed is really, really good also.
That one is very nice. That one is my favorite.
It's your,
I think,
yes,
in
it's
the
her favorite.
bathtub one.
If you think you ever might be getting more in the future,
we have more.
We will, yes.
Well, you have more. You just haven't put them together.
They are not, yes,
Yes.
they are not printed correctly yet.
Interesting. Well, I mean, what do you think, Emrys?
Well, I mean, let's huddle for a moment, shall we?
Give us a minute, all right?
Sure. Sure.
Hey, that was pretty good.
Wow,
That was pretty good.
I didn't know it was that difficult to buy pictures.
Brothel back in Lyon, you could do well with that over there. I mean, here, yes, sure, but I don't know, spilling to a picture of maybe a life point.
I can barely understand them.
Still,
I don't think we should share. We should definitely get different ones. I think we're both gonna get one. I'll take the one with the knife.
Sure.
Right. Just a second.
I'll take the one with the lady in the bed.
Perfect.
In the bed? All right.
I'm gonna have to grab some cash real quick, but you gonna stay right here?
Yeah, we can wait here.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll, yeah. All right, well, who would I hand the money to?
You can hand it to Apolline.
Wait, how much you got? Can you cover for me?
Please, me.
I wish. I just got 5 on my person at the moment.
How much would a commission for a poem be?
For what, sorry?
A commission?
Yeah.
Wait, can you hear me?
I don't think he can hear you. Oh,
sorry.
okay.
Okay.
Did you give a number?
Apolline, if you were to write a poem, how much would you charge?
One poem, it would be 15.
Yeah, for 2 pages or?
Ah, no, 1 pages is a 15. 2 pages is
you might
a
need
lot.
2 pages for this one. Let me see. Do you think you could write a poem about Van Horn?
Sure.
You think you would need 1 or 2 pages for that?
Only one is enough. 2 pages, it would be a bit annoying.
Okay, so just 1 page about how Van Horn is better than Sanctity. But it could be ironic, it could be a gag. It's just a joke for a friend.
All right. Yeah, I can do that. I will need your Telegram number and also $15 for this.
Yeah, I'll go get you $20 right now.
It's 15. It's 15 1 page. It's okay.
What happened to Emrys?
Event? No? Where is it? Amos?
Wait, he read their poem and oh my god.
Maybe he saw the picture and he blushed and ran away.
Okay, I definitely need to get this money quick. If it's that good, holy shit.
Yeah, we wait here, no worries.
Right back.
Alright.
So you're gonna write a poem as well?
I can write tomorrow the poem. I need to write the poem for oh shit, what's that? For the pictures, yes, I needed to write them for the pictures anyway, so I can do everything tomorrow if I can.
Perfect. So the knife one, that one's veils.
Alright, so and the other one? The bad one?
The other one is Rika.
Okay.
So Vale gets 1.6.
So in total, we earn 4.1.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it.
Yes.
Vale is 5 divided by 3, so it's 1.6. So she earned $1.6 for this. It's a pain in India, so you know what I want to do is we pay normally, we split in 2, and we just give her $15 because I cannot. It's annoying.
Yeah. Hello.
All right.
Welcome back.
Who am I giving it to?
So wait, first of all, have you buy one picture? You buy already a picture for the sweat picture?
Hey, there's $5 for you.
Thank you. That's correct. Perfect. And it's $15
$5 for a second picture, but I have
all right.
Oh wait, you want 3 pictures?
He took 2 right now.
I have
Wait,
a
how
request.
many? Wait, how many photos do you want? Just so I know.
Well, just give me one.
Okay.
But you paid for 2.
Right. I have a request if you'd be willing and able.
What is that?
If you could find a way to get that poem in one of those pictures to one of the fellas on the front line.
Oh, sure. We can give one picture for them. To you. What is your name?
No, to try to find somebody. Oh my god.
Oh.
I don't really go all the way out there.
No, it's okay, but we can pass a word for you. Do you want me to give this to someone in particular?
Maybe. Embrace, you going down to Blackwater anytime soon?
Yes, I believe so.
I give a second picture. How about the Beth lady to Embrace, and a second, and then he's going to try to get it to someone on the front line.
Okay.
Okay.
We can do that.
I'm going to do now. What front line?
What's it?
Do I have to deliver something or?
No.
Sorry.
We have to.
Hold on.
Well, somebody has to. I don't know who.
We will do it for you. One is for the bath lady, and one is for the soldier, right?
I'm saying if you get that to the front line, you might make a bunch of sales.
We did already.
Oh shit! Okay.
But it's not really for the money. It's more for the war effort. We are helping in our way.
All right. So you wanted 2 photos extra, yes?
The bath one Havalon, how are you doing?
What? No. I only paid for 2.
Howdy. How are you?
Okay, you paid for 2. All right. So
I got the knife, and you give the bath one to someone on the front line.
Okay, we will do that.
And Monsieur Amos he paid for 1. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he already paid. So.
Here you go.
Oh man, look at that photo. I'm keeping that one for myself, all right?
Oh, hold on. Dog is barking. Hold on.
Hey, thank you all so much. Oh wait, the poem here. Who do I give the $15 to?
Miss Apolline.
All right, did you get that?
Oh, sorry. We had a cat in the garden. Sorry, I was daydreaming. What you said?
I just handed you $15.
Oh, perfect. I will take your Telegram number. Hold on. So what is your Telegram number?
My Telegram. Yeah. Hold on one second. Yeah. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
EPX Edward Palmer X
All right.
61052.
So EPX61052, and what's your name?
My name is Diego.
Alright, Diego, I will write the poem. I might need some time. It must be ready for tomorrow or in 2 days if it's fine for you.
Yeah, whatever works for you, all right?
You said Van Horn, right? Is that the town?
Yeah, you've ever been to Van Horn?
We went today.
Yeah, just right.
But I'm not
couple
gonna lie to
details
you.
about how Van Horn is better than Saint Denis.
Do not hesitate to tips me because, come on, Van Horn, it's difficult to say something positive about this. And Van Horn better than Saturday. I mean, come on. I try my best.
It could be tongue in cheek. It could be joking. You know. Well, hopefully it is, right?
I will see what I can do. Usually, I do a full page of a poem, but I will see. I will try my best.
Yeah, I mean, like talk about the magnificent lighthouse on the rocks or something.
All right. No, I have some idea. I will see tomorrow.
Hey, no, I look forward to it. All right.
All right. Thank you very much, Monsieur Diego and Amos. What's that?
Likewise, Apolline.
Thank you.
So.
Of course.
You keep up the good work with the art society, and you know.
Thank you very much. We appreciate
I'll continue
it.
to support it, right?
Well, we appreciate you, the business with you, gentlemen. And keep these pictures close to your heart.
Yeah. I will.
Perfect.
All right, good luck.
Take care.
Goodbyes.
Take it easy.
So how much did we earn? Minus the 15, because that one is yours.
So he gave me $5 plus 5 plus 5. He gave me 15. So another. Okay. Double 15. No, 115.
150. That's good. So how much did you and I earn?
Well, we split in 2, so you earn you earn 7.5.
And don't forget my cut.
Oh, your cut? No, it's
your cut is being my husband. That's it.
That's my cut. All right.
Sure. Let me give you that.
Oh, and give me Vale's part as well, so that way we don't have to.
No, there is no Vale's part. No. We give her $15 and period because I cannot split. My brain doesn't work enough for that.
You know what we say? We say that like we'll pay her the money that we do owe her, and then we say we want to offer you $15 extra so that we retain the rights. And if she says no, then we will just not sell her photo.
Yes, I agree because it's my brain is impossible to split every time. The mental calcul is a pain in the ass.
I agree.
All right, then. See.
All right.
Making money over there. We are making money.
Hey, well done. That's good. Good business. Just out here on the street, just like that, picking up what, $30?
Yeah.
That's right. I need to go to the bank now.
Let's head to the bank then.
All right.
Grindel. You remember that it's my dog. My dog is role playing.
Right now got kicked by a horse again.
By his horse.
My horse.
Oh no.
Like we said, they're talking in horse code and telling them to kick Apolline.
I know.
Oh god.
You know, it's the clap of the hooves. Like we said, they're just,
Clip
somehow
claps.
communicating.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, where we heading? The bank? Oh, that's right.
Bank, yes.
Guys, see how make money with pictures? She gave me something. Wait, what's that? Madame Spalding? What? I have so many things in the pocket.
Here we are.
Thank you. take some, maybe $2 in case. Oh, all right. Thank you.
Of course. Of course. All right, shall we develop the photos?
Yes.
We can go to the Times because they have a dark room there.
Ah oui, all right.
All right, okay.
Here, you can hitch. We can hitch. We can hitch.
All right. We can hitch.
Hitch,
I was going
hitch.
down to the Times. All right.
Hey,
Maybe
Grindel.
we can buy a couple of copies of books as well.
I agree. Hey guys, people say that love is bad for business, but see what we can make with love. Love is business. Think about this. Love is business. Love must be bad for business, but you can make business of love, huh? What about that?
Do they have books? No, they don't. Fuck. All right, let's go to the dark
there
room.
is the new newspaper.
Is there a new one?
The 4th? Yes.
Wait, the 4th?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh! Wow!
What?
Oh, it's pretty. You should buy it.
All right.
Wow! What the fuck,
67.
guys?
Quite a lot. All right. I'm gonna step away so I don't punch you.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I swear this newspaper is getting bigger and better and better. Nah, that's too pretty. That's beautiful. And the little advertisement here, oh, that's so, I love it.
I've read this one before. Vinny, do you
Oh,
want
I
this?
haven't.
I read the most recent one.
So the 4th.
Yeah, it's
Here you go.
the 4th edition. Yeah, from June. Yeah, I think I read that.
Oh, that's
I
so
actually have
beautiful.
2 copies of that in my pocket right now.
Oh, also, Vinny, do you know that maybe we are going to be in the next paperwork? Nina and I, for the grand opening, we got interviewed.
Oh, you got interviewed for it?
Yes, for the opening for the Art Society.
Oh, that's nice. Congratulations. That'll be good. That's good publicity right there.
It is. Oh my God, I'm so happy.
Nice.
Slasher arrested! The slasher has not been taken in by the law after a series of killing and attack on law officer. Oh my God! Finally, so he exists.
I'm gonna go develop the photos. Okay, I'll be back.
I'll wait here.
Oh, here, let me give you the camera.
Oh yeah.
All right.
It's so beautiful. Oh my God, I swear it's so nice. May the Lord be the frontier. Oh, it's so well done. It's so well done. I'm happy. Yeah, right, Mike? What's that? Okay. Oh, yeah, just to show you that is one of the smart pictures that we have with the little poem I've made here. And that's what Apolline and Nina are selling for the soldiers. What's that? Okay. This go away. That was some days ago. Fashion, tailor. I think she's a tailor. Okay, that's good.
All right. No, you guys are doing great. This is working out really good.
I agree. It's going well.
And when you get that shop front, that's gonna be really nice for the passive income. Do you know the lady that they're bringing in? The one you're gonna be employing. Do you know what her name is?
Yes.
What's her name?
Who? What employee?
The storefront employee that you're gonna have. You're bringing in.
I don't ask her yet. She's not coming yet.
Oh, she ain't coming yet?
No,
right,
not
okay.
yet. Sadly, we needed to wait to have the keys, I think. So there is an issue. We are not a business owner. We needed to buy the license from someone, but I'm not sure to who. Is it the police officer? I don't know.
Think it could. I think I used to hear murmurings of that.
Me too.
That you used to have to go to the chief of police in Saint
Yes, I've heard this, but I know we are exchanging a letter with the governor. So I don't know if we really needed to talk with the police officer, but we can try, I guess. And sadly, the police chief is awake later than us.
Oh yeah, I could never run into that guy. I think he's around really, really, really different time.
No, he's later than us. But it's good anyway. When we just needed a key and everything's done. It's all the thing that we need is the key. The license.
That's it. That's all you need. License, key. That's it. Little space to put your stuff, storage, and of course you get your lady that's willing to devote her life to standing outside the front of the store to sell some stuff for you. That's fucking great.
Oh, very much. And well, I don't know how many business there is in Saint-Denis. I guess right now we have the newspaper, we have the general store, art society, we have the mint. What else?
And
the hospital.
Doyle's, the pawn shop, the hospital.
No, the pawn shop is
the
closed.
gunsmith. The pawn shop, I do believe, has been taken over.
By who?
I'm not sure. It's just got new branding outside there.
Okay, so pawn shop. And who is the owner of the gunsmith?
A guy called Mr. Goldstriker works there.
All right. So, well, that is a lot of business in Saint-Denis.
There's a lot of business in Saint-Denis. It's just, the only thing that I'm conscious of when it comes to businesses in Saint-Denis is, paying a certain tax towards
what?
Paying a tax towards certain people that live in those territories. Have you ever heard about that?
What territory? What are you talking about?
All right. So, Saint-Denis is going to be split up into blocks, right? Certain people are going to have certain territories within those blocks, and any businesses within those blocks are going to have to pay some kind of protection fee or a tax,
What are we talking
about?
I'm talking about
tax,
Saint-Denis tax.
To who? To the governor?
It could be to anybody. It could be to anybody. Somebody might just come and knock on your door one day, and they might say, "Hey, you got this art studio? You got this art studio?" Tax. All right, but then the next thing you know, they'll come around and they might smash your windows.
Well, but that is extortion.
That is exactly what it is, and that
so it's a taxes. What you say taxes? It's extortion.
Taxes on the street, Apolline, is what I'm getting at.
I see. You mean that there is a people holding the streets, like what fucking rats, and they are asking good people money?
Yep. That's right. Absolutely right. Of course. It's a very common thing.
Happen.
It's a very common thing, Apolline. I don't know. I don't know.
Happen to us.
Really?
It could happen. Of course.
In that case, maybe we need a security. I don't want to pay taxes.
We might. But we can wait until it happens.
Have you heard about what Vinny said? They could smash our windows or maybe worse. If it happens, I mean, it will be horrible if it happens.
Yeah. I agree.
Who did that anyway?
Yeah, we'll handle it. You just talk to me, and then I can speak to the guys.
All right. Well, I've never heard about this. Fuck this kind of people.
You've never heard about this before.
No,
Apolline, you're so innocent, Apolline. Yes.
What can I do? People say that I live in a bubble of comfort, huh?
Maybe.
Is that you, Mr. Quinn?
Indeed it is. How are you doing?
Well,
hello.
We might need to have a talk with you, actually.
Yes.
Oh, I can help you.
We have a story we want to sell to you.
Maybe we should talk about this in your office or somewhere?
Probably a good idea.
And I'm gonna head to the stables. I'll be back.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, well. So, hold on. Can you hear me like that?
I can. Please go ahead.
All right, perfect.
Can you hear me as well?
I can. Do you want to explain it?
No, go ahead, Apolline.
All right. So we may have a story to sell it to you. It's a real story. It's not fictional. It's something that happened yesterday about a war, and maybe we can turn it like a little how to say novel, a little novel, for the newspaper if you want.
Potentially. What exactly? The war's been a lot of things. I've been there a few times myself, as you know. What exactly has been the concern? Or the story, I should say?
What if we hypothetically told you that we know people who have been inside the West and then came back to the East and also got a photo of what the West looks like at the moment?
Then I might very much be interested.
All right. Well, we hope you can be discreet and keep us anonymous.
Of course.
We,
no reason not to.
Of course. So, we actually made it into the West yesterday.
Both of us.
Both of us.
I just want all of us to be professional, and because we are about to tell you some illegal things that happens, and I just hope that you can remain discreet.
Do you mind if I come in?
Oh, I don't mind.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello.
All right. When we're talking illegal, are we talking because you crossed the border or because what they're doing?
We crossed the border and that's it, but we will tell you the story after that, but that is the main illegal things. We are not really supposed to cross the border, as you know.
I mean, journalists can. It shouldn't be that big an issue, but of course, no, please go ahead.
Right. Please tell him the story, Nina.
So,
Wait, so do you have this in writing or should I be writing it down myself?
You should be writing it down.
Yes, you can write it.
Yeah, you can write it.
Yeah, Grigdal, thank you again for the sub for Blob. That is very sweet.
All right, please go ahead.
So, as I was saying, we crossed the border into Armadillo, and we rode around. We went there for business originally, so this part you could keep out, but we can tell you what we saw there. There were, at the start, it was quite empty. A couple of horses. They are very poor there. Business was not possible to do at all. They had a note up for different food that they needed. There was blood and brain matter on the ground. It was quite a sight. People are struggling there. I think they're starving. We went all the way to West Haven Ranch. There was a lady there. Then we went all the way to Tumbleweed, but Tumbleweed was empty. And then we came to McFarland's. And that's where the interesting part is.
Yes. So we were, we changed our outfit and everything. We looked like Westerners, obviously, and we were at the general store in McFarland. And we wanted to talk to a bunch of people, but they seems in a hurry, They were like, 6, 7 people. And behind one of them was standing a man with a blue uniform on a horse. They took him. All of them went behind a house, a big house at McFarland Ranch, and they were out of our sight. It was impossible to see what happens. But in our conclusion, he must be a prisoner of war.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Interesting.
And also, as you are aware, I am also a nurse during this war. And it happens that we all went at McFarland Ranch yesterday all the soldiers went there and they asked for the doctor. And what I saw was a bunch of dead bodies exactly behind this house, exactly where we saw the last time this blonde guy on the horse with the uniform. And we saw blood inside the house also. What I've heard from the people around is that the Westerners, they took prisoners, they took Easterners, and apparently they took a general, and the general must be the blonde guy. Apparently they released him, but well, I've not seen this guy, so it was horrible. I would say it may be a crime of war,
Indeed. And like I said, I have a photograph of Armadillo from yesterday, so if you are interested in buying that, I'd be happy to sell it to you.
Of course, would $25 total suffice?
Yes.
All right. Thank you both. I appreciate it. Let me get that for you.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, beautiful. There you go.
Thank you. Here's the photo.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Right. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike, very much.
I have something very
have a good nap.
But, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you for stopping by again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Queen.
Likewise, please, just this way. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hey, you take care, Mr. Quinn. I'm gonna get that nice bottle to you that I told you about the.
I appreciate it, friend.
What's 25 split in 2? I'm terrible at math.
He gave you 25?
Yeah, he gave me 25. We're splitting it.
$12.50. $12.50.
Might as well make it $10, and then Vinny gets his cut too. You know what I mean?
Sure, Vinny, sure.
There you go, Ashley.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good business.
Yeah, good business.
Not bad, not bad.
Well done, best friend.
Well done.
And you, Vinny.
Thank you.
To the bank again. Yes.
Yeah.
So many
and
money.
Then telegrams. So much money.
So much money.
Okay. Let's go to the telegrams.
Mm-hmm.
We got the horses, I believe. Does anyone have Nadia's telegram?
No, I don't think so.
I don't.
We
think
need
so.
her. We need to add her to that telegram.
Adelaide? Who is that? Blob? Best friend? She was a character from Wild, no?
How you feeling, Apolline? You alright?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling
Alright.
very much
Good.
good. And you?
Good. Well, yeah, not bad. You know, I just figured, you know, for somebody that's been fucking absolutely decimated by fucking horses today, you know, just making sure you're alright.
It seems like they are making my brain cell in place, you know. Everything is in place in my brain right now, thanks to the horses.
That's good.
I prefer to see in that way.
That's good. Oh, that's good.
I'm missing some brain cells though.
Oh, fair enough.
I don't think I'm expecting Telegram. No, yeah.
Rika's around. Should we head to Valentine, maybe?
Sure, let's go there.
All right, let me telegram.
Yeah, she. I think I saw sometimes Adelaide, not a lot. I've not seen her a lot in Wild. I think she's more in the late hours than me.
Alright, what's the plan?
Valentine.
Rika's around, so Valentine.
Alright.
Oh, I have the photos ready, by the way. Do you guys want to see them at Valentine or now?
Oh no, see them now. I want to see them now. I want to see how they came out.
Alright, Vinny.
Alright.
Calm down.
I want to see them right
It's
now,
okay.
right this second.
You're
All
very
right?
excited to see the pictures.
Of course I am.
Alright, oh, watch out, horse.
Oh no. Oh
Watch
no.
out.
Apolline,
Let's
watch
just
out.
let-
It's
I'm
coming for you,
traumatized.
Apolline.
I'm
Apolline, it's
traumatized. I'm
coming to get
traumatized.
you.
Over here.
It's
It's coming to
following
get
me.
you.
Alright, let's stand over here just in case. Alright. I'll give the pictures first to Vinny and then to you, Apolline.
Sure, Vinny first.
Of course, I took the photos, Apolline, all right?
I move. Oh, alright. Hey, thank you, best friends.
You're welcome, best
What's
friend.
that?
Oh yeah, because you can get that wrong nowadays, can't you? All right.
Wait, what's that? No, this one I see. At gunpoint? Ah! Yes! Yes! Let me see the other one. What is N5? Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Jesus Christ, scandalous. This one is scandalous. Vinny, I can tell that you took the picture. This is really a point of view of a man.
Hey, it's
Jesus
pretty good.
Christ,
They're pretty
nice.
good. They're pretty good.
It's indecent. No, that's good. That is very sweet. It's
Yeah,
beautiful
of course.
pictures. Well done.
Thank you so much.
did
Thank you so much.
And three. And three is not my favorite, but it's okay. I like it too. And four is okay. Not my favorite, but sweet. Right. Well done.
I'll move.
Well done, cameraman.
Let me have a look. Let me see.
Sure. Oh, I forgot this one, sorry. There we go. Spicy, huh?
All right, so let me see which ones here did I actually take.
I think all of them.
I did.
Hey Nikita, how are you doing?
Good.
Scandalous, but I love it. Perfect.
That's pretty good.
It's for the soldiers, you know. We need to help them.
I think they're pretty good. Yeah, the one by the window ain't too bad. Yeah, the gunpoint is a little bit a lot, but that's all right.
A little bit a lot? Is that good
little
or
bit
bad?
little bit a lot. It's all right. It's all right.
My favorite.
What do you mean it's all right?
What do you mean, Vinny? Wait, you took
Yeah,
the
what do you
picture, no?
mean?
Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, no, it was
Yeah, he
okay.
took
I
the
like the
picture.
other one. I like the other one that I took.
Which one's your favorite?
I took
Which
a couple.
one?
I know. I took a couple of the scene with the gun. I took a couple.
I like the gun one, and I like when you are back, you know, when we see your back.
Oh,
I like
yeah,
this
the
one.
lace. Oh,
That
the
one is
lace.
good.
Yeah, the lace one is good. The lace one is very good.
The lace, right?
That's right. That's right.
Very good.
It's very good to have the point of view of a man, I think.
I think so too.
We can add the poems with that, and we can sell that to the soldier if you want.
Yeah, so we can do the one with the lace, I think, and let me think. Let me look.
So the gun point, the lace. What is it again?
Let's see. The lace, the gun point.
Aren't you on a bed?
There's one on the bed with the light sort of hiding the face.
Yes, the big one, right? No, not the face, not the face. No, this one is not my favorite.
Number 3 with the from the bed point of view.
Show me. Sir.
Let me give it to you. There you go.
What's that? No, not this one. Not this one.
Okay.
There is another one.
What about this one? Number 4.
Well, definitely. So gunpoint, yes, definitely gunpoint. This one we keep it. What about? You know, you are laying on the bed and the sunlight is going on your feet or somewhere. I don't remember. This one is also very nice.
Yeah, we can do that. The sunlight one, the lace one, and the gunpoint one. All right.
What do you mean by sunlight? I don't think we talk about
let
the
me
same.
find it. This one? Number 1?
No, not this one. Not this one.
This one?
Yes, this one. Yes.
Okay, so lace, the one with the sunlight, and the gunpoint.
Perfect, yes. So we got
All
3.
right. All right, perfect. Okay, let me check telegrams before we go, and then I'm ready.
Sure. All right.
All right. Hey, you got me food on you.
Oh, you want to keep a picture for you, huh, Vinny?
Of course, absolutely.
But you can see her every day. Isn't that enough?
It is. Of course it is.
I love the light in the telegram station.
All right.
Look how the
yeah, let me
architecture
give
is
you
really
the
nice.
photos except for the gunpoint one. for you to keep. There you go. I have the negative, so let me give you the gunpoint one, Apolline, for you to keep.
Alright. I keep that.
There you go. Okay, very good. Shall we go?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, Kendall, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for the clip and everything. Thank you so much. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. Have a beautiful weekend.
Hop on.
Thank you.
To Valentine.
Mm-hmm. Happy Ross. you can't ask people to get into underwear every time they're like, it's good, alright? I mean, what can I do, you know? I'm French, you know, when I see good lights, I wanted to pay them like a French lady, do you know what I mean? You know.
So that would be three poems that we need.
3 more poems, but I cannot... Well, I'll write to them tomorrow if it's fine for you. But,
yeah, of course.
So what pictures do you want to sell today?
The ones that we already have, I guess.
Ah, alright. I can do that. You know, if the war is over, can we still sell smut pictures?
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. That's where they're gonna flourish too, because people can have more money.
Oh, true. I just hope that it will more useful for them. I hope people will buy it anyway. Also, we need a man. We need a man into pictures.
Yes, I agree. I think what we need to do is make a book.
Yes, no, that is a good idea.
Minnie, what are you doing? You're pushing us off the edge.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm disrupting my horse. I'm so sorry.
I'm traumatized with horses, please.
I mean,
we don't want to be gator food.
That guy in the West made up a good idea. Like a calendar would be the best idea to go down, you know?
Oh,
yeah, Mr. Crow.
So every month?
Yeah, once, like a calendar. So you have like January, June, April, etc.
Yeah, okay.
Hello. It's so peaceful.
It is.
Yeah, it's nice.
Hello.
Yeah, Nikita, I thought about that already, but I think it would be too difficult to do it. And I think today is the last day of the war. But it's also a possibility. I've already thought about that. But to be honest, for some reason, it's really difficult to have men on the pictures. Usually, they don't really want to
they look
to have a picture of them.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Vinny?
Oh, Vinny?
Vinny, you wanted to meet up with Monsieur Joe, no? Vinny, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You wanted to meet up with Monsieur Joe, no?
Oh, I mean, yeah, if he was, you know, out and about and doing his thing, I sent a telegram. I let him know we was in Annesburg, but we'll see what happens when he go back to Valentine. He might be there.
Oh my goodness.
Valentine. I didn't miss that.
That's Valentine. At least you like the people, yes?
Sache descent.
Mm-hmm. Hello.
Howdy, howdy.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Oh no, I don't have money. Ah!
Hello, hello.
Shit.
We had a good turnout.
Oh.
Yeah, it's feeling fine. I appreciate it. Thank you, Fraser. We got 2 Frasers in Valentine now. Yeah, doing great. You did a great job.
Good evening, Miss Apolline.
Hello.
Hey, Apolline.
Oh, hey, Joe, nice head.
Fraser or Torden?
Thanks.
The
This is
boot
my
polish
fishing
came on my
outfit.
hair.
Yeah, it looks
Going
good.
fishing.
Looks good.
Wait,
Yeah,
come
it looks
come
nice.
here. They put what on your hair?
Not
Oh,
much.
No, I had boot
little bit of
polish on
this,
my
little
hair
bit of
yesterday.
that.
That's why it was black.
Oh, so that is your real hair?
Yeah, well, not quite. The colour's not quite right, but
No, it's good. It's good.
it's normally
So
like the other doctor. Can't remember her name. Evelyn next door. It's normally as red as hers, but it's not at the moment because I think there's residue of boot polish in there.
that's fair. That's fair.
It's true.
But so you were actually hiding in a name. So your real name is Fraser. Fraser.
Yeah,
And not
it's not safe for
Torden.
me to be called that near border.
Do you want me to call Fraser here and Torden over there?
What?
What name do you want me to call you?
You know what? I'll
Oh,
call.
we're on the border. Tobin.
Torden.
day to ya.
Torgen.
Shit.
Hey, how
Hello.
you doing?
Tobin.
Bonjour.
Somebody else play for a second.
Tobin.
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 There we go. There we go.
Good evening, Miss
You say that the
Nadia.
best out of anybody. You know
Good
that.
day.
Oh,
Yeah.
Miss Boots, you're in there.
Hey.
It's really difficult to say it for me for
Very
some
happy
reason.
fight then.
I
Ivy, you
have
say it the
very
best.
good news.
Thank you,
Like,
Tobin.
very good news.
All right.
All right, I'm on.
Nice.
It's
Go
nice to
straight to
see
the
you.
border
I got
next
the
door.
apprenticeship.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Congratulations.
nice.
Congratulations, Nadia.
I'm gonna be working in
It's
Van
a-
Horn from tomorrow. And yeah, once I get to know everything, I'll be working in Valentine.
Very nice.
Nice.
Very, very
Good.
nice.
Congratulations.
Oh yeah. Also, I talked to him so much. He really put trust in me.
That's good.
We're all friends here, Miss Boot. No need for a raise.
Oh,
Who's winning as of now?
just a small one.
That would be Miss Boots immediately in front of you.
Oh,
You know, I don't mind giving money to the rest of the table, but I don't want to give it to you.
What for? What
Well, you
reason?
gotta get
You have too much
Miss
money.
Boots, yeah.
But you do owe me money, actually. I guess I'm giving myself money.
Yeah, I owe you $2.
All right, I'll bite.
I'm pretty sure there was interest on that as well.
He's
I'm
on
thinking it's
the
around 5
hook.
at this point.
He won't get loose.
I love her.
Oh dear.
Good basis, not bad. Not bad.
Hey, what does she have? Ooh.
You're awful
Ooh,
long
fine.
sleeves there, Miss Boots. Getting a lot of aces, I see.
I don't mind taking off my coat.
Somebody could
Please,
take
keep
my
it on.
chair. I gotta do something real quick.
Oh,
I
I
also
don't
need to step
play.
out. I told Rika that we would do something in daylight.
And then there were 3.
Yeah, where is Rika?
I just saw her going outside of Valentine.
Oh,
All right.
I wish I can see the
Apolline,
cards.
can I borrow you?
Sure.
Can I come with you?
Sure.
Oh.
Yeah.
We were supposed to take pictures with Nadia, no?
Yes.
Yeah, this
Well,
is
I
why,
was gonna say-
why I,
Okay.
Oh,
Why-
okay, good.
yeah, this is why I came.
Okay,
Just
good.
finish what we started.
Of course. Well, I was gonna say, Apolline, that's the police chief.
That's him?
Yeah,
Who's
the
the-
man to the left.
Oh!
Maybe he could give us the keys.
I will
Keys to
ask
what?
him. We need
Okay.
the keys for the business, and he maybe he has them. We need to ask him.
All right, you
Apple.
can do that.
I will try. I will ask.
What's your name? I don't know. I lose
Um,
track.
Oh no, my name's Vinny.
Oh,
Vinny, that's the one.
is that true? The chief of police in Saint Denis?
Hello, Miss Apolline.
How are you? It has been a while, right?
It's been 2 days. Yes,
2
it's been
days.
fantastic.
2 days. It seems like a year for me. You know.
I understand, Miss Apolline. It also has felt the same for me.
Oh, you make me blush now. Chief, I may need to have a talk with you when you are available. Take your time.
These destitute people's money.
Right. Show this Italian man over there that chief of police is always the best, huh?
Thank you, Miss Apolline, for
Sure.
your continued support. And the men love the photographs.
I bet.
Oh, very good.
I bet. That's good.
Raised morale. We took McFarland's after that.
I know, I was there.
Yeah, I attribute it all to you.
Oh, I appreciate
you.
you.
The real pep in their step, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me know when you're available.
Oh, Miss Apolline, thank you.
Maybe I can show you the place, Nina.
Hey, Nina.
Hey, how are you,
Hi.
Vale?
Good day.
Doing well, thanks.
The place is outside. Wait, we needed to talk with Miss Vale here.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Miss Vale, you're ready to have a talk with us?
Yes, yes.
You wouldn't have any information.
All right. So we thought about the pictures.
Yes.
Is that maybe we should give you $15 and we own the I think we had to talk with you about this, right?
Yeah, we talked about that.
We talked about that. Rika agreed for the payment, so we gave her $15. And that
Oh,
is...
she changed her mind on that?
Yeah, she did.
Anyone want something to drink or eat?
No,
I'm very much fine. Thank you, Mr. Joe.
Can you give me a shot of vodka?
Yeah, I suppose I'm
shot
okay
of
with
vodka,
that.
of course. 1 second.
All right.
If you have wine, I take wine.
All right, let me see.
Yes, we are, in a perfect world and in our idea, it's better if we split for you. You take the picture, so someone buy the picture from you, so we split it for you. You know what I mean? It would be perfect, but it's impossible to achieve that.
Too complicated, right?
Oh
my God, Dr. Vale, it's impossible. We tried. We will give you the money anyway because.
And moonshine shots.
What? Sorry, you said moonshine?
What?
Sorry?
Yeah, it's legal here. It's legal in Valentine.
Ah. Since when?
Yeah, I don't think Sheriff Woody talked about that.
Since fucking
Sylvester
Sheriff Woody said so.
Sylvester said it was, and then
Yeah.
Sheriff Woody said that they were all going to vote on that.
Oh, your
I'm
fingers
sorry.
just
Just a
on my
second.
chest.
Yeah, just a second,
Yeah.
my lord.
Okay.
Be careful.
Just give
Okay.
me what.
No, you're good.
Okay, just give me what is going to make me drunk, but not us drunk to not think straight.
All right.
So,
All right. Anyone else while I'm in there?
Dr. Vale, you agreed, or?
I agree with that. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's to make the things easier for us.
I understand, and business can be quite complicated. I don't want things to be a headache for you
It's
folks.
okay. Thank you. I appreciate you for
Here you go.
understanding.
Thank you, Nina. Appreciate that.
Of course.
Yes.
That's also
I'm going to
from
bed.
the previous.
Okay. Well,
right,
I'll
here,
see you
come
when
over
you
here.
wake up again, I hope.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, not you. Yeah.
So that's $12.80 for what
all
we
right, hold
earned
on.
earlier, and then the 15.
I'm holding on.
Right.
you worry.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
all
of
right,
course.
all right. What do we got? We're gonna.
And
give
I wish you the best of
moonshine.
luck with your sales too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know.
Is
Have
it
you ever had it?
like too strong?
Yeah, it's strong.
I
It's
can't
very
wait
strong,
to see
but
what
it's
the
good.
next endeavor is, and
It's fine. It's normally
I just
a
want to keep my
dollar. I'll give
voice
it to you
down.
70 cents.
Of course.
Like Nina was saying, thinking about some other pictures and things like that will be a lot of fun. If that's something you want to do.
Absolutely.
All right. Good luck. Good luck. Let me know.
Okay, you guys gonna play any poker, or are you just watching?
We're just watching.
We were watching.
Okay. Yeah, I was playing
Oh, am I
before, but I
interrupting
lost.
like a
I lost
girl talk right now?
$6. So.
Oh,
no, you're fine.
Sorry.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
won 2 hands and I lost all the other ones.
Hey, $6 isn't that bad, huh?
It's not too
Miss
bad.
Apolline, Miss
Yes.
Nina, I have about 20. No, not 20. 40
Howdy,
minutes
howdy.
till I go to sleep.
All right,
hey
so
there, bud.
we.
Okay.
Hello,
Hey,
Monsieur
Joe,
Button.
if you're working, you can send Danita away. Did you know to log in the book?
Oh, I don't know how to do that. What do I
Come
do?
over here.
Shall we go then, in that case?
Yes, yes,
And then
yes,
look
yes,
down
yes.
here for the employee book.
Right. See you later, Dr. Vale.
I'll see you later.
Oh, Apolline, just remember since we're splitting, $15 to give me back.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I needed to give you $15 in Saint-Denis.
yeah. It's no rush.
I just put that in the book.
Do you have... Oh, you have everything on you? Oh, perfect.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What in a fever dream?
Apolline?
Oui?
I think... Wait, don't go out.
Where are... Nina?
She just went in.
Oh, okay.
I'm right here. I was gonna say, now that we have the police chief here, shouldn't we prioritize that and we can do Nadia tomorrow?
Am I lucky I ran into you?
What? Sorry?
Take pictures of Nadia tomorrow and instead of prioritize the chief, perhaps?
So what we can do is ask to Vinny to keep the chief and we'll be quick with Nadia. It's just right here, literally the place is over there, you know.
Okay,
so we can be quick.
All right, let me ask the... you know what? I'll just ask the chief how long he'll be in Valentine.
Yeah.
There you have.
You got it. Deuces.
Can you ask Apolline?
Yeah, yeah, deuces.
Yep. I got my 8
Yeah.
kicker.
Yeah, we're good.
Hey,
It
Chief.
felt like a nothing that, you know.
Yes, Miss
hands.
Apolline.
Sorry for interrupting you again.
okay.
We'll
You
be
can interrupt me
around after the storm,
anytime.
maybe, will you?
What's that?
So we needed to have a talk with you after the storm, maybe?
Yeah, that's perfect. Here in Valentine.
Yeah, here in Valentine or Blackwater, where do you want?
Yeah, that's perfect. Here or Blackwater. Is it about a
Allez.
business license?
It's
Yes.
how do you know?
I'm busy. Yeah, I'm actually occupied for the next 5 days. Please come back in 5 days.
What does that mean?
I'm joking, Miss Apolline. I'm
Oh
pulling your
my
leg.
God! All right, my heart stopped for a bit. I wait for you after the storm. Blackwater, don't forget about us, Chief. I believe in you.
I'll think about it.
No, yeah, right.
Thank you. I'll be right back, Vinny.
I will take your horse. Yeah.
I hope that horse of yours, Miss Apolline, is still in the stables.
The horse is dead soon.
All right.
We'll be back.
Hi,
No
ladies.
problem.
Oh, he knew.
Yeah, I don't know how he know that.
We are gonna take some naughty photos.
Spicy.
Spicy money.
photos.
Do you have a gun with you, Nina?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, careful.
perfect.
I spoken with
Did
Primrose.
you bring... Oh, go ahead, Nadia. Go
Sorry,
ahead,
Nadia, say it.
It's fine, it's fine. I'm happy because I spoken with Primrose. He showed me how to make double barrel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So I know how to make double barrels, although I
Amazing.
did have troubles.
What materials do you need for that?
You need quite a lot of things actually. Gave me a whole list. I actually need to find a carpenter because I need 2 Schofield kits.
If I'm oh no, they used to have a lot of carpenter in Armadillo, so must be a bit complicated.
To be honest, this is so like very not good because I know them people. Like I know people from Armadillo because I used to live there. I know both the person who's blacksmithing there and I know the carpenter as well.
Ah, okay.
I mean, I don't know the
Here.
carpenter. I know the... Oh, here. All right. I like it.
Oh my.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Okay, so you want me to change?
Yes, I want you to go inside of this cell. Hold on, let me change it.
Oh my god, I want you to go to the cell now.
So I don't mean to say it like that, you know.
I mean, you're a sheriff.
All right, my girl. I want you to go inside the cellar. All right, Nina. Pass me the gun.
The gun and the lassos.
Oh, hi, sorry, my impression of a sheriff is actually bad.
It's good.
Okay,
Can you
how it looks
close
like
the door?
Perfect.
I can't.
I can try. I can try. I mean, it's just a little. Yeah.
Oh, almost. Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right. Let's see.
At least Valentine cannot have a job because they can always
right.
open a big photo exportation business because of the mud. Yeah, it's true.
Can you lean against the bars?
I can try, Lynn, and this is what I'm trying to figure out now.
I'll move over here, Apolline.
Where?
Oh no, the door! No, the door! It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
No,
it's fine.
I can close it. Hold on.
It's okay. It's
No.
okay. If you stand over there.
Here?
Yeah.
I can smoke at her face.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, just give me a moment. I'm trying to think of anything that I can do.
Yeah, take your time.
Because I know this maybe? Oh.
Yes, that's good. That's very good, actually.
Yeah. Just give me a moment. Because I need to... I need to, like...
Keep your back turned against me, Apolline.
Like that?
Go a little bit forward. To your right. Yes, like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Just like that. No. It was perfect before, Nadia.
It was?
Yeah, it was perfect before.
Yeah, I agree.
For me, it wasn't, actually.
For us,
it was for me, yeah. Try again?
Yes.
I'm a scary criminal.
Yeah. What have you done?
I have robbed a bank.
Rob a bank. I know what kind of criminal you are.
I am a very scary criminal.
And scandalous, apparently.
I haven't understood what you just said, but yes.
A scandalous criminal.
I still haven't understood it, but yes.
Nina, translation.
You're a scandalous criminal.
Oh yes, I am a scandalous criminal. Yes.
That's.
I just love the fact that you just yelled. You had to translate that.
Nina, she's used to it, you know.
I'm used to it. All right, let's try another. Let's see here.
All right. I can point to the.
Stay like that. No, stay
Okay.
like that. I have an idea.
Sorry, I had to.
Aviros. Girls, they shouldn't have weird
Actually,
I swear.
Just give me a moment because I see that. Oh, there we go. Now it should be okay.
That is a very healthy hobbies, by the way.
I have an idea.
God forbid that girl is have hobbies.
I'm gonna need you, Nadia, to be tied up, and maybe if we can put you
on the bed.
Here. Yes. I believe you have 2 lassos.
Oui. Do you want me to take one?
Yes.
Alright.
Come on, Miss Apolline, tie me up.
If you ask so nicely, I will. Careful, criminal. Wait, how can I?
Also, wait, because I can do this, right? Like I can go on my knees as well.
All right. Let's see. Ooh, yes. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need to tie her up. Yeah. Don't lasso.
Don't need to tie her up.
Yeah, throw
it.
Throw at me.
Yeah.
that was a terrible mess.
Where are you going?
Oh, ow! There we go.
There you go.
That's right. Oh, wait. Where should I put her?
Get her on the bed.
Right. Sorry, I'm a bit gentle.
You're strong, actually.
With you,
She's
yes.
very strong.
Oh my god.
Arrête.
Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect.
It's perfect.
This is perfect. All right, Apolline, I need you to stand here with the lasso out and just kind of like stand like this here.
You want me to just have the lasso in the hand like that? Or?
Yes, yes, but stand next to her. Yeah, like that. Like here.
Like
Yes,
that?
like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Perfect. All right, stand like that.
What's going on? You're
Alright, I'm
right,
gonna try a
you
different angle.
You feel comfortable, Nadia? Is okay?
It's fine.
I hope it's not too tight.
I do. No, it's fine. It's not really as tight.
Mm-hmm.
Although my feet are touching the chains, which are very cold.
Oh, I'm sorry. We can warm your feet up after if you want.
It's fine. It's
Digital
fine.
messages.
Oh my god.
Alright, I want to try another angle, so if you can pick Nadia up.
Alright,
Pick me up.
All
There we
right, let's see here. I think we could go outside.
Mm-hmm. My god.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm heavy, I
Like,
know.
It's okay.
Here, like, put her down gently here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright, gently.
Ow! That was a throw.
There you go.
Sorry.
Perfect. All right, and then have your lasso out and just stand like here in front of her. Actually, well, let's see. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, yeah. All right, let's see what I can do.
I'm so pretty and innocent, please don't. I don't want to be stuck in the cell.
No, you filthy criminal. That's what you get. And it's raining. Oh my god, that is even perfect.
Please don't. I'm innocent.
Innocent
Pick
of
the wrong
what? You
person.
filthy criminal. That's right.
You
Eat the
picked
mud.
the wrong person,
Why?
Mr. Sheriff.
Oh no, trust me. I pick exactly the right person.
You have picked the wrong person, Sheriff.
Oh no, I know exactly who you are. You are exactly the person that I was looking for, my dear.
Oh no, I'm in trouble.
I think I got two very good ones.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I think. I mean, and then
we have broken buildings here, so we can arrange something like
yeah,
like a well, not a gunfight, but you know.
Yeah.
Just gun pointed at each other.
All right.
Yeah, that could be good.
Or I could be kneeling and she could be holding a gun.
Yeah.
I like this idea. Yes.
Once she's being held. Yes, once she be. No, wait. Just stand here, Apolline, stand here, and I can take a photo of while you're carrying her.
Ah, okay.
But your back turned on the other way.
That is going to, I mean, listen, if she was facing you, that would be a great picture of my feet.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree.
I can. Let me work my magic.
Do you want me to work?
Yeah, hold on. Just stand like that. Perfect.
I can see your ass.
Sorry?
I can see your bum.
I bet the view is nice for you.
Well, it's a view I've never seen before.
I enjoy it because I live a very rare view. I swear. It's nice.
I mean, I can tell one thing. You're holding a hand on my bum, so...
All right,
respectfully, I let some space between your bum and my my hands.
I know. I'm aware of that.
All right, hold on.
Not gonna lie, I do have quite the fun.
Oh, this one might be very scandalous.
Mm.
Oh. Will I be able to see it after?
Sure.
Yeah, of course. Okay, I think I got some very good shots.
Mm-hmm. Can you please untie me? I have an idea that I might want to propose.
Sure.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Oh! Oh! That's what you get! Filthy criminal that you are!
Aua!
Sorry, I'm a bit too into the role, sorry.
You're fine, you're fine. You're really fine. Alright, so what I was thinking of is just use those buildings, right? We can go inside of this building, for example, and be like, this is the place where you caught me, so I can be like, hands on my head, you know, and you just gonna have a gun pointed to my head.
Or we could, what kind of gun do you have with you, Nadia?
I have, just give me a moment. I have a double action.
Alright, because what we could do is you could stand, let me think.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You could stand here on the stairs and then shoot at nothing, and then I can try and get a photo while you see the bullet trail.
Okay. Okay. I can try that. Yeah, no problem.
Let me move with Apolline.
All right.
Where do you want me to send?
You will not be in this one, Apolline. So
okay,
let me.
No, that's.
All right, I'll let you know when to fire. Apolline, just stand behind me so you don't get shot at, just in case. All right, give me a moment. Yes, that's a good position. And then let me know when you're firing. Countdown.
All right, so I'm counting 1, 2, 3. Oh, I don't have...
That was the blank shot.
Wait, I actually need to put it. Do I have a revolver? That's a revolver cartridge. Can I? Wait. I apologize. That was a false start.
It's okay. Take your time.
Okay, now it should be fine. Okay.
All right, let me just position the camera. All right, ready.
Right, 1, 2, 3.
Ooh!
Yeah, I know it's loud.
All right, try again.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Why is it?
All right, one more time.
1, 2, 3.
Almost. One more time.
1, 2, 3.
I'm too slow. Try again.
Do you want to count?
1, 2, 3. I mean, I think I got a good one.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Scary criminal.
Bow, bow.
Bow, bow, bow.
Bow, bow. All right, we're good.
It is also, yeah.
Oh, that's a good position too. Actually, hold on. Let me see what I can do. Just don't shoot at me.
Yeah. Listen, I can also do like, I can do this. I can spin a gun.
Oh, that's good.
I can also do this actually. This is my best move. And hop.
Wow.
Hop. And hop. I also can do this. I can spin my gun around.
Jesus. You're good
right,
with your hands, huh?
Yeah, actually, Primrose said that I am just what he said a funny word to it
Oh, okay.
like in, yeah, I forgot. But I can do pew pew pew. And I can be scary.
Pew pew pew.
I can do pew pew pew. Isn't this what a gun does? Pew pew.
Bang bang.
Oh, that's actually a better sound. Yeah, bang bang.
Shot me down, bang bang. I hit the ground, bang bang.
Okay, just Nina, let me know if I have to do something.
Yeah, I think I got a really good one.
Alright. I can also try some new things. I don't know. I'm gonna be doing a little bit of oh, this one will be good. Also.
I like
just
it.
Inspecting the gun. I believe it can do a little bit well.
Oh, my.
Just let me know when
That's
to stop.
good.
The gun is nice.
Okay.
I can.
What's
I
that?
think I got some very good ones, Nadia. Yeah, no, it's good, Nadia. I got a couple good ones.
Okay.
I think we're all done.
Okay, so are we finished?
Yes.
Aren't we supposed to... no. No, that's...
See, see, Sheriff! I managed to do it.
For now, but we'll see next time. We'll see next time. You're my favorite prisoner.
Oh, really?
Yes, because you know how to behave.
Alright, let's go to the cells and change there.
Alright. I'll wait for you ladies here.
Oh, wait, let me give you back your gun.
Oh, yes. You can keep the lasso if you want, Apolline.
I don't know why I have two lasso. Take it.
Oh, did you get the one back?
I think it was Vinny. Yes, Vinny's the lasso.
Okay.
Alright.
Alright, I have my clothes on.
Perfect. Well done, ladies. That was fun.
It was nice. Fun, actually. I actually had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Apolline, you would make for a good sheriff.
Oh, thank you.
So, tell me if this one is too much, alright? I got one where you can see Nadia's feet when she's being carried.
Jesus Christ.
So...
Okay, let's do this. We're gonna go to Valentine and you're gonna show everything.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Alright, I like it.
Lead the way.
Listen, I look very unrecognizable on this one, so like
You
on
do,
this
yeah.
photo. So I don't think anyone is going to connect the two dots.
Yeah. I don't think so either.
Oh, and also,
Lead the
fun
way.
thing. Oh, I'm leading the way. I thought we were going there together, but okay.
Yeah, no, I'm just following you.
Alright. So Primrose also told me I'm gonna be making much more money than I used to.
Ooh, congratulations.
So, oh yeah. So apparently there is like. Am I going the good way? I think we can go through here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can go like on duty, and once I do get on duty, I get money.
Oh,
Okay.
very good.
I get money per hour.
How much
Very
per
good.
hour?
Yes, and from this money I can make. First of all, I need to get connections within the, like within the carpenters and people who work in the blacksmith. Well, to my disadvantage, the only people I know that are blacksmiths and carpenters are from the West.
There's Miss Gigi Graves in Saint Denis. I recommend her.
Oh, alright. I also would love to find people that are around my time, because in about 20 minutes, actually less than that, I'm going to sleep.
That's fair.
And this is usually the time I am available, which is a little bit fucked up. Although I can always ask Rika if she can do that for me.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, also Apolline.
Oui.
You asked me a question yesterday, right?
Ask you a question?
And yeah. About Rika and me.
Oui, it was yesterday, yes.
Yes. Well, I kind of reminded myself, she sees me as a sister.
Oh! You
Actually,
asked her?
Well, no, I haven't. It's just she said that to me yesterday that she sees me as a sister. I forgot to mention it.
Okay.
We went together to gather some gold pieces together.
Right.
Like gold panning. And I was kind of annoying her, and she told me that she never had a sister, but now she's very happy that she has one.
Oh, that is lovely. Well, that is better if she sees you like that. I think it's even better. It's a very strong relation that you have with her.
Oh, it is, yes.
Oh, hey, Sherry.
Hello. Yeah, that's the one. That's the person you're looking for.
What the hell did you call me, Sheriff?
I call you Sherry. Sherry.
Where are you
How are
going?
you, Sherry? You know
What
that?
does that mean?
My darling.
Oh, Mon Sherry.
That's right. Where are you going like that? Are you leaving Valentine? Don't go too far, huh?
Thank you for your concern for me, Miss Apolline. I was going to the telegram office.
Oh, all right. We wait
Would you like
for
to
you
have this
after
meeting
this
now, or
time.
would you like to wait?
No, we wait.
Oh,
If you
God,
want.
that means it's going to be a long meeting. Jesus.
Or what do you
Well,
prefer?
I mean,
do you prefer
we
to
can
chat now or after?
we can chat now.
No, it's fine. We can do it after. Don't worry about it.
No, we don't
All
want to take your time. Go to the telegram station. We join you there, all right?
All right, you better still call me Sherry after I give you goddamn.
All right. I was actually about to call him Sheriff.
Oh God, he has taken a liking to you.
Oh, someone's blushing over there. Do you like him?
I don't call people Sherry this way. No, I don't like him. No, I didn't want it to make him uncomfortable and call him Sheriff, so I call him Sherry instead.
Actually, that's very smart of you.
Thank you. But now I'm blushing.
Alright, I'm gonna stable Mona Lisa, so I'm not gonna have any troubles with getting her from Van Horn.
Okay,
Oh yeah, I'll stable my horse as well, actually.
Okay, I will go to the telegram station.
I can come with you, actually.
Ah, alright. But
with the business license?
We go to the stable and then we go to the telegram station.
Yeah, we can do that. Nadia will have to show.
As well?
Oh, I need to develop them in Saint Denis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
once
in
you
that case,
do
tomorrow.
Okay, I can wait.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize, really. It's fine.
Okay. Well, I'm excited.
Me too.
I am excited as well. I'm excited.
Right.
I didn't even thought I'm gonna have so much fun. I was like at the very beginning when Rika mentioned it, I was skeptical. But like I said, you live once. I actually thought about it.
And it's funny way to make money. It's nice. It was funny.
Yes, that's true. Besides, I really had fun with you both, and of course, Apolline as a sheriff, I loved it.
It's once in your life, huh? Don't dream about that too much, huh?
All right, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go to the saloon.
All right.
And
all right,
I'll see you around.
See you, Nadia.
Goodbye.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Take care.
Bye.
All right, let's talk then about the business license.
Yeah. Merde,
So
I shouldn't call him Sherry. I don't know why I said that.
So, do we do you want the license in your name or should it be in my name?
No, it's on your name.
Okay. Come on.
I don't know how he knows about the business license. How does he know? I've never said anything about this.
Maybe he suspects it since we're talking about the art gallery.
Yes, maybe he was aware. Very smart man. He's one of our biggest business partner, by the way, Nina. He buy 3-4 pictures. I think he took all of them.
Yeah. That's good. Where did he go? You see those
Telegram
telegrams?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Darius. How you doing?
I'm excited.
Me too. I really hope he can give us the key.
Me too.
Together we are strong, Nina. You and I.
We are.
Sisters, strongers.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't believe I work in this schmud.
That's what you do for sisterhood, yes?
I guess, yes. For you, I can do anything.
Me too.
Even wearing pants and taking pictures, huh? Oh,
Hello.
here you are. Shall we go inside?
All right.
You right?
I'm just fine, Miss Apolline. How are you?
I'm just fine.
Miss Nina?
Yes, I'm good.
Oh.
What do you want?
Well, we are interested. What are you saying?
Just complimenting Miss Apolline's glasses.
Thank you. Thank you. I clean them every day. But we were wondering if you may happen to give us the keys of the business company?
The what?
The avant-garde art society. You have heard about this, right?
Oh, the gallery, right?
Oui,
yes.
the gallery.
What do you want keys for? What, are you scared someone's going to rob you?
No, we want to be able to own the business and have our storage and whatnot.
I'm sure we can figure something out. What's in it for me?
Well, you're one of our most valuable customers. We
And you are someone important, for Saint Anthony.
Yeah.
Can I have something named after me?
We could.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like what, though?
Whatever you want, we can. You are our best. How do we call that? Patron? Is that the name?
Yeah,
our best
What
patron?
if I give you a large sum as well with the opening of your business? And
Yes, and we can mention your name and put your name somewhere, definitely.
There are statues in there. We could name a statue after you.
What if you just called it the Vandenberg Avant-Garde Art Gallery? Am I asking too much?
The name is already chosen.
Yes.
Yes,
Right.
we have already sent everything to the governor, so, you know.
What about a painting, a portrait?
Oh, oui, a portrait of you.
I already have a portrait of me. Would you like to see it?
Sure. Show me. Oh.
Oh, hello.
Oh, wait. Where is
Beautiful portrait of me.
Wait, let me.
Well, you might have a portrait, but you don't have a photograph or a
What's the
poem
name
of you.
the portrait, Mister? I think
gave you my portrait. Oh, I might have give you the wrong. Oh shit!
Wait, what's the name of the portrait?
I might have accidentally gave you.
You gave me a picture.
I'll take that back, thank you.
Wait, what did you give me?
I think I gave you one of your own inappropriate images, Miss Apolline.
It's very appropriate. Don't say that. Take that. Right.
Exactly which one? That's wow. Okay.
Right, let me see. Oh no, it's well done. It's very nice. I like it. It looks like you.
Thank you. I think is that a compliment?
Very much. It's compliments you actually. This picture of you is really nice.
You think you could do better than that?
It's impossible for me to compare my. Oops, sorry, Nina. It's impossible for me. I cannot compare
Alright,
myself
take a
to
look,
other
Nina.
artists.
Perhaps you could portray me riding a horse with a sword on my side.
Sure,
Here you
sure.
go.
Why not?
With a sword and a bunch of men behind me. And a big
I
American
mean,
flag.
if you pay me enough for that, yes, I guess I can do that.
We could also take a photo like that.
We can take a picture of you on your horse with your sword out.
What if I fund your first exhibition and you name it after me?
The exhibition, the first one?
Yes.
Yeah, how much would that cost?
The 50. Well, we as a patron, you needed to pay for the supply and everything. So I will say it cost us what, like $45, I think.
Make it 50.
Oh, okay.
Done.
50. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Vandenberg exhibition.
Vandenberg. Can you? Well, I needed to write it in the book.
Vandenberg.
Can you spell?
I don't need you to say it twice, Miss Apolline. I'm not a 5-year-old.
Sorry. Pardon.
V.
Uh-huh.
A for Apolline.
All right. Bah.
N for Nina. D for Denise.
Okay.
E for oh shit, my knee. E for Edward. N for Nina. B-E-R-G. Vandenberg.
Vandenberg.
I don't know what those vowels you're making in the last part is, but I'm going to trust that you're correct.
Vandenberg. All right.
Sure.
Teddy. Well, I will just write Vandenberg. What is your telegram number, by the way?
STPD.
Your personal telegram. I don't want to annoy STPD with that.
Dutchman.
All right.
Dutchman? D-U-T-C-H-M-A-N?
That's the one.
All right.
Perfect.
Our telegram is art. So if you want to reach us, that is how you reach us.
Good catch.
Smart, huh? Like yours, huh, Dutchman?
Touch me, Dutchman.
I was at the Dutchman.
Because my family's Dutch.
Oh, right. Well, I guess we can take a shelter here and we talk to you after the storm.
You can also talk to me in the next 3 minutes if you'd like.
Of course.
Don't need to
Or
take
you can just
for
look
3
at
minutes.
each other across the room.
I mean, whatever you want. You are our patron anyway, so.
Yes.
Do I have any competitors?
Right now, no.
Good.
No,
I just made a
Hannes.
deal with Miss Evelyn to name a tonic after me too. This is going great for me today.
That's
Oh,
lovely.
she's making a tonic? What kind?
A Vandenberg tonic.
Yes, but what is the kind?
I'm not sure.
What does that mean?
I have no idea what's in it, Miss Evelyn. It could be anything. It could be poison. for all I
Well,
know.
who knows? Poison or maybe worse. Who knows?
Hopefully not.
Hey, that's very nice. How much did you pay there for that?
More than I paid you.
Oh,
Too bad we
okay.
shook on it already.
Hey, that's worth it.
You come here often?
Where, Valentine?
Yeah.
No. I try to
Me
avoid it. I just come here for my friend Nina.
You live here, Nina?
I do not. I live in Saint Denis, but I travel here to see my friends.
Sorry to hear that.
What
This
about...
is a shithole.
Hey, why are you here anyway? I don't understand.
What?
Why are you here?
Oh, I was delivering some mail in St. Denis and I stopped through and I was playing a bit of poker. And I saw some people in the street.
Ah, I see.
I saw Dr. Fraser.
Oui, oui, oui. And after you are going with us to the line? To
That's
front
correct,
lines?
Miss Apolline, yes.
I see. We will we might accompany you. Today we need to sell the last pictures of what we have.
Thank you. I was looking for some companionship actually on the way there.
Oh, sure.
Some protection.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Nina, do we know how to handle a gun?
I have a gun.
I don't. I have my
You're gonna
words.
shoot me, Miss Nina.
I can talk.
Can you?
What did you say?
What?
Can you talk?
I talk? Si shot.
I never noticed.
Well. And you are you. You are you. You.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think. Is it a compliment? I'm not sure. I don't think it is.
Right, it's one.
Nice weather we're having.
Yeah.
Weather is very clear today. How do you say it's peace, cats and cows, huh? Is it that? What's the expression? Pissing cats and cows? I'm confused. Alright. Let's wait for the server. And after we're going to the war. Huh? Oh my god, I crashed. All right. Where is it?
Hello.
Hey. Oh my god, what's wrong with my dress?
Oh no.
Oh no, Nina.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. My dress is... Ah, perfect.
Good.
Where is the chief?
I guess he's still waking up.
Hmm.
I'm gonna put his telegram in my contacts.
Also, he said nothing about the keys, right? He just said about being a patron and give us money, but he said nothing about the keys. I will ask him
we
again.
need to bring it up, yeah.
Yes. I want also to give us the license, the business license. In the future, in my dream, we have a room with a bar, you know, like a private room with a bar or something, with a piano inside.
Yeah. Yeah. That would be nice.
Yeah. I don't know how possible we'll
see.
Yes, we'll see. We'll see. You woke up a long time ago?
Yeah, I woke up like 1 minute before you.
Okay. So I feel it didn't left. Yet.
I didn't see him. I think you want us to ride along with him, so...
Yes, That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Hey,
look
we
at that.
Hello.
All right, how we doing?
The
All
only
right.
Italian of
We're good.
Valentine.
No, there's more of us.
Oh, that's rude. There is Monsieur Joe.
Oh, what's this?
Lassos, I have no need for them.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll keep a hold of them just in case, you know, another photo shoot requires.
Mm-hmm.
How are you two? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you, you know, go with Miss Nadia?
We did.
Oh, right. Okay.
It was
How did that go? Was it good?
She's very
It was
nice
good, yeah.
and professional. It was very, very nice and funny with her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Any good photos?
Yes, very
We
good.
have one. We have a picture of feet.
Yeah.
A picture of when?
Feet picture.
Of feet.
When? Feet?
Feet.
Yeah.
Are people into that?
Yeah.
I think.
All right. But that's fucking news to me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where we'll see if people wants to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's, you know, that's an interesting, yeah. You never know. There might be some people like that out there.
I'm sure there is people. Oh. There is this kind of people. This kind of pictures is for everybody. Anybody can be interested. We're waiting for the chief of police, by the way.
Yeah, and I suppose if you really get into that kind of game, you could have like all different types of different feet. You know what I mean?
I mean, I've never thought about that. Now you bring
look,
this
now
up.
you bring it up. Now you bring it up.
No,
to me.
you
See,
bring this up.
my brain goes into that overdrive of all right. How am I going to further the money on this? You know
Oh,
what I mean?
I guess you are more aware of us since you are a man. You know that better than us.
I mean, I have no fucking idea. You brought it up to me about feet, and I'm now going into overdrive about how I can expand the opportunities to make money in around the appendage on the body.
And you are a genius, Vinny, as always. That is a very good idea again.
What can I say? What can I say?
You know how to make your brain work, huh?
You know, you just feed me the ideas, and I just, you know, it just conjures up inside, and then just comes out my mouth. That's what happens.
Well, this is a very nice way to see it.
Yeah, something like that. I can't explain it. It's just a light bulb goes off, and then the money talk just starts to go.
The money, it's really good business, really good. People buy them. Also, Vinny, good news that the chief of police offered us to be the patron of our society. He offered us $50 for the next event. So the next event is totally held by him. He's giving us $50 for that.
Nice. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Just the next event needs to be under his name. So Vanderberg, auction, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a very easy name to work with. Vanderberg. Yeah, it sounds pretty pretty sophisticated.
We have his private telegram.
Also, yes.
All right. That's good. That's good news.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you guys. You know what I mean?
Thank
This
you.
business is going great.
We just need to have the business license. That is all.
Is that through him too? Is that through the guy?
I think yes. Oh, he's sitting over there.
Did that guy just come out of a fucking suitcase over there?
Hey Teddy, how are you doing?
Give us a moment, Vinny.
Welcome back, my dear. Oh, I scared you.
Hello, welcome back.
No, it's me, Apolline.
Hello. Hello, Apolline. Hello, Nina.
Hello.
Long time no see.
Too much long without you, Chief. Actually, I have a question. Do you
What?
give people the business license?
What?
Do you give people the business license?
No, not really.
Oh.
I can help you out.
But why you said that at the poker table?
What?
You mentioned something about the business, no?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure I can help you out. Me and the banker go way back, you know. Yeah. St. Denis, we're kind of ran by the bank.
So...
I see.
I
So
don't
I'm sure I can
see.
put a good word in.
No, wait. Maybe I'm lost in translation, but to who we need to ask for the business
Hey,
license?
good luck finding that banking bastard.
I'm Nina? Nina, I don't
I'll
understand.
talk to the banker.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We would like for the business to be in my name.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. I wouldn't trust Miss Apolline either.
What?
I do trust Miss Apolline.
I'm joking. Relax, Miss Apolline. I'm joking.
All
Yanking your
right.
chain.
You pulling my leg. That's the
Yes,
expression, right?
Yes. I'm throwing a ball. Are you catching it?
I don't catch ball.
Okay.
So you ask to the banker for our business license. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right,
Yes, correct.
perfect. And also, in the next event, we'll be holding the next event under your name.
Vandenberg
Vanderberg.
exhibition, yes.
Vandenberg exhibition. Is it possible for us to do an auction, an art auction, and we call it a Vandenberg auction also? Oh, you want an exhibition or an auction? Oh, whatever, I guess. Oh, okay, well. Anything else? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's okay.
No.
What? Okay.
Okay.
Do you
Okay.
need anything else?
No.
No.
How do you say that in French?
What?
No.
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 Just no.
Too sweet teddy.
All right. You speak you're French now, huh? I made you French.
Oui. I'm not good at French. It's the one I'm not good at, Miss Nina, you know. I'm alright with
Just
Italian.
no.
I can't do
Ikouvanie. Is that Dutch? Ikouvanie? Not
Oh,
even
that
sure.
means Dutch?
I'm not sure. Some Dutch
Moi, Ikouvanie.
people. I don't know.
What about Pak de Katop?
Kaktop?
Pak de Katop.
Pak de Katop.
Parole.
Oh. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Oh, okay. You're right, Sheriff? Are you sure you're...
I'm not the goddamn sheriff.
No, I said Sherry.
Sherry.
Oh,
Lord,
Sherry,
Lord.
come on.
Oh, my apologies, mon chéri.
Ben oui.
Everything's okay, Miss Apolline. I'm just trying to come to terms with the fact I have to go back to the goddamn fucking war.
All right. I guess we can go.
It's making me sad.
Yes.
Excuse me for one moment. I'll be a moment.
Oh my goodness.
What's wrong?
No, he's a handful.
Not gonna lie, I think he's a bit useless for the business. He said that he will talk to the banker.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I trust him really.
I don't trust him either.
I'm not even sure if we had to talk to him about the business.
I guess not. I mean, it's just what I heard from people.
I've heard of this, but he seems unaware about that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we talk to the wrong people. Maybe we should ask to Monsieur Jelly if he's around. Because he had the business license and everything. Wait.
Yeah.
Isn't Vinny a business owner?
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Where did you get
what's
the
that?
business license?
No, I'm not the bar. It was his button. He got employed on at the place, and then they gave him full ownership.
No, but to the business license.
I have no idea. Does he not have that ability?
I don't think so.
I thought he was the guy.
I'm not sure when we talk about the banker, he seems unaware of that. You ready, Chef?
Sure. Are you ready?
We are.
You need to get anything before we head out.
Our horses.
Well, I took that for an assumption, Christina. I meant anything else.
Well, you asked the question, I answered.
I gotta get some water. God, I gotta drink out of this dirty shithole. God.
Valentine is horrible, disgusting. Huh?
I know, right? God. So what else happened to your society?
What do you mean by that?
Your little thing you did on Saturday.
Business goes well, you know. We had the event yesterday. It was perfect. Sadly, you missed it.
I know, I apologize. My heart was with you both.
No, it's okay. You were there in spirit, huh?
Like that.
I'll be down the saloon.
Yes.
All right.
The business goes
going
well.
from Saint to here. Oh my God. Oh, wouldn't wish that my worst enemy. It's good. How's your uncle?
Good question. The last time I've heard about him, he was in New York helping my father to import a French wine, so who knows? Maybe comes here soon, or maybe the wine comes here instead of him. Who knows?
Which one would you prefer?
The wine.
I figured as much.
Red wine. My uncle is just watch over me every time, you know. Because
In
of
a good
him.
way or a bad way?
Well, you know, because of him, I cannot. I'm not really allowed to talk to men unless it's for business matter. So I prefer the wine.
A dangerous combination.
Just the wine.
You're wine and talking to more men. I figured you'd just rather the wine. I'd rather the wine. God.
Yeah. A red wine over everything, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
I can tell that you're a wine amateur, you are. Or maybe whiskey. Oh.
Yeah, I've been looking for him too.
It changes day by day, you know. I don't mind a good glass of wine.
Howdy.
Hello.
At all?
God, I hate that woman.
Why?
Stupid deputy and a stupid boyfriend were yelling at me yesterday.
Who is her boyfriend?
I think it's her boyfriend. I don't know his name. I don't know either of their names.
And you hate them?
Yeah.
Oh.
I asked him if they were having a mosey, and he came over to me and said, "Don't you dare talk to me like that."
Hey, Rika.
How you doing?
Hello, Rika. We're good. How are you?
No, they were rude. That is legit to hate them even though you don't know their name. I guess.
I hate a lot of people whose names I don't know, Miss Apolline.
Whatever is wrong with him, I like this character. Salut, ça va? Gabjeu, ça va? Bienvenue. Oh, okay, you behave now, jolie, hein? Been a good girl.
Oh, sorry, Miss Apolline.
No,
There's
no,
no need
no.
to try and kick me.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. A mosquito, you know, mosquito everywhere.
Ah, right, okay, yes.
There you go. So, are we all ready?
Where you going?
Blackwater.
No, please be careful.
Mhm.
You want to head to Blackwater?
Of course.
Please, I'll see you later.
All right.
See you later.
Oh, let's get going then, shall we?
You lead the way, Sheriff. Sheriff!
If
Sheriff!
you call me that again, I'm going to kick your horse in the head.
All right.
Yes?
Oh, we lost Christine already.
Oh, where is she? Wait.
One of the Valentine much called to her, I think.
Nina over there.
I'm coming.
Apolline.
Oui.
Who's she talking to over there? Some goddamn miscreant.
Apologies.
No, you go to Nina.
That's all right. Yeah, take your time. I'm in no rush. Just a war happening.
Sure. We follow your pace, okay?
Sure.
But you just need to speak up, Vanderberg.
I need to speak up.
Yes, perfect.
Yes.
Okay, just for you, Miss Apolline.
Thank you. I like when you raise up your voice like that. It's better so I can hear you perfectly.
How the hell did you get this damn shell again? You go this way, correct?
Yes.
I think.
You know the way.
Sure, yeah, I know the way.
Yeah.
I'm a well-traveled man.
I can tell.
Apolline. One might call me an expeditioner.
The expeditioner. Vanderberg, the expeditioner. Hey, that sounds well. And that's a nice horse that you have. What is their name? The horse name?
Atlas, named after my
Atlas.
expeditionary trail.
Oh.
Did you get the horse from Miss Sloan?
Yes, I did.
Very good.
What was the expedition?
With the expedition, she came to the office. I didn't do an expedition.
Ah, alright. No, fair enough.
My last expedition was to India.
Oh, you went to India?
Yes, it was very warm.
I can imagine. My strongest expedition is to go to the kitchen and take a drink of wine. Huh? That's my expedition. How was
You're an
India?
alcoholic.
No, it's not alcoholic. What do you mean?
Wait a moment.
Oh!
What?
Wait.
Valentine. That next station.
Platneck Station, yeah.
All right, we're going this way, I think.
Okay.
You see that my expeditionary skills said I should check the goddamn sign. See that?
Smart, man. And Monsieur Vanderberg, I'm not an alcoholic. A glass of wine is not being alcoholic.
I thought we had something in common, Miss Apolline. That's a shame.
I'm sure we have other things than being alcoholic. I'm sure. We wear blue. We all wear blue, by the way.
We do have
See?
so much in common. We should get dinner sometime.
Yeah. For the union.
Yeah, that's real convincing, Apolline. Thank you.
Sorry, I hope you will not be too late for the war.
You know, Miss Apolline, part of me hopes I am too late.
Oh, this
Wait
way?
a goddamn second. Oh my god, Miss Apolline, you okay?
Oh,
You alright?
my head. I'm okay. Oh.
I'm sorry, I saw the sign. I got sorry. I saw the sign. I wanted to make sure we're going the right
Just warn
way.
me before again.
You okay?
I'm okay. I'll be okay. Thank you.
Bandage? You want some laudanum?
No, oh, you have laudanum? I will
Here,
take
would you like some?
laudanum. Thank you. Oh. Alright, thank you. That helps. Alright, I follow you.
Alright, it's this way.
I think Blackwater is on the right, no?
Well, we
sign
can
says.
go this way. This way works too. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it works.
Okay. I mean, the chief of police is never wrong, huh?
You're goddamn right, Apolline.
That's right, huh? You definitely know the way.
You ever meet
should
that French
avoid it.
tourist?
Sorry?
You ever meet that French tourist?
The French tourist?
Yeah, some guy from France.
Oh.
I don't know, some guy from France.
There is a lot of French people around, but a French tourist, I don't know about that. Is he Monsieur Gaston?
Oh, that's the one.
He's not a tourist. He's not even French.
Well, how's he from?
He's half. He's American, Canadian something. He's Acadian, you know. He speaks French, but he's not French.
No, I don't know.
Oh,
I
okay.
have no idea what you're talking about.
No, he's not. But there is another, there is another French in Saint-Denis, Monsieur Jacques.
You're goddamn right there is.
I think we need more French in Saint-Denis than Italian.
I think we need neither.
I think we need more Romanian.
Well, okay.
You're enough, Miss Apolline. We don't need any more French people. You'll do it.
Oh, that is very much. Thank you. I think it's a compliment. I would take it as a compliment.
Sure.
What? What's wrong with you? What's wrong? I think we need neither. He's the worst.
You want to head into Blackwater before we head to the front line?
Oui, I need to change and... Oh, fuck, I need... Sorry.
The hell are you yelling about? You alright?
Yeah. I think I crushed a rabbit.
Oh, it's alright. We should go back for it. We should have it for dinner.
No, it's okay. We can eat real food. I need to change.
Alright, that's perfect. I gotta get some water.
Also, do you still have this lady who draws for you in the office?
What's her?
There is a lady who draws portrait. Yeah, Miss Cordelia, right?
Yeah, Miss Collins. That's who drew my portrait.
Oh. You know that you can also ask us this kind of matter. Huh?
Oh, you want to be hired as sketch artist?
Yeah. It's also in our business.
Sure, I'll give Miss Collins the ugly ones, and you can paint the beautiful ones.
I don't mind that.
I'm gonna get some water.
Sure, I will go to the clothing store. It's on your right. Yeah. There is something wrong with him.
No, he's interested in you.
What?
Yeah, he's interested in you. He's trying to ask you out.
What?
Yes, the chief of police is interested in you. That's
No.
why I think he said we should. No, he said we should get dinner sometime.
No, he was talking about the rabbit. He said about the rabbit.
No, but before then, I think he likes you.
I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, he does not. No, you have heard what he said. He said, I told him we need to have more French in Saint Denis because there is too much Italian. And he said we don't need to have any French or Italian either. No, I think.
No, I think he likes you. I think he's interested.
No, come on. Look at me.
No, he
Look
is.
at me.
He, Apolline, you are gorgeous. Any man would be lucky to have you.
Come on. I'm just a French lady with glasses.
You are gorgeous. I'm telling you.
All right. I need to fill up my flask as well. I have enough hamburger?
Mm-hmm.
Do you need more food for the war, Chief?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
You can buy it.
What's that? You say bacon bite? Oh, I'm buying.
Yes, sir.
Of course I am.
This character is funny.
We ought to get the payment for the exhibit.
Yes, sir. I hope he has money in Blackwater.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You should have asked for more.
Nina.
I'm serious.
Nah, look at you, little greedy lady. We can ask.
Business.
I mean,
if we ask from now, it's going to be suspicious.
yes. Do you want to ask for the money later?
Hello, ladies. I hope
can
you
ask
are well.
now. Hello.
Hello, doctor.
Hi.
Yes, hello. Oh, I am not a doctor.
Aren't you a doctor trainee?
No, I'm just a first aid.
Miss Collins.
Oh, right.
Hello.
Fancy seeing you here.
Yes. It's good to see you.
You alright?
Yes. Just yes. Doctor, actually, I think. Would you take a look at some stitches on my back?
Oh, sorry, we are both not doctor.
Oh.
Here I'm a nurse, and Miss Nina here, she's helping me out.
Yeah, they're your competition, Miss Collins. They're artists.
No, we work together. We are not competitors.
They were trying to steal your job before. You should be careful.
Jesus Christ.
Well, if you would like another assistant, I won't stop you.
No, they wanted to be sketch artists. I told them you can paint
Oh.
all the ugly people and they can do the beautiful people.
I see. Yes, no, that works for me. I'm fine with drawing ugly people. They are fun to draw.
did draw me recently. That's interesting.
That is not. That is not. No.
I could check my telegrams and we're heading out west. What happened yesterday?
They took McFarlane's and then they moved to the top of the canyons.
Good.
Yes. And I had a little run-in with a cougar.
Sorry to hear that. Are you okay?
Yes, just a bite on the shoulder is fine. Mr. Waters stitched me up. But I would like to have the doctor look at it.
All right. I mean, we can start with the medical tent if you're going back out.
Yes, here.
Oh, if it isn't Judas herself.
No. What? Chief, I have encouraged her to
Miss
take
Clark.
the job.
Judas? What are you talking about?
Apolline?
Oui.
Go check my telegrams. You coming with us, Miss Clark, right now?
Sorry, say that again.
I only have 4 poster kits left.
We can buy more here. Ouais. I have $27 here. You right?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, why?
Don't know, you seem so distant.
No, I'm just a little tired.
It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
We
But
go
I'm
there
looking
and we
forward to
set the
selling some more
pictures.
photos.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe food? No. Bandages. Here is for you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. How much was it?
No, don't forget about this. I don't even remember.
Okay.
Hello.
2 seconds.
Oh.
Forgot something. Forgot my hat.
Yes, go get your hat. I would not say that.
You've got his hat. Do you forget your hat?
No, I do not know.
On set old age ticket
Oh.
perhaps?
Maybe so. And Nina, I wanted to tell you I'm working on a new piece. It will take me a little bit of time, but I would like you to frame it in the end. If I could, I do not know how much it costs to do this, but I would like to do it.
Of course, I can definitely frame it for you.
Wonderful.
Are we ready to go? Jesus Christ. I look like a bit of a Casanova here. All right, well, let's head further west.
All right.
How have you been, Chief? I feel like it's been a moment since I've seen you.
You hear something, Cordelia? I'm all right, Miss Clark. How are you?
I'm fine.
Glad to hear it.
I suppose.
She was shot yesterday.
Oh, Jesus, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Captain
Suppose.
Maynard had the man hung, so he's okay.
I'm glad. You really got shot, Jesus.
Yes.
Better than happened to you.
All right. Just my arm. Wasn't too. Only needed a couple of stitches.
Was it the arm you right with?
No, it
Alright,
was
that's
not.
right.
Thankfully. Are you cross with me?
When? No, Miss Clark, I would never be cross with you.
See?
Okay, I'm cross with you.
What? Right, we can talk about this later. I'm sorry I
Did
upset
they push
you.
further up?
Yes, they did. We have
Much better.
McFarland's. I believe that's where the doctors are staying at the minute, is McFarland's, and then we're up on the ramp as a front line.
So they got Kinsey back.
Yes, thankfully. Very grateful for that. What?
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Oh. Yes, I'm also grateful he's back.
Yes, I mean, he's leading our war efforts. He shouldn't be sitting in a jail cell for the actions.
I agree. Kinsey's a good man.
He's
The wrong
honorable.
times, he's a good man.
He made the right choice.
There's Hugh.
Okay.
So
Yes,
this is why we're
that's
discussing
why-
it now,
Hello.
and we just want to be very fucking clear because it's been very, very frustrating.
Nina, you right? Oh my god, I tried to stop the horse. Are you okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking horse.
Yeah.
You got hurt?
I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
We can ask for laudanum to the doctor if you want.
Yes, please.
Right.
You are doing a lot to help facilitate these things, but
Hey.
Well, I do want to be clear. I am leading this right now. So this is, I'm communicating with everyone around in order to organize this. And I've been trying to do that from the start, as that was what I was asked to do.
I was told to take orders from Marshall, which is what I've been doing. There has been no sense of clearing up whose leadership was or anything. A lot of us are using our own medications. I don't think it matters. I'm just saying we just need to collaborate. I'm not here to take orders. I'm here to just help where I can.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to give you orders. I've been trying to collaborate this whole time. But I am trying to organize this so that we can run back and forth between folk and have a line of communication between them and between us. I'm sorry I wasn't here yesterday. That was something I couldn't avoid. But today is the most important day to do that. So however we can all work together to do that would be great. As of now, the plan is to have a few dedicated volunteer field medics who will go behind and pull people off the battlefield, plug their holes, and bring them back to the tents at the top of the hill. They're the doctors who are organizing that particular area and determining who needs to be sent where and what needs to happen. They're going to be in charge of that area to figure out what needs to go next. Everyone needs to be communicating with each other, making sure to tell everyone you can see what you are doing and what you need at the time.
Okay.
Is there any questions or concerns about that?
So my main question is, when it comes to the surgeons and everything, you're indicating, Leah, that the facilities you all set up at this tent is where we will be doing that when that needs to be done, or we're coming back to McFarland?
You need to be doing the life-saving procedures and send them off to a hospital to begin with. If they are too bad, there's a wagon there that was the whole.
That's fair.
Right. So kind of like a.
That's fine. I'm
almost
just
like
going off of what those.
Accident and emergency room. So if you think of our field medics as being kind of first responders, bringing to the accident and emergency room, and then where they will be stabilized and then diverted to whatever is appropriate, such as ward care, such as surgery, more detailed surgery, or back onto the field if they're,
Just to hold you for 1 second, one quick second here, Flora. So just to make sure, because we were told by the heads who were here last night, there are no facilities they prepared for us here, because they presented it as though they did for us to do surgery in this house behind us.
I just set up some facilities for you to do the basic things you need down on the hill. If you all want, we can go together and look at that.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I just need to make sure, because they said that this house was good for surgery. If it's not, I have no qualms with Blackwater in the hospital.
We should not be doing anything too extreme. This is a wartime area. They should be sent off to a clean hospital to do more intensive things.
If they're in extensive surgery, based off of what these gentlemen said to us. If they prepared anything, then I'm going off of what they're presenting, because they bring these things in.
I have some lot of them.
Where did you get that?
I bought it from Valentine earlier.
Okay. Sorry, there seems to have a bit of a disagreement today.
It's okay. Oh god, yeah. I do need a doctor to have a look at me.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of saying before, who is the other girl that kind of looks like me, who wears the flat cap that falls around the marshal all the time, the chief? I can't remember her name. Cordelia. Cordelia's been doing the same when you're gone. She has been in your position for the most part. When it comes to relaying information and trying to get things organized as possible. However, I do agree that, the people who want to volunteer and go down there and do the field work, you guys worry about that part. We'll worry about this part here, and then we communicate on it. Because I simply just don't think our brains can worry about too much all at once.
I agree. I actually wanted to try to have some sort of, and this is not giving orders, this is not trying to put people in charge, but someone who is going to take lead of saying what is going to happen so that we're all on the same page for people who are in charge of surgery. For people who are field work, we can talk as well as I'm going to be talking to the marshals and communicating all this information. But I want to have someone who is down there who is going to say, hey, I need you to take this person down to the hospital. This is what needs to be done, you know.
All right, yeah. We can have a couple of us there.
Okay.
I'm happy to stay at the Armadillo ramp so that I can, to give fluid resuscitation and airway management, etc. to people. And then if they need surgery, then if we can get like emergency surgery, if there are facilities there, then that can be done. If Odell and Dr. Esmeralda, are you a surgeon?
I am. So I think we can do what we did the other night, Flora, where you and I were taking care of folks as they were being brought in. If you're going to stay over there in Armadillo, the lip, if you will, as the folks who need further surgery, then I can transport them with whoever is coming with me to then get them to the hospital to do the more intensive.
Perfect.
Because that's what we were doing before, right? If things were too bad, we were just taking them straight to Blackwater, because clearly this is not the space to do anything in depth.
And I've tried to communicate with them. That was the entire point of this. We should not be replacing a hospital. If they are that critical, we need to move them to either Blackwater or Santini as soon as possible. There is a wagon there that, I wanted to have a wagon to begin with, and I really would like soldiers to be transporting these people, because you all should not be leaving where you are needed. It is not our jobs to be transporting these people unless we're field medics and, there's no other
Funnily
choice.
enough, I just mentioned that earlier about how I think they have enough men to hold it down for 1 or 2 to spare to bring back men who are downed.
And I've been shouting this constantly since day one, and unfortunately, those boys just see action and run to it instead of actually being responsible and trying to take care of us. And right now,
well, maybe we can take the ones that are complaining that they're in pain and needing a lot of laudanum. Maybe perhaps they can be the ones that are driving, because they're obviously incapable of going onto the battlefield if they're in so much pain.
My thing is a great example of yesterday. Esmeralda and I were called upon someone to do an emergency surgery who was in critical condition. When we got back...
Esmeralda, do you want to continue? Just kidding.
Yes.
Hello.
If one of you wouldn't mind taking my stitches out.
Yeah, that's all right. We're just having a meeting at the moment to discuss issues for this evening, but it's all right.
Happening because I don't think I can stay awake for much longer. Really, I've been really wearing myself out.
Yes, please rest.
Thank you.
It's the field medics are on a volunteer basis as well. It is not something I'm going to force you to do, and if you need to go to sleep, that needs to be your priority.
Take care of
We
yourself,
cannot be.
Costco.
Yeah.
We cannot
take care of yourself first.
I can give it another hour, but if
You've
nothing
done a
happens...
lot, Costco. Just please, the minute you feel like
Yeah,
you're
you've
under the
worked your
weather,
ass off.
please rest. You and Holiday, you two need to get that rest in.
Yeah.
So this has been extremely useful. One thing I would like to just very quickly put in is that we need to limit the number of places that we are deploying to.
What did it say?
Are you sure I'm needed here? Because it seems like they're gonna go to the front line.
I just needed to listen what they're saying because I'm also going to the front line.
Okay, well, am I needed is what I mean.
Do you want to sell the pictures?
We could, but I think it's gonna be a war soon, right?
I'm not sure. I don't even know where is the front line, to be honest. It may be over there to the canyon.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then there won't be any pictures sold because they'll be shooting at each other.
You can try to sell them in Blackwater. They must have more people over there.
I can go do that if you want to stay here.
Yeah, sure. I will stay them. I will help today.
Okay, you be safe, okay?
Oh, hug, best friend.
Yes.
Oh,
It's okay.
I'm stressed. Sorry.
It's okay. It's all right. You be safe, Apolline, yes?
Yes, you too. You too, Nina.
Love you, best friend.
Love you, best friend.
I would rather get people, stabilized at Armadillo, to be honest, and then divert them to where probably Blackwater could be good, but if we got a surgeon there.
I think Blackwater would be the best. I think Stainton is going to be too far.
I agree. I agree completely. Though if there is no doctor there, there's two options I see. Either the doctor who is taking charge of the patient leave their post to go, provide surgical treatment or whatever other more intensive things need to happen with that patient, or one of us goes to stay in Blackwater in anticipation of those folk being sent. What do you all think?
I think for the people who are here who are surgeons, having us at the tents, and then depending on who gets brought in, if the soldiers are able to transport that person via the wagon, we follow with them, we get to the hospital, attend to them, come back with the soldiers, and then return, and then continue to assess and things like that. Because otherwise, it will be a bit of what was going on when folks were over at the medical camp, and then things were going on at Dawson, but we weren't sure because messengers didn't come, and so on and so forth. And that way, no one is just sitting there waiting when they could be providing their expertise to and I mean,
Agreed.
Flo, you and I are here, right? Flora, we got this, right? So Sol is here as well. I don't know anyone else. I'm not going to presume your specialty's here, but that just seems to be the most logical thing to me.
I agree. I think that's a very good idea. And whoever is at the surgical tents, I'm going to leave you all in charge of coordinating that. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
Anyone that needs sending to Blackwater.
We'll do what we did last time. You and I got this communication-wise. It's fine.
Yeah. And, it may well be that they're stabilized enough and they could possibly have elective surgery, but they're not fit to go back on the battlefield. We can send them to Blackwater where they can have ward care overnight with the local nurses, local doctor, until they are fit for surgery.
And Costco, you were doing very well with that when we were working on it initially, so if you are not opposed, I would recommend you stay with Flora and I.
Oh, is there anybody that would go on to the battlefield then?
Oh, if you were going to do that, then by all means. I was just presenting.
And what about you, Nurse Apple? Are you capable of putting gauze in wounds to, get people okay enough to come up to the medical tents for more extensive help?
Well,
you won't have to do much.
The caveat with that is it's a lot more risky. This is a lot more dangerous to be going out there. So you do not need to do this. If it's only me doing this, then the other two squadrons will not have anything, like that, and they'll just have to get by. Your safety is the most important thing and what you feel comfortable with doing.
I'm ready for anything.
Okay, including going into battle?
Including go to battle.
Okay, you're with me then.
Military personnel, you'll be with them.
Yes.
All right, so make sure they look after you.
Right, it's just the problem is that I'm not a doctor, so I cannot proceed to deep surgery. I can just assist the doctor.
We're not doing surgery on the battlefield. That's the point of this discussion.
I feel that that's actually a benefit right now, Apolline.
Yes.
We'll be right back.
We need the
me.
surgeons at the actual medical tents, and folk who are going to be out. All they need to do is stuff wounds and get them alive long enough. Hello.
That's all you'll need to do is apply pressure, pack the gauze into the wounds, and then just get them to us.
Excuse me?
I can do that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
But obviously, only if it is safe for you to do so. Do not be putting yourself in any danger.
Yes, and if you feel as if there is danger, fall back.
All right.
But it looks like Casca, are you wanting to go or no?
To give you to
yes,
give
it
to
just
other
depends
soldier.
on when the battle starts. Really, if it's
okay.
too late, I can't.
Okay, well then we'll all go together and get on a uniform and get that going. I am going to need to actually, would you two mind picking out a uniform for the field medics? That is the same that we can wear. I'm going to go and try to talk to the leadership and make sure this is all communicated and everything is all right.
To
clarify,
will you take me to these tents and the medical tents?
Yes, let's all the surgeons go. You two, if you don't mind picking out that uniform, and then grabbing me an extra.
Maybe what I'm wearing right now is because pants you can run easily.
I think a pants is a good idea. I think it should maybe without the hat, just so that we all have the same, if that's fine.
Yeah, because some people are just shooting at people with wide brim hats.
Yeah, so maybe an all white, I don't know whether white pants, but just try to have a very specific clean uniform you can see from afar that is white with a blue scarf.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Do you all mind doing
Yes.
that and grabbing an extra? And
All right.
I'll take the surgeons over and try to talk to
All right.
leadership.
All right, Flora. So what we
So
can
heading to
do
Blackwater?
is,
Yep.
you and
Okay.
Okay.
Which team should I stick with?
Which team? Well, if you want to go with the field medic, we need field medics.
All right.
Okay. So you get the uniform with her, and you two pick it out, and then you come and meet us at the Armadillo tents.
I go with her.
With Casca.
All right.
Barrels, where are you?
How are you doing, Miss Apple?
I'm doing good, but what about yourself? You seem a bit desperate today, Casca. Oh, careful.
I'm this is the last push, I hope, and then we'll finally be going back to our normal lives.
You done a lot about yourself, Casca. You did an amazing job on the field.
Thank you. Thank you for all the things you've done for us. It's honestly a fresh breath of fresh air. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, doctor. I'm not doing that much, to be honest. I'm just a nurse on the field. That's all.
You bring us a lot of morale, so that's good too.
Oh, I appreciate you for saying that. They said about an uniform, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Maybe all white, I think. It's easy to see.
Well, white and blue, we at least need one thing of blue. I don't even know because our uniform, what we're wearing right now, is already very visible. So.
Yeah, but if you're running around, pants might be better.
Oh my god, pants.
Yes, you're gonna have to wear pants. I'm sorry.
Okay. I do it for the cause, for the war.
Here we go.
The tailor? Is that the tailor?
Yeah, it's up here.
Oh. Oh, I was not aware of that. Okay. Wow. Wait. So, what are we wearing?
Something easy.
Tell me what outfit should I wear, because I really don't know what they want.
The shirt for me is $5.95. Oh, sorry, $59.
Okay.
And then I have a shawl at $21.
What? Oh, 20.
21, yeah.
Sorry, yes.
And then I have the third variant of it. And
what's the color?
138. And then the second one I got all the way to the end, and then the third is also 138.
Okay.
Pants really depends just what you want to wear.
I will wear the same. They said the uniform, so I guess I'm wearing the same as yours.
This one is 95.
Okay, what color?
Should be 15.
Like this?
Yeah, we're gonna cover it with an apron anyway. Boots. Just something sturdy, I suppose. I have 9 for boots.
Oh, say that again?
9 for the boots.
Alright, what color?
15.
15?
Yes, 15,
okay.
15 is white.
Okay.
For gloves, I have 4. And then 9. Variant 9.
The color is 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
Belts is 12. And then the color will be 15 again.
Alright.
And I have a bandana, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. Let's see, which one did I have? Oh, I got 3 for neckwear. And then I made it 15.
Okay.
That should be it.
Perfect.
Let me pack an extra.
Well, we are ready.
There we go. All right, let's head back. Almost there. I think they're up at the camp, so we might as well head there.
Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Hello. You are going on the field with us? Un casca. What? Can she hear me?
How you feeling?
Ready?
Well,
Yeah, it's not gonna be much better tonight.
oh my god. I'm so stressed I jumped out the horse.
It's okay.
The battlefield is really close to Armadio.
Hmm.
Is
I don't know
there
where it
here?
is.
Have you seen the doctor here?
Oh, down here.
Oh, yes. There's a lot of dust here.
Leah?
No, it's too dusty, Casca.
Let's head here then. What? Where are they?
I think I saw a doctor behind us. At the other camp. Yeah. There is a Leah, Dr. Leah out there.
Oh, yeah.
I feel naked with this pant.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Leah?
Oh, it's Casca. Once again, it's really dusty. Too much dust that nobody can hear us or see us.
Right.
They should not put the doctor here. They should put them at Mark
Yeah, I
Farley
don't
range.
understand it. I really don't
No,
understand it.
I think it's innocent to me. Armadio is still pretty even though under these circumstances. Did they actually ask us to stay here, Casca?
don't know. We can head back to McFarland's for now.
Yes, we check to McFarland's if we have a doctor over there. Because it's too dusty, and if we bring all the doctor here, it can be dangerous. I think it's the reporter over there. Right.
I don't think so. I've never... Oh, it's the Times.
Yeah, it's the Times. The reporters.
No, let's head back for now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so dusty.
It must be less dusty at McFarlane. Right. We'll just check for my horse. Jolie? Where are you, my girl? Oh, there you are. Is there anybody inside?
No, but there is a cougar, so be careful.
Oh, okay. What about this camp over there? What's that?
It's a sleeping quarters.
You're
Oh
right?
my goodness.
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
I am not okay. Not in the
Oh my
slightest.
god.
Oh my goodness. Get into the house. Come on. Come on. Cat was really happy to see you.
Yes. That is not the cougar I was looking for.
Go sit down.
Pepette! Pepette, how are you? No, I missed you. What you talking about? How are you? How are you, Pepette? Nice to see you here. Happy Sunday.
Miss Apolline, can you get me some saline and a stitching kit?
Sure, let me find this.
Thank you.
There you go. Are you thinking about playing the game like tasks? That would be awesome. What game? What is this game about?
Right there, yep. This is the sore spot.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need anything for the pain right now?
No, just after. Just
Okay.
after. Just get it done. I've been here before. I'm assuming most of the soldiers have gone to the front.
Can I clean that for you?
Oh, you mean the story mode,
What's your name, sir?
I thought about this.
Constable Lazarus Contacozono, but most people just call me Constable Kant. But
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, please don't. Cousineau is just fine.
Cousineau?
Cousineau, yes.
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I thought about this
what
game
are
after
Angel's
Red Dead
names?
1.
Oh, this is Nurse Apolline, and I'm Dr. Casca.
Pleasure.
Winters.
And it's a bit weird to meet you under these circumstances, but a pleasure.
Yes. It seems that I have run into multiple angels in the past couple of days, but not because of injury. This is the first injury I have taken, and of course it was by a cougar I was not looking for. Not the type I was looking for, at least.
Well, life is intriguing, right? Very much.
Yes. You're from France, I'm assuming, yes?
Yes, I'm from Paris, but for me it's difficult to tell where you're from.
I'm Romanian.
Oh, Romanian, all right, I see.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a Romanian friend also. Budapest?
Yeah, roughly.
Oh, right.
On the outskirts going towards Turkey.
Oh, okay, I see. Well, very nice to meet you. You'll be alright, Miss Casca here, she's a very good doctor.
Yes, ma'am.
She knows what she's doing.
It seems that way. It seems the most angels I've come across have been well blessed in their hands. See, my mama and my cousins, the Romanians, we believe that your healers are most important over everything, the most prized possessions. Not possessions, I would mean you're like, I'm going to shut up before I dig myself a hole.
Oh, you're good.
Yes.
Yeah, nice. You're a soldier?
I'm a constable from Blackwater, but I have been given my background in Romania. I was conscripted to be a cavalry corporal and to assist in cavalry charges in leading on flanking maneuvers. But I was a bit late to rise, so I am not sure what my intentions are to be on this evening.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. I don't like needles.
You be right. Do you want to hold my hand?
I mean, I won't say no.
Give me your hands. You'll be alright. Be alright.
I am blessed, honestly.
Alright, so don't watch the needle. You'll be okay.
My mama told me that one day, cause you'd be, Lazarus, you'd be surrounded by beautiful ladies in various times. And,
This is America for you. American dream, everything is possible here, huh?
It is true. It seems like every way I turn, there's another beautiful one. If I am to survive this war, I have got to settle down.
After that, don't do anything stupid, huh? After the angel, I don't want you to go to heaven.
If the Papa above wants to take me into his loving embrace, then I'll accept it. But I don't have any intentions of dying anytime soon.
No, later is better. You have a lot of things to do alive.
Yes, ma'am. But the cavalry man, the life expectancy is very short. So.
Hey, no worries. You're doing good so far. You are so brave.
I am the bravest, some would say.
The bravest. I mean, I wouldn't survive of a cougar, I think.
You're right. You're right. You know, I don't know if it decided to. I don't know if one of you shot it or somebody shot it, but I shot it once, and then it jumped on me, and then it just gave up.
No, you're doing good. You are very, very brave.
Thank you.
Can you repeat your name again for me?
Lazarus.
Lazarus.
Conta Cusino.
Oh, how can I help you? How can I... No, tell your name. How is your name? How can I say your name?
Lazarus.
Lazarus?
You could call me Lazarus or Cusino.
All right, Lazarus.
Yes, ma'am.
That's easier for me.
My name is quite a mouthful, it seems to most people.
It's impossible for me to say it. You're doing so great, Lazarus. You're so brave. I'm very, very proud of you.
If my mama could see me now, she would slap me on the head while you're doing this.
She would be also very happy for what you are doing.
I don't know about that one. My mom was mad at me when I joined the Romanian army fighting Hungarians and the Turkish for the longest time. She was not. She said, Lazarus, you are an idiot and you are stupid. None of your brothers are as dumb as you. And
you should send her a letter and tell you about your adventure and the warrior. I'm sure she will be very proud.
Yes. I have to write a letter before the battle commences, hopefully. And if I am to pass, then it'll be home. I sent home to my mama, and I'll be buried in home.
How is the wound, Casca?
I'm almost done.
All right. Sorry, guys, I'm a bit focused on the roleplay right now.
Is it, you angels, is it true what the ladies say, that they love scars? Is that a true thing?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. I don't know if we're angel, though. We are just doing what we needed to do, you know. The war effort.
This is going to be the best scar, I'm going to say. I got it from a cannon or something. No, I can't do that. I'm not a liar. Of course, no, it's not a liar.
I mean, cougar is also very... It's crazy, no? Having a scar from a cougar? I think it's crazy.
Yes, but it seems like these days most people have the casual story that they've been hit by a cougar or a bear or wolves, and I feel like it'd be a run-of-the-mill story. But I'm not a liar, so I cannot lie about whether it was obtained, because that would mean that you two beautiful ladies, well, the work was for naught, and you would not get the credit for patching up.
Hey, you're doing good. Look at me. Hey, look at me, Lazarus. How is your mama? Oh, how is she doing anyway? Oh.
My mama, she said, cousin, you better go to America and make your dreams come true, and then send back a fortune for the rest of the family so they could get out of Romania. After the war with the Hungarians, a lot of things have been torn apart.
Yeah. And I can see that America treats you well so far, huh?
Yeah, so far.
So far, so good.
So far, so great.
All right. Hold my hands. You are doing amazing. Oh my God, you are so proud.
I'm a brave Romanian boy. I am not scared.
So
I'm
brave.
not scared in the slightest at all.
No, you're doing amazing, Lazarus.
No, you're right. You're right. No, you're doing amazing. Thank you.
Come on.
Well done.
See? Wow. Bravo. How do you feel? Do you need help to get up?
I am already emasculated as is. I must. I can stand on my own.
All right.
Right.
You sure? No, don't be ashamed to ask us to help you out.
Well, the medicine is going to kick in very soon. I gave him a small dose of morphine, and he'll be.
Thank you, Casca.
Feeling less pain, hopefully.
Oh, right. Well, I hope that we are not to meet again under situations like this. I'm hoping that after this is all said and done, everybody has a smile and has time to rest. I know you need it the most.
Thank you very much for your kind words. Do you want to be dropped somewhere?
What?
Sorry, do you want to be dropped somewhere? Do you have a horse or anything?
What did she say?
If you needed to be dropped off anywhere.
Oh, my horse is in the stable here. I put it up last month. I will be all right, but please, if we are to fail in our endeavor, please make sure you get to safety, okay?
Sure. You too, especially you. You be safe.
Yes.
Nothing too crazy today, huh?
I am cavalry. There is nothing not crazy with cavalry. Thank you, angels. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, he's gonna die, this guy. He's gonna die during the war, I'm telling you.
Oh, my head.
It is the last battle. It was the first one and the last one.
Probably. I hope he was back, though.
They never respect what we say. They never respect it. Look, you know what I saw yesterday? I saw people, we were at almost at the front line, we were at the camp, you know, and like 3 people were got shot, and one of them, he came back to the battlefield after that. Like literally. Almost like, no, that's crazy, that's crazy. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I will definitely play Red Dead Redemption.
I'm getting rather tired.
No, it's okay. Please go to sleep, Casca. I have my horse here anyway. I'm good.
Can you give this to Leah?
Sure, I will give her. Is that your uniform?
That's the uniform.
Okay, I will give it to her.
Here, this too.
Okay.
All right. Be safe, please.
You too. You sleep well and rest, Casca, okay? We need a person like you. You are very important on the field, okay? Thank you for what you are doing. It will not get forgotten.
Thank you for all your help. You did so well there.
Oh, come on.
Thank you for calming him down.
Sure.
All right. Good night.
Good night, Casca. I guess the doctor have to wait a bit until something is going on. I will just have a very quick chat with you until I go back to the field. But what... Well, you know, Puppet, it's funny that you say that because remember when I finished Red Dead Redemption 1, I said that I might probably play Red Dead Redemption 2, the story mode, if you really wanted to see that, because the game is super long. Me, I don't mind to play it. I've already played I think I finished the game 2 times already. So if I play it with you, I'll be very happy to play the game with you. So I don't mind. And I was not aware that Tass is doing that. But yeah, thank you, Puppet. L'évolution are great. Simon, you should stream more unless you don't have the time. Oh, thank you. That is sweet. I wanted to stream more. It's just it's super hot right now. I'm not joking. It's I think it's 32 in my room right now. It's super hot. That's why I cannot stream. You know. Yeah, it's super hot. So I'm dying.
Madame?
Hello, Monsieur Queen.
Oh, there you are.
It's me.
What a lovely uniform, actually. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm getting ready for the battlefield. I'm about to go there.
Ah. Just a heads up, there are so many people there.
I know, but I need to pass a uniform for a doctor over there.
No, of course, I understand.
So, how is it? Is it calm right now?
Right now, at least when we left.
Yeah, it's calm, just busy.
While you're awake, we get a photograph of you just so we can, you know, illustrate how some of the doctors looked.
Sure. Don't want me to stand somewhere?
Mr. Lee?
Somewhere where the sunlight is,
Raspberries. Beautiful angel,
come up.
doctor. Is it, I am been asked to come back and ask a question. Are the people moving the medical station further up to the front, or is it staying here?
There's already a medical station in the front.
All right.
A bunch of tents.
Yes, if you're heading down the ramp, sir, and you know that dead-end flat spot?
Yes, sir.
That's going to be a medical station.
Is it currently established with doctors right now?
I do believe it is.
There is doctors, yes.
Yes, there's about 2 or 3 of them.
They
right?
may need to return from the front and not be so far up at the moment, given the battle that is currently commencing. I have just been asked to get clarification. I'm not sure what their intentions are with the front, but there is a concern that the conscripts are going after a bloodlust. So we're going to try to get combatants out of the area.
Sorry, did you say the battle that is currently commencing?
Apparently, there is some kind of it is a skirmish or something that is transpiring at the ramp.
We just came from there, so that must have just happened.
I'm just passing what I was told. I'm going to run back and tell the under sheriff and let him know that that there is a medical station set up there, but it might need to get pulled back. I'm not sure. I'm just come to ask questions. But I will return and I will let you know what is going on. Bye.
Farewell.
Okay, well, they need to hurry the fuck up and get that ammo real quick now.
Alright, do you want me to send you?
Mr. Lee.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just concerned, yeah.
Too many soldiers, then point. Send them here.
They're coming. Wagon's coming.
Oh,
okay.
Best luck. Stay safe out there, please don't get shot.
Okay,
We'll
I'll
try
hurry-
not to.
I'll hurry and do this.
Get those traitors.
I got it, Miss Apolline, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Tilly. I must go with them.
Yeah, we just heard that apparently a skirmish happening at the front, so...
For the Union!
All right.
Best luck, Miss Apolline.
Thank you.
Doctor, I should maybe say.
You take care.
Time being. Likewise, we'll be here.
God bless you.
Likewise.
Oh, it's about to be crazy. Everything is crazy right now. Oh, come on. Hello?
Oh, hello, Angel.
I'm also going to the battlefront. Where are you going?
There's currently. Are you going?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Do you have orders to go down there, or?
Yes, I have orders. I need to pass a uniform and laudanum.
Oh yeah. Well, then, if you have orders, follow your orders. We aren't going down there because it's quite busy down there.
All right. I would just check if it's too dusty or not. Where are the doctors? The fuck? The house? I don't think they see us. It's too dusty. Like there is a bubble, too much people around. Hello. Well, we can wait until someone sees us, I guess. Wow, oh my god. Oh, that is not the song. That's the song, Blob. Maybe their last day on Earth, who knows? It's the war, huh? It's the war today, guys. Who knows what can happen? Salut Julia, ça va? Coucou, coucou. They are enjoying their last sunset. Ça va, merci Julia, je vais bien. Tout va bien. Non, on peut pas. Don't worry, don't apologize, you know. There is the VOD, and also, guys, if you wanted to watch other VODs, it's on YouTube. Everything is uploaded. All the VODs are uploaded on YouTube. Lazarus, I think he's about to die. Not gonna lie to you. This guy, he seems he seems a bit goofy, you know, wumbling and everything. You're on YouTube, yeah? Yeah! So, but what I said earlier is that I still play Red Dead, I still play on the server every day almost, but I don't stream it because when I stream, my computer is hot. You know, like my room is super hot and I'm not in the good conditions to stream. So usually that's what I do those days. I still play and I record my plays and I upload it directly on YouTube. So the VODs are not lost, they are still on YouTube. And also you can still follow the adventure on YouTube. Salut Killer. Le serveur c'est Rosalita, c'est un serveur américain. Donc il n'y a pas vraiment de conditions mis à part savoir parler anglais. Et c'est un très très bon serveur. Pas de souci, bienvenue Killer. Hola, mi niña, ¿cómo estás? Hola. How you doing? Oh, merci Julia, t'es trop mimi, c'est gentil. I think the doctor... Oh, okay, they're over there.
Hey, Emma. Dismissed.
Okay, I think they can seize me, I'm not sure. Ah, Skippy? Jackson? Oh no, wait, they cannot see me. Oh no. It's too many people around, I cannot even pass her the uniform. Fuck me. I will move, I cannot stay here and I think they don't need, to be honest, I don't think they need a doctor here right on the front lines. It was a nice sunset though. Please, Skippy, who is your character? I'm confused. Jackson? Which one it was again? Puppet, you can go on the Discord. There is all the links. There is the YouTube also on my Twitch page.
Chief Marshal Johnson and Crenshaw have...
Not doctor. That's weird because I saw only one doctor at the front lines. That's weird. Oh! Here are the doctors, okay.
Here we go. So get some water boiled. I got some sterile bottles. I'm gonna make up some IV saline. I've already got some IV saline ready made, but I will make some more up.
Hey, Madam
for
hey,
for in case we need more. Got a few bottles of Ringer's lactate, and plenty of gauze, plenty of bandages. What are your specialties, Dr. Dahlia? What do you specialize in?
Not anything right now.
Hold on, Puppet. Let me give you the link.
Here.
I got you. I got you.
Well, I'm sure Dr. Odell can direct you, and if I need anything as well, I can direct you, as can Dr. Holiday.
I can still still help out. Don't get me wrong.
There you go.
Yeah, of
Specialty
course,
in the
of
field.
course. Yeah. Well, it's good to have some generalists, you know. Critical care. I will manage airways. I will manage circulation, breathing. I'm okay with cardiothoracics. We got Dr. Odell there, who is a general surgeon, and then we got two other surgeons, Bob and Dr. Esmeralda, who do orthopedics and vascular.
Apple, are you going up to help out Dr. Leah?
I wanted, but it's too dusty. I was staying there for like 10 minutes and dust around.
Okay, because
yeah, it's really bad there.
I believe she thinks you are going to be with her, just you two, but I don't know.
I can,
yeah, she
but
sent Dr. Bob here to come and get you.
Yeah, so
okay.
Hopefully now that we've left it and they're about to perhaps even ride out here soon, you'll be able to be up there comfortably without dealing with all the heavy wind and dust.
I will try again. Do you have a food on you?
I have some jerky if you'd like some.
No, I just found I have
I have
stew.
a lot of stale bread.
This. Thank you.
I see.
I need to eat before I go back. But too much people over there, a lot of dust.
Here you go.
Alright, I'm just gonna go and put some supplies in, alright?
Dr. Casca went to bed, by the way. Et le Sierra?
Bon Dieu, ça va?
Ça va bien, merci à vous.
Ah, très bien. Enchanté.
Enchanté.
Is anyone hungry? I've been fishing.
I'm good
I'm
right
okay
now.
for now.
I took a stew. Maybe later.
Yeah, maybe later.
Alright. Should I go back and try again? Maybe there is less people over there.
You can certainly try.
Yeah, you could definitely try. Maybe try to just kind of stick close to Leah if you can see her and follow her around. I'm sure eventually she'll be able to.
Do you want
The
me
whole
to?
place is running up and down with soldiers.
Do you want me to pass things to her, or is it all good?
We just got finished talking to her, so at the moment it's all good.
Okay, perfect. No worries. Right, you be safe.
Be safe, Miss Apolline.
Thank you. Well, Apolline is going to the battlefront. Hey, Esme. Aïe, 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 aïe. To the battlefront again. I was not streaming yesterday, but I've uploaded the VOD, the yesterday VOD, and I think it was one of my best session ever with Nina. We had a lot of fun. Also, the war, the sounds of the bombs are crazy. It's super intense. Okay, it's not dusty, but where is Leah? She's over there. Okay, perfect. Here is the front line, and the Union is fighting against the Westerners, Armadillo, Tumbleweed.
We think about manning some positions now instead of standing around in a lovely little school circle.
Is there anyone
Yeah,
precisely here that's not going in the first wave?
You're going to go into the Saint-Denis Battalion.
We have a lot of people here. Not everybody's going in the first
Sorry.
wave.
Say that again.
Okay, stop here because I don't want to walk too far. You're going in with the Saint-Denis Battalion. The rest of the medics have been sent back to McFarland because there's a lot of dust being kicked up, so that is going to be the home base. Do you have this uniform?
Well, yes, she made me this uniform, and also she wants me to pass it to you, this. And
Thank you.
should I give you the laudanum, or should I take it?
Sorry?
She gave me laudanum, Miss Cascar told
Yes,
me...
please.
Okay,
Yes,
give it
please.
to you. And
Perfect,
that's it.
Thank you. Okay, do you have enough?
I have nothing on me
also-
besides the bandages.
And also protecting
You don't have you don't have laudanum?
No.
Okay, here, take half.
I just
because
have
you're going to be on your
bandages.
own.
Okay.
And you're going to need to think on your feet. Make sure to pick someone who you are going to report to and say needs to watch out for you, and be careful. Okay.
What is the Saint-Denis Battalion? What's that?
They're going to be mounting an attack on Fort Mercer, maybe? I don't know. I'll ask the lieutenant in a
Alright.
second. But I think they all kind of left to get out of the area. So I will ask this man.
Yes, because
And,
I don't know who is the Saint-Denis Battalion or whatever battalion.
Okay.
Ladies,
Hi.
Hey.
I need one of y'all. My brother just got done kicked by a horse up there.
Okay, you need to take him to McFarland Ranch, if you don't mind.
Oh, he can't get up at all.
Are you able to put him on a horse?
Well, I tried. But I can't pick him up.
Okay.
He's heavy as hell.
Okay, I'll try to help you lift him.
All right.
But then take him to McFarland's if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I will. My God, I am sorry about that mess.
that's all right.
I think some of them horses is nervous, just as nervous as we are.
It's
Yes.
They
fine.
get all unruly and all.
Accident happens.
He's just down yonder by that horse over there. I'm gonna grab my horse. See if I can grab it over there.
Oh, I see him.
Okay, make sure that you find the Santini battalion, all right?
Okay,
You can come with me and we'll ask and then see. Hello, sir. Are you awake?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I'm just going to help lift you up to this
hold
horse,
on,
all right?
let me move the horse. I mean, maybe.
Yes, if you don't mind.
Oh.
And then you're gonna go to McFarland's and get looked over, okay?
All right.
I think the horse is very stubborn and doesn't want to move.
Oh.
All right, yeah. Put him on my horse.
Wow.
Oh, that was close, miss.
All right, there you go.
Thank y'all kindly. I'll take
Yeah,
him
of
over
course.
real quick. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
But yes, what I was saying is that maybe you needed to pass me over laudanum or whatever is needed.
Yes, I gave you some laudanum.
Oh.
Did you... Uh-oh.
No. No, I don't.
Oh my god. That was a lot of laudanum.
Oh, I swear I have nothing in my pocket.
Okay, let's see. Let's go over
Fuck.
to where I passed it to you. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna cry.
Maybe to the lady? She was close to us
Yeah.
when you gave it?
Oh no. She wasn't she? Oh no.
Yes, I think it was
okay,
her.
I'm just gonna change in here.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. No, you're alright, you're alright.
Hi! Hi, Avalon.
Oh no! We need
Bonjour.
that lady back!
Well, she wanted to McFarlane to want me to go there and ask for laudanum or what's needed.
Yes, and ask where the Saint Denis battalion will be because you are going to be with them.
Okay.
Okay. Apple, good luck and be safe.
You too. You be safe. Saint Denis battalion. What the fuck is that? Alright. Do we have any supply? I need you to take laudanum and stuff. Do you know if there is any supply around?
Supplies of what?
Laudanum.
Yeah, how much you need?
I don't know. Miss Leah wanted you to give me a lot, but I don't know what does she means.
You said Leah wants Like a good stock of it, is what you're saying?
Yes, I guess maybe, I don't know, maybe 20 will be enough.
I do not have 20 on me. We're gonna have to definitely ask for more supplies, but I can give you what I can spare.
Sure, sure.
Mr. Quinn is patrolling the area to kill off any wildlife that might try and attack us. So if you hear 1 or 2 gunshots, don't panic.
I don't know, Mr. was a hunter.
Apparently so.
Do you know where is the Saint-Denis battalion?
All I know is that someone called Leo was captured last night, and they want to get him rescued today.
Oh, okay.
Hold on just a moment, Madame Apolline.
Oh, alright.
I don't know anything else about the specifics of any of the war stuff, really. I focus on the medical and just leave it to...
No, it's just apparently I need to follow the Saint-Denis battalion. Stick with her and heal them. Stick with them and heal them.
Alright. Okay. Right, I would ask one of these soldiers
Thank
here.
you.
I might know. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Madame, but I can only spare you some.
It's okay, Holiday.
Alright then. You stay safe.
Désolé.
We definitely need more supplies. Hey, Doctor.
Yes,
Did you
sir.
get my telegram?
Yeah, I'll try.
Me?
Yes.
No, there is no
yes,
telegram
okay.
around, so thank you.
Fucking tonight.
Leah would like you to grab her uniform and meet her at the medical tents.
I gave her.
Oh, wonderful. Never mind. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Do you need more bandages?
I don't need the bandages, but I must need laudanum.
To be honest, someone needs something like laudanum. You need to be getting them back up to the medical tents.
Well, Dr. Leah asked me to follow the Saint-Denis battalion, and she wanted to give me half of her laudanum. But what is it the best? If I follow this battalion must go close to Armadillo. So do you want me to go to Armadillo over there with the wounded people?
I would just say keep it as backup. Because what your guys' job is to just pack as much as you can, get them stable to get to us to be able to facilitate medicine and help for them. Like I said,
giving any treatments on the
Flo, like Flo said, there might be, 1 or 2 cases of an emergency where you need to get someone to go to sleep while you stabilize their bleeding, whatever it is. Things happen, but overall, we are the ones who need to be facilitating a lot of the medications.
Get someone to go to sleep. I don't think we should be administering any sedatives to anyone on the battlefield. If they're critical, they're going to be passed out anyway. We won't need to sedate them.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I don't think it'll happen.
Someone without
but...
an anesthetic specialist in, because you need to manage an airway.
Thank you very much.
So hold on to those in case you come back to help us at this camp. But please, please, please try to not give anybody medication while you're up there.
Alright, I press on the wound and I bring them to you here.
Perfect.
Does anybody know what is the Saint-Denis battalion, by the way?
No, but I would try to find people with New Jersey accents or Italians.
Oh, right.
Hey, Mr. Russo is also fun. Maybe you might find him too.
Alright, so no, I will check around then. Thank you.
Try to find someone called Santi.
Alright.
One of them's bound to be called Santi.
Santi? Is that Santiago? He's in the west. Don't
Go on,
find someone called Santi.
Santiago?
Guys,
No.
I was just let's pick a vaguely Italian name. Santi. There's bound to be one called Santi. Find
Sammy.
Santi.
There was one called Sammy. Nurse
Sammy, that'll
Caroline's
do.
friend.
Sammy. Alright. Sammy the Italian.
Santino.
Yeah.
Santino.
Well, I think Salazar's from Saint-Denis too.
What's that?
Oh, yeah. Salazar.
Yeah,
Was he in
Salazar.
the Saint Denis? Ah.
I don't even know this person.
He's
It's
quite
okay, I will.
pretty looking.
Alright. I will ask to the soldier anyway. Maybe they know better than me. All right, I'm going back this time for real.
Bye.
Take care.
Hey, listen, Madame Apolline, you don't need to do any heroics, alright?
Yeah, no heroics.
Is everything's gonna be alright.
Plug a
Just
hole.
stay
Yeah.
undercover.
No, I've tried my best. Thank you.
Tourniquet. Pressure is just gonna be one leaking out of a barrel.
Yes, thank you, Holiday.
Hello.
You're gonna be alright.
Miss Apolline, are you going to bed?
No, I'm going with the Saint-Denis battalion.
Oh, I see. Very good.
All right.
They are, yes.
Where are they? Do you know them?
Say this again.
Do you know the Saint-Denis battalion?
Yes, I do.
Where are they right now?
Oh, I think they were over getting water. If that
Okay,
was them.
I will check there. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Vale.
Hey, y'all.
She said over there? The fuck is the Saint-Denis battalion? No, I don't stream on YouTube, Puppet. I only stream on Kick and Twitch. I cannot stream on YouTube. I might stream on TikTok soon. My God. Is that a horse? Oh! Thank you, Puppet. Thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. Kisses, kisses. Hey, hello. Sorry, may I interrupt? Do you know where is the Saint-Denis battalion?
I do, yes.
Where are they?
I'll show you.
Please. Oh, oh. Oh.
You see down there? Between the lake and the water and the river. There's a road that loops around. You see that?
I see nothing.
All right. Do you have a map?
I do.
All right.
Tell
Go
me.
ahead and phone. You see Lake Don Julio?
Yes.
You see that loop in the road there?
Mm-hmm.
There at the end of that loop, on the bottom side of Lake Don Julio, closest to us.
Alright, I will check over there. Are they there right now?
They're there right now.
Alright, thank you very much. I'm
Tell
going
them
there.
Crenshaw sent you to be attached to them, and that the runner will arrive soon.
Say that again?
Crenshaw, myself, sent you to attach to them, and their runner will arrive soon.
Alright, I will tell them. I will pass the message. Thank you very much.
All right. Be good.
You take care.
Don't go that way.
Where is the way?
Go up the road, back the way you came.
Mm-hmm. What? Where is the way? What? So apparently there is another way. I hope I will not be too late. Wait. Okay. I think I'm going the good way. I'm sure they said it this way. Oh, over there. Hello, it's me. I'm the doctor.
Apolline.
I'm the doctor.
Bon Cherie.
Oh, that's me.
Hello, how are you doing?
All right. I'm
What the hell are you doing out
stressed.
here?
Well, I'm here to stick with you as the official doctor.
Oh, that sounds like a great idea.
Right. Crescio told me to attach with you, and the runner will arrive soon. He told me to tell you that.
Very well.
All right, good. Apolline, the camp's a little further down if you want to go down. Acquaint yourself.
Okay, perfect.
Aye.
Hello.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hello there.
I will be the doctor. I stick with you for now. The runner will arrive soon.
Did you bring anything
I'm
up
the
for
nurse.
us? For motivation, morale, anything of the sort?
I have alcohol, but I don't think that I
Oh.
can help you.
Oh, no, I can. Liquid courage, to call it.
Oh, it's only one drink if you want.
I'm alright. I've already drank.
Mm. Hello, ladies. Oh, calm down. Hey, don't be stressed. Everything is alright. Everything is alright. Shh, 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 shh. You'll be okay. Why, my girl? Chief,
Miss Apolline?
to let you know that we are not allowed to proceed to any surgery or any medication or anything on the field. I must need to take the wounded people back to the camp so we can give them proper treatment.
Right,
So,
that's fine. Do you have any bandages?
I do have bandages, but it's only stop for the blood.
Yeah, can I get one or two?
I'm not allowed to pass it to you.
All right, I'll just die, Miss Apolline. You can just watch me die.
It's just
You better weep
orders,
for me,
Chief.
Apolline.
It's order.
You better weep for me.
Hey, I'm here. I'm here. I got you, but try to not die. What?
I didn't intend on it.
Yeah, same. But that are the orders.
That's all right. Thank you, Miss Apolline.
I'm sorry.
I know you are. You better say a speech at my funeral.
Oh, Jesus Christ, don't say that, Chief. Oh my God, my horse is crazy. Julie, it's nothing. Everything is okay. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Hey, we need to stay here, okay? Shh, 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 shh.
Food, water, repeater ammo, correct?
I repeat it in there, do you?
Well, got the one on me. You can have it if you want. I don't really have any use for it.
What kind of repeater is it?
Well, it's the carbine repeater, sir.
Oh, yeah, that's
Oh,
the same
fuck.
as me. It's okay. But yeah, I'll take some ammo for this here pea shooter and food and water.
Quartermaster, you didn't happen to see Private First Class Emma, did you?
Truth be told, there's so many new troops I don't know half their names, so I very well could have, but I don't
That's
know.
a shame.
Why, do you want her back down here, sir?
Yeah, it's Crenshaw to send her down here with him.
We have a horse. We could probably send a rider if you want.
Who wants to go?
You get...
You could probably send Malachi if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. We just need someone who knows the way and the way back.
Oh, yeah, then probably Malachi. He's up at the gate now.
Right. Miss Apolline, you don't mind if we steal your horse, do you?
I don't mind, but you need to be quick because I must need my horse for the wounded people.
Yeah, well, I don't intend dying before then, so...
Goes. Is that everything?
That is everything. Holy shit, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. How can I help you, ma'am?
Alright, I'm gonna need a good beta repeater, food, some water, and maybe
Well,
a little
okay.
bit of revolver if possible.
Oh, well, I got all that right here already.
Perfect.
Well, there's some food.
Thank you.
That.
Thank you.
And the revolver, you said? Revolver for you?
Here we are, guys.
No problem. You, sir.
We're at the battlefield, exactly at the battlefield. Jesus, it's so scary.
Not like Christmas Day, Hugh.
There's Revolver.
Look at the sky.
Food. You said water as well?
I mean, yeah.
That's crazy.
You follow well.
Depends, because we might be holding out for a while.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
You're a true soldier. Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, sorry.
You need anything else? You need a repeater, you said?
Yeah,
I mean it like that.
The dog.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, but if you do that,
Here, hold on, sir.
we both know we'll be in the cells of Fort Mercer. God damn, Oi, what the fuck are you getting? The entire
Everything.
wagon?
Yeah, I asked for everything.
Oh.
Oh my god.
All right, who's next? Here.
First class, private, or whatever the fuck it's called. Jacques Sinclair reporting for repeater ammo, please.
Good bit. I have 100. Well, I have 116 repeater.
Oh,
I
repeater
also-
ammo.
Yeah.
Like a very little amount of revolver.
Yeah,
would
the
be nice
Henry.
too.
Okay. Well, let me dig back here and see if I got any more of that.
Okay.
Jesus. Give me 20. What? Okay. Okay, I'll take 15.
Got some for you here.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, okay. That
lifesaver.
works.
Sir.
I'm happy you put so much
You have a beautiful
trust in
nose.
my aim.
Oh,
Anyone
well,
told
thank you,
that?
sir.
Of course,
No,
anytime.
no one's ever told me about my
Okay.
nose.
Yeah.
Help you, sir.
Worst comes to worst, if I run out of ammo, I'll just hand it over to you guys.
Repeater and revolver ammo.
Peter. Oh. And let me dig around back here for some more, Peter.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Hey, sir.
Thank you
There
very
you are.
much, sir. I'll remember you.
Thank you. How can I help you, ma'am?
Hello, can I get some repeater and revolver if you have it?
Absolutely. There's some of that. There's some repeater for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, happy to help. Does anyone need any rifle ammunition? Because I have a lot of that.
Salazar?
Maybe a couple more, yeah. Yeah.
I'll give you a lot more. How about that?
Yeah, Salazar, can
Oh,
you pick actually, could you give Salazar here food and drink and
that would be good.
rifle
too,
ammo
yeah.
for Sergeant Ruger here?
Well,
Oh,
you need
yeah.
more rifle on top of it?
Sergeant
Or-
Ruger has a bullet action too.
Well, here, I'll give you another. No, I have a surplus of this, so take another 100 or so rounds.
All right, and what about food?
Yeah, I got some. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Poor Billy.
Well, here, go and take some water too. You're going to be out here. You need to make sure you have some liquids.
I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, get help.
All right, sir.
Wait, who's going off?
Right. Is that everybody here? Everybody okay?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do my very best to go back and not get captured.
Don't die, sir.
All right.
Best advice I could give
God
you.
bless.
All right, go. We supply you, Solomon. Are you ready? Just to unleash hell.
What gonna die today, Solomon. We're gonna take this fort for the
Well,
name
even
of
if I
Saint
die,
Denis.
even if I die, Roy, I'm taking 30 with me.
Oh yeah. If we take this fort, does Saint Denis own it? Can this be like our vacation home?
That's a great idea.
I don't think so. It's a fort, Willow. What do you mean? There's a river near it. We could go like river fishing.
Yeah, and down the waterfall, and then.
Terrible idea.
I think we need to carve out the waterfall and make it more gradual.
I don't know. I think if we take it, the army should let Saint Denis have it as a, as a present. That's where we could house the cannons, Willow, that they're gonna give us.
Do you reckon if we fired a cannon at the waterfall enough, it would become like a gradual slope?
No,
And
I
we
don't
could
think
just-
so, Hugh.
Oh. Be worth trying anyway.
No, I think the water is moving so fast, it's just gonna see the cannonball, and the cannonball is gonna do nothing.
Yeah, I guess Union Hill didn't really take much. It just absorbed it. All those cannonballs are part of it now.
You guys know if you made contact with anybody or no?
I had straight line of sight on that path heading up from the other side of the creek. So as soon as I heard the first gunshot, I just blew up
You're
the
saying
entire path.
you blew people to pieces?
I'm not a murderer. But yeah.
Smithereens.
Probably kill a few with that shit.
I did see a couple of horses go flying.
Perfect. Where there's a horse, there's a person.
Exactly. As you would say.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Jeez. Just flash me, Campbell.
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to do that.
Get a warning next time.
She was trying to
Yes.
boost your morale, Roy.
Yeah, come on, jeez.
Thank you, Sergeant. I guess.
anytime.
We need Vivian
Yes.
on the front lines.
Oh my god.
oh
she'd
my
be
God.
a human meat shield for us.
We-
We can just
we send
charge
Vivian
straight
in
in.
first.
At least then Sergeant Ruger would have something to hide behind.
We could roll it down the hill into the fort and be over in seconds.
True. We had Vivian lead the charge for us. They would waste all their ammunition on her, and then it would just be free picking.
But I think the people in here in the West are kind of weird. We could probably put her in the front of the gates, and they would be like, "Oh."
Oh, hey there, pretty lady.
And then we run around the back.
Well, we're coming from the back. That's what we're going through the river.
River?
River. River.
There you go. I liked it when you said it that way better.
Riva.
I hope they give us one big old boat. Why can't they give us a boat with cannons on it?
And you know, when you look at those pictures, the olden days, you get like maybe 200 years ago, people on ships. Going one of these with two big sails. And cannons on the side.
Like a pirate ship? I don't think they'd give us that.
Yeah, but imagine they would shit themselves.
That would be perfect if you just see
8
Saint,
cannons on the side.
Saint Denis flags on a pirate ship coming down the river.
Sure.
I mean, makes sense.
So
Then all you just see is a broadside just get unleashed on the fort. Oh, we got a rider coming somewhere.
I'm ready to open fire.
He's brought Miss
Right.
Emma. Let's hope she doesn't die.
God, the chief is just such a good-looking man. You know that.
Oh, Solomon, calm down.
I'm sorry. I look at him.
I know,
looks
I
like
look
a
at him
chief
every
more than
day.
a chief
He
does.
does
You know what I
have
mean?
a pretty face.
Yeah, there's a shining light coming out of him.
Oh my
Maybe it's those Dutch genetics.
Well, look who decided to join the party.
Well.
Better late than never.
I'll have you know, I didn't want to leave. I was dismissed. And then I went and had a conversation with someone else and was going to come here and try to sneak in regardless.
You were gonna sneak in.
Hey, that's
You
my
told
horse.
me we were going to fight. I had permission. I got approval, by the way. Mm-hmm. What, am I crazy?
Is that my horse?
I think I'm a-
Jolie. No, Jolie, what the fuck? I hate this horse.
I can always use a little more, she says.
I'm not gonna lie, Miss Emma. I think your repeater will fall apart before you go through 230 rounds.
I don't believe so. Normally, when I'm fighting, people come running to me and I hand them 30 or 40.
And here's me with.
Okay.
What have I got here?
Just like I have extra bandages and laudanum and things like that. So if you guys ever need anything, just come running to me.
I was told to be careful with laudanum, Miss Emma.
It'll just cost you $5.
Do not fear. I have 231 revolver ammo and 264 repeater ammo.
Jesus Christ, Solomon.
I'm a one-man
You
army.
wanna lend me some revolver ammo? I only got 114.
Oh my god, you're broke.
I'm down to 120,
even
but
have a
I don't think I'll
revolver.
need 120.
What do you mean you don't have a revolver? What happens if you
Yeah.
gotta drop the hammer?
I gave it to a guy that needed a gun.
Thank you, Solomon. I'll be good now.
What do you think they're talking about? All right, $10 to whoever gets that machete for me.
Hey, where's Malachi?
Oh, leave it or take it.
Oh, he's probably up front.
No, I think he went over. Didn't he go over the hill?
I have no idea.
He took his horse down here somewhere. Maybe he's pissing.
I went for pre-battle shit.
Yeah.
Where are these boats?
They carry the boats and the logs.
Once he's arrived, we're gonna carry those boats.
No, he's over there.
Oh, all right.
He's with Ben.
Yeah,
Roger the Captain Boy, at your service.
the amphibian brigade.
At my left, Seaman Staines.
We're gonna chop them in half for the damn Union.
If we do die today,
She's gonna chop him in half.
we'll just sail around in that same boat and hunt them for the rest of their lives.
Well, I did. We were talking about. I call it we're the alligators now because we're coming out of the water, sir. So he said we're gonna chomp them, not chop.
I could
Not the
really chop them in
alligators.
half if you give him that machete, sir.
We're the fucking Eastern Brigade, boy.
Yes, we're the amphibious squad right now, though.
The Eastern
Gate
Brigade.
Artillery Squad.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, no, we're third.
Jesus.
We're third, yeah. Eastern Gator Brigade Artillery Squad.
No, we're no longer artillery right now, you.
Sorry?
But wait until we get a cannon, Roy.
I wish. I hope.
We'll stuff Vivian into it and fire her onto the fort.
You want to throw Vivian out of a cannon?
Yep. We can do more damage than a
Sucking
cannonball.
blocks it. And then you're out of a cannon.
That is true. That is very true. I didn't think about that.
When the hell are we leaving? God damn it! Getting hate. Where's this bastard?
Are they talking?
Why didn't we bring a pet alligator for the siege?
Guys.
Oh, bro, what happened?
What?
Look this way.
What's this way?
Look the way I'm looking.
Which way you
Direction.
Look
Directly
look
across.
Directly across the fucking pond. A bit to your right.
Are they on the top part of the below part?
Bitch, do you not see the fucking 20 horses on the hill?
No, I
Just
do
dead
not.
ahead.
Oh, they are. Look.
Oh my!
Oh my
I
god.
see them!
Oh.
They're right across.
Yep,
They're
I see
hidden
them.
behind cactuses.
Oh.
Oh no.
What's something right
Oh
now?
no.
Guys, that's a lot of them.
Oh,
Yep.
this is really bad.
Oh shit, I see him.
Oh, that's like double our numbers.
As we're with the bait, that what happened?
Uh-oh.
Trying to tell us we're not even going to make it to the fort.
No, probably not. That's really bad.
That is really bad.
Doctor, could you go with Malachi at the entrance?
Sure.
Maybe if we start running now, we have a chance.
I'm counting 16 potentially, but I can't tell if I'm counting cactuses as well.
Oh.
Hey, we need to go. We're leaving.
Yeah.
They told me to stick with you. You are Malika? Malaki?
That is me.
Alright.
What's going on?
We're getting the hell out of here.
Why?
Because there's 16 people across the damn fucking lake right now on horses.
All right, stay together. Doctor with me.
Are they moving towards us yet?
No.
You think they see us?
Oh, for sure, yeah, that's there.
1, 2,
That
3,
is.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I count 9.
9? Okay.
10.
Are they doubled up on horses, though?
I mean,
Or
to
do they
be
all have their own
honest,
horse?
we might be able to hold it.
No, we won't.
I mean,
we need a better spot than this to hold.
Yeah, that's
I
the
agree.
problem.
Where's the best place to go? Does anybody know these lands?
I think a little bit deeper that way, sir.
Right? To the left. Yeah, to the right.
Definitely to the right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Or,
There's a
maybe up on
carriage with a
these,
gun coming. There's a Maxim gun coming.
Oh yeah, tell
Which
them to
way
come
from-
this way.
Oh,
Then we
we're
hold
good.
the gun.
Stay planted.
Jesus.
Oh, hold it, fellas.
Start opening fire! That's a joke. Don't do that.
Are they coming towards us yet?
No, they're just
No.
working on that side.
Time to hide the Mexican
Yeah.
gun.
Oh,
I think
well,
too late.
We should
gonna-
throw some warning shots.
it's
their
gonna
way,
get him
Chief,
to
with the
back off
gun.
for sure.
Renshaw, just in time. Jesus Christ.
Where's your?
There's
Where's the
10 men
fucking
across
runner
the
I'm supposed to
pond.
have?
I don't know where your goddamn runner is. Not here.
What's across the lake?
Every
My
single one.
god.
You got like a solid 10. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Well, good thing we got a fucking Maxim then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes,
Holy shit, what timing.
I thought we were gonna be dead meat.
Yeah.
I did too.
Oh, they're moving left.
Hey, listen, if you guys didn't write your last message to the world, I will do that now.
They're
Yeah,
moving.
they're moving to the left.
Aye, they're moving left. Just over the camp. Oh, these bloody bastards, Doctor.
It's horrible. Alright.
Let's stay back a little from there.
Yes, sir.
Damn it, where are they? I can't see shit.
Let me see if they're still there. No, they moved.
They said on the left, on the ridge, but I don't know. Oh, are they up? Oh, they're up there on the. Oh shit, they're all up there.
Oh yeah, they're above us.
You see them up there?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they're directly above.
Yeah, they all above us.
Oh, fuck me.
They're all over there. They're all over the place, guys. Like, they're surrounding us. They have the best point of view for us. And fucking bomb us.
Sergeant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Say it's been a pleasure.
Everything will be okay.
That is right. Everything will be all right.
Understood. They're over on the left now. They're trying to think about it. Hey, be careful they don't come this way, too. Be careful they don't come this way.
It's so weird. It's like the horses smell the tensions, you know? They're... the horses are stressed.
If shooting starts, Miss Apolline, you just run for the hills. I'll get you there, I guess. I want you to die.
Where should I go?
Probably up to that cliff face, perhaps. You can stay here if you'd like, but I figure it's a little dangerous.
Oh, well, because they told me to stick with Monsieur Malaké, I don't know where should I go.
Just stay here. If it gets heated, run to the bridge with the
Okay.
canyon right behind us.
Mm.
You'll be fine, Miss Apolline.
I believe in you. God bless you.
Thank you, mon chéri.
Thank you, mon chéri.
I highly doubt they're gonna advance. Not unless they get some kind of cover from the Maxim, which, well, only if there's fog, so. I mean,
The rest of you, people watching the hill and the shore by the river. The rest of you watch across the pond. All right?
Understood.
They're on the hill. They're on this mountain over there. Whew. Is that a rainbow? There is a rainbow exactly right here. Look, look. There is a rainbow here. They moved. Here, look, look. Aye, 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 aye. Hey. Move away. Guys, in 40 minutes I need to go to bed. I might need to go to bed soon. Horse!
What's the plan in case I riding down, Sergeant? Do we just hold here?
Oh, the only good thing is we do have that Gatling gun.
That's true.
And the only way we move together.
They need to be closer to us to get a better kind of range on that Maxim. Still see heads poking out on the very top.
We're moving to the canyon. Pick it up. We're moving. We're moving.
Oh, we gotta stay together though. We get separated. You're
Stick
gonna get
together. We're going to the
spotted.
canyon.
What's going on?
We're going to the canyon.
Oh, jeez.
Are you all right, Sergeant?
Yeah, I'm
You
okay.
alright?
I'm alright. I'm
Get
alright.
moving,
Yeah, no,
get
I'm fine.
moving.
Thank
Hurry up.
you. We're just moving to the
Hurry
canyon.
up, keep moving.
Keep
What are you
moving
stopping
around
for?
A hill. Basically a bowl.
Je suis choquée, the poor girl. The poor lady.
That could be better, Roy, but also could be worse. How are you doing? Well, look for here.
I agree.
You want to keep going further, Crenshaw?
Keep going to the canyon.
Keep moving.
Oh my god.
Go ahead, Doctor. Go. Get moving fast.
I don't even know where is the canyon where.
Get up that hill.
Oh, they are taking place. Hey, Koenig. How you doing? Okay, I think they are standing over there.
Wait till the maximum starts going and then peek your head over and start shooting.
Okay.
All right. Let's hope they chase. Split yourselves up. Some across the other side, some here. Just don't show yourself. Wait until
Can
the
they
Maxim
come
starts
across
shit.
here from up there?
If they take the ramp, yeah.
Oh, they have to take the ramp. Okay, that's fine.
Doctor, I'd get back to McFarland's if I were you. We're close enough now.
I needed to stick with you. Like, literally, that was my order, is to stick with the Saint-Denis battalion. This is the Saint-Denis battalion, so I stick with them. Orders. Julie, it's not the time. Calm down, calm down. Shh, everything's going well. Don't stress me out. Yeah, thank you, I'm doing fine. We are following the battalion. And I hope the war is about to end soon. I just needed to be sure where is the... McFarlane is over there, okay. So that is Apolline's job, is to stick with the Saint-Denis battalion, take the wounded people and brings them to McFarlane range. It's just I don't have a lot of time, Rano. I have like 40 minutes in front of me before I go to bed. And the battle is taking time. What the fuck is that? What's that? That was heaven? Is it... The fuck is that? Is it heaven? Are we all dead? This is heaven, right? What the fuck is... The fuck is that? What? Even the horse? Are we already dead? Is there horses in heaven? Bruh.
Apollonia? That's your name, right? I'm not
Apolline,
making that
yes.
up. Apollina. I might have you move up on this hill behind us.
Right, I will move over there.
Yeah, the only thing is the Maxim gun is currently cutting off the road down below here. So the only way, if they come up here, the only way they're going to come up is this this road right here in front of us.
Just
So,
to let you know that when there is a wounded people, I will bring them and put them at McFarlane range so they can have proper medication.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I think, let me make sure that you can get off of this up here.
Sure.
But, maybe this rock back here?
This rock? Sure, I can stick here.
Yeah, just that way if it does happen, you're not like right in the center of it when the shooting starts.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome, no problem. If you need anything, let us know, okay?
Sure, same for you.
Thank you.
Hi. Heaven. I cannot even use the free cam. No, I'm punished. What is that? That's crazy.
Where the hell is everyone? You know?
Is that over there? Over there this way.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Come. Yum. It was strawberries. Ooh, is the rain coming? That is a rainy weather. Okay, all the soldiers are over there. They're holding position until they start, I guess. Is there anybody around? I think there is nobody around us. I just hope nobody comes here in this crack. Oh, fuck. Wow. I cannot even use the free cam. Don't know why you are waiting like that. Oh, I'm getting so tired. We are holding the position for more than an hour, like an hour and a half. Almost 2 hours. There's a horse. Hey! Look at the big cannon. Have you seen that? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's over there.
That's impressive.
We're moving Apolline, right? Apolline.
Apolline. I'll follow you.
We're going to get horses at McFarland's. You might want to stay with the wagons. They
which
know where
one?
they're going. Either one. They're both going.
Okay.
They're both going to the same place. Just stay with them, okay?
Mm-hmm. Oh my. That is a very good wagon driver.
Glory, glory, glory.
Inside? I'm not going inside. I'm not going outside, sorry. That's just not happening.
Oh Lord, are you okay, ma'am?
I'm alright.
Whose fucking card is this?
Oh my god.
Who the fuck parks their cart there?
I don't know. Oh wait.
Can anybody move it?
Okay.
The freaking cart! Nobody can move it, there is no horses.
Never mind, sir, they're okay.
Everybody has a horse? Good.
They're moving, they're moving.
Nice, Roy.
Alright, move.
Alright.
Keep moving, keep it moving.
Just so you know, there's like 40 of them fuckers.
Oh shit. Here you go.
Don't die, Willow.
All right.
I won't.
I love you, Willow. You're my best friend.
If you need me to go with you, let me know.
Meet up with the rest of the unit.
Who? Which lady?
Doctor, I think. Wasn't or was?
Don't be down here on the ground. Get on positions on the roofs. Come on.
Understood.
Where did they all go?
Yeah.
Can you tell me a position where to hide?
I would stay in one of the tents.
All right. That's the doctor's tent, Armadillo doctor's tent.
Medic.
Hi. Come over here.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right.
Why has it been so dark?
Stay with me. Stay with me. All right. You'll be okay. I will bring it to you to the doctor. All right. Don't talk too much unless you will blood much more. Hold on. Hold on. I will take care of you. All right. Hold on. I got you. You... What? Where is he?
Is there any dead, miss?
No, he's not dead. We have a wounded people, a wounded man.
Okay, they're all yours. I can't see him. Real dusty.
Bro, is he on my horse? Is he on my horse? I don't even know if he's on my horse. Sir? Sir? I will go to the camp. I will try to go away because I cannot take off the... I don't even know if he's on the horse right now. Is it still dusty? The fuck? He's not on my horse. It's not dusty anymore and he's not on my horse. What? Oh my god. Oh my... That's so weird. I've never seen a bug like that. Hold on, guys. I will send a message on the Discord to the guy. Hold on.
Excuse me, doctor.
Yes, sir?
Do you mind looking at me? I think I got something to my arm.
Oh.
It's like hell.
Alright, show me your arm.
Feels a bit warm. Figured that might be blood, isn't it?
There is blood, so hold on. Aye! Hold on. Don't move. I will wrap a bandage around your arm, alright?
Thank you.
Tell me if it's enough. If it's not enough, I might give you something stronger.
Alright.
Do you feel a bit better?
No, I think I'm gonna need something a bit stronger.
Alright, hold on.
Thank you.
Just one drop, alright?
Alright. Thank you very much.
If it's not enough, you must need to see doctors at McFarland Ranch.
At McFarland's Ranch. Alright. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Sure. God bless you.
Take care.
Alright, I just sent them a message on Discord. Also, we have learned that Leo is a prisoner of war. Oh my. Where are the soldiers? Aren't they supposed to go on the roof? Okay, they're over there. I really don't know what is happening. Like, we're waiting for 2 hours. I'm not even exaggerating. 2 hours, nothing. Some movement, but nothing is going on. And not gonna lie to you, I'm getting tired right now. Oh, I think he's not in a good state. Is everything alright?
Shot down. Dead.
This man's hitting the leg, man.
Right.
It's alright, son. You're safe now. We held the town. They ain't gonna try and take it back. They ain't got the balls, and they'd be too stupid to do it.
Okay, good.
Alright. I
Do
need
you-
to sit down.
Yeah.
God bless you, son.
You'll be alright. What
God
happens
bless
to
the
you?
Union. I think I got hit in the leg.
Hit. Alright, so let me check that. See that leg. Okay, let me take care of this. I don't have the ability to proceed injuries right now. I need to drop you to the doctor up at the valley. If it's fine for you. I will put a bandages around your leg very quickly.
Alright.
Alright. I'll do that for now. They will give you painkiller and they will proceed the injuries to the doctor's upstairs. I will help you to hop on my horse and
Alright.
we go quickly over there. Is it fine for you?
Yeah. Okay.
Alright. Is that your Rousseau?
Yeah, it is.
Alright.
Oh my god.
Slowly, slowly. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Guys! Wait, what? Oh, there you go. Right, slowly, slowly. Alright. Let's go. No worries. They will take care of you very quick. They are just up here. But sadly, we are not allowed to take care of the severe injured people at the battlefield.
That's alright.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
The doctor upstairs?
Sorry?
The doctor... Oh, can you proceed to surgery, Leah?
Take him to McFarlane if you need surgery.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, careful. Why is there a wagon here? You should move the wagon. Guys, after that I'm going to bed. It's 3 a.m. You right, Monsieur Rousseau? Can you hear my voice? Don't fall asleep.
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm okay.
Alright.
Do you know if the Dawsons are okay?
I don't know who are this person.
Where's the doctor? Is there no doctor here? I don't see anyone.
No, they are here. They're just right here. Hey, Holiday. Wait, just wait until the horses. Monsieur Rousseau.
Oh, ma.
Holiday, can you proceed to injury to him? To in surgery, he got a bullet in the leg.
Alright. Just take my arm.
Alright.
You are the good hands.
2.
Yeah.
Alright.
It was a fucking massacre. It was a massacre.
You know.
Alright, Mr. Russo, over here.
Squeezing my hand, and he nearly broke it because he was such a wuss for the pain.
Hey, I'm going to bed.
Hello. Good night, Apple. Thank you so much.
Sure.
What's it like out there?
It's crazy. They are taking place at Armadillo. The war is started, and it's actually crazy. We already have a lot of people injured over there. I saw Miss
Are they
Celia.
being brought here?
Yes, I think people are putting injured people here. But me, I'm exhausted. I need to go to
Okay,
bed.
should not be treated up at the ramp. 'Cause
Sure,
it's too windy
no.
and dusty there.
None of us were really shot.
Good night.
Good night.
Roxanne
Thank
had a
you so
bullet
much.
buzzer hat.
Guys, I will sleep right here. Wait, maybe not here. Maybe not here. Who knows? I will go to Blackwater. But I'm a bit disappointed that the war started a bit late because it's already 3 a.m. for me, you know. So it's impossible for me to see all of the war. It's okay. It was fun anyway. Alright, guys. I will leave you to it. I will go the fuck to bed. I'm so tired. I'm sorry we have not seen much of the war, sadly. It started too late for us, but it's okay. We had fun. I love you guys. I'll see you maybe tomorrow. Love ya. Good night. See ya.